A very good morning to one and all present here. We extend a warm welcome to all of you to Coffee Nadu Chikkamangaluru for this inspiring and insightful sessions of KANCIPS 2025, organized by the Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter, in association with Chikkamangaluru Institute of Medical Sciences. Myself, Namita Bhatt.
I am Pallavi.
It's an honor to be your host for the day. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend a warm greetings to all of you, to the office bearers of the Indian Psychiatric Society, the organizing committee, delegates, students, and all the support staff.
We now proceed to the highlight of this conference, the scientific sessions. The topic for the first session for today is Non-Invasive Brain Stimulation, Evidence and Inability. To chair this enlightening session, I would like to invite Dr. Abhay Madkar, Professor of SVM Medical College, Dharwad, who was also the President of IPS South Zone. I would also like to welcome Dr. Savita Soman, Professor and Head of Department of Psychiatry, KMC Manipal. May I also call upon Dr. Nishant Goyal, Professor of Psychiatry at Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, who is the speaker for the session.
Good morning to all of you. A warm welcome to the 35th KANCIPS being held in this picturesque city of Chikmagalur with an apt topic of psychiatry, the novel interventions which are now a boon to our patients. And to begin with this, I request Dr. Savita to introduce our speaker today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to read out such an illustrious CV. So Dr. Nishant Goyal, he is currently Professor, the Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, in charge Center for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, FMRI Center, and Center for Cognitive Neurosciences and Academics. He is Program Coordinator, CIP Digital Academy, President-elect and founder member of the Neuromodulation Society of India, past editor of the Eastern Journal of Psychiatry. He has over 120 publications. He has won over 35 awards and fellowships, and he is a fellow of the India Alliance Welcome DBT. His areas of interest include child and adolescent psychiatry, non-invasive brain stimulation, and public mental health. We're very glad to have you here, Dr. Nishant.
Good morning, everyone. I know it's hard to get people sitting in the morning in the inaugural session, but that is how the science grows. We can't help it. You must be wondering why a person has been called to speak on a topic all the way from eastern part of the country to the southern part of the country. So, for people who don't know, I'm half South Indian. My in-laws place is from Puttur. So, I am a son-in-law of Puttur. So, you can consider me like that. It's okay, sir. There's nothing to laugh about it. You know, the married people know it better. So that is how it is. So, I was asked by Ravindra and other people to talk about something which I've been talking for the last 12 or 13 years. And almost every time I do this, I find something new which is happening in the field. So I'll be taking you through in the next 30-35 minutes about not not so new modality of management these days, which is called non-invasive neuromodulation. So start with thanking Team KANCIPS, IPS Karnataka State Branch, SIMS. Then I have a lot of people to acknowledge. I have a team which works tirelessly with me. So some people have left the place, but still we are a team which is working formidably. I think Samir is one part of the team. You can figure the name of Samir Praharaj over here. So we all work together. This is the institute from which I come from. This is basically the building where we have all these instruments and machines. You can see all these things. So we are a dedicated setup for cognitive neuroscience work. We have state-of-art brain stimulation lab, electroencephalography lab. Think of cognitive neuroscience facility which is pertinent to the field of mental health. We have it and we are using it. So I'll not go into the details of all those things. And people from NIMHANS who are sitting over here, I must tell you there are many things which we acquired before you. So, and this is a jhagada which happens, which is happening, and like keep on doing that. So we all understand and realize that technological and scientific advances are shaping our practice considerably. Newer areas are coming up. Now people have started to use the term precision psychiatry or precision or customized psychiatry for that matter, which led to a rise of a new era, the way you have heard of and you have seen interventional cardiology, interventional radiology. So Dr. O.P. Singh, I know he's not here right now, he wrote a editorial in 2020 in Indian Journal of Psychiatry. Do we need to develop interventional psychiatry as a subspecialty in our country? So if you see the thing, we started during the same time, what I mean by we is the NIMHANS Bangalore, CIP Ranchi and KMC Manipal. We started a clinical research center for neuromodulation in psychiatry. And this center basically was funded by India Alliance Welcome DBT, where we were asked to do a lot of research pertinent to the field of non-invasive neuromodulation. And over a period of time, if you see the growth in the so-called interventional psychiatry domain, you see a lot of brain stimulation techniques, psychopharmacology, if you see interventional psychopharmacology when it comes to ketamine. Now, a lot of work is happening. You'll open up JAMA Psychiatry, a lot of articles are coming up in the field of using psychedelics, standalone psychedelics assisted psychotherapy. It's like fashion coming back. So there was a fashion of, in 1960s, there was a fashion of psychedelics. Now it is coming back and we are using psychedelics. People are thinking of doing that, and people are using digital therapeutics. So it's a very interesting era in which we are in right now, and no era can grow further if you don't have multi-center collaborations. And I was talking about this multi-center collaboration, which is called Clinical Research Center for Neuromodulation in Psychiatry. We are running 3 major trials. We just got 1 year no cost extension till September 2026. We have already produced 10 fellows who were actually trained in the area of neuromodulation. Most of them, they have done PhD in psychiatry from NIMHANS. So it was not only about doing research, it was also about development of manpower in the field of neuromodulation. Sir, I might not be able to see here because most of the people are sitting there. So please, my apologies if you feel left out. I'm so sorry. So the basic assumption of, non-invasive neuromodulation is that our brain is an electrochemical organ. If you see, these are the different ways our brain has been envisaged by people. It can be a structural brain, network brain, or the fiber-based brain. So we were using ECT. We were actually targeting the fibers of the brain. Ketamine is actually acting on the synaptic plasticity NMDA receptors. When we use non-invasive neuromodulation like RTMS or TDCS, which we'll be talking about, it acts on the functional connectivity of the brain. So this is just to simplify how we change or modify the brain either chemically or electrically. This is the whole bouquet of non-invasive neuromodulation. I am not venturing into electroconvulsive therapy because most of you know more than me about electroconvulsive therapy, and that is not my forte. But still, If you see non-invasive neuromodulation, so many things are there. On the left-hand side is TMS or RTMS, which you must be aware of, most of you are aware of. Then on the right-hand side, it is called electrical stimulation, transcranial electrical stimulation, TDCS, if most of you might have heard of or read about it. And it's not a myth to understand that in the US, there are more than 24 methods of neuromodulation which are either under use or basically are waiting for US FDA approval. We have 5 dedicated journals, sir. Can you believe it? 5 dedicated PubMed index journals only in the field of neuromodulation. But still, the training in neuromodulation is still in a nascent phase. I have been in this field for last 22 years, but I still think that the field has to grow further. It has to grow further and further. So the journey started with Michael Faraday. We all know who is Michael Faraday, and there was some funny kind of machines people had used, to modulate the activity of the brain. Till the time 1984-85, Philip Barker was the first person who developed the first commercially used RTMS device in the United Kingdom. So this is the first device which was made. But after a long time, US FDA gave approval to a device in 2008. So till 1995 to 2008, it was all experimental things going on here and there. Till the time in 2008, we have the first system for therapeutic use. And if you see this journey, I'll not go into the details of this journey. This is a long journey starting from Neurostar, Brainsway, MaxStim. Now, a lot of new things are coming up. I'll be talking about these new things very briefly with all of you. These are the number of machines, different type of RTMS machines, which are actually US FDA approved by till 2021. After that, two more machines have been approved. So, I'll not go into the details of this. Now the phases of TMS, a little bit about our country, how it has developed over a period of time. CIB Ranchi was the first institute in the country to acquire a clinical RTMS, a repetitive transcranial magnetism, in 2000. I started doing my MD thesis in 2005 on RTMS on the same machine. So my journey started in 2005, and since then it's been 2025 now. 20 years is a long time. It's like full life on these things. Interestingly, over a period of time, what is happening now that a lot of private setups are now coming up with, and it is very, very encouraging thing to see that private people are actually acknowledging the importance of newer modalities of treatment, and they are showing some interest with neuromodulation, particularly non-invasive neuromodulation. It's important. You know that in the era of modified DCT and Mental Health Care Act, it is very, very difficult to have the standards of care which are required as per the provisions of the Act. And non-invasive neuromodulation gives you, one alternative. I'm using the word alternative. Please mind my word. It's an alternative to provide not similar but at least better results than only psychopharmacology. So we have been having a steady increase in the number of publications from our country. You can see this graph over a period of time. We are publishing around, when I say we, I am talking of the entire country. We are publishing around 20 plus publications in international journals on neuromodulation in our country. These are the institutes which have contributed the maximum number of publication. Actually, NIMHANS definitely has to stand at the top, followed by the institute from where I come from. So, and there are other people who are doing a lot of work, including KMC Manipal also. They are doing a lot of work on non-invasive neuromodulation. The earliest TMS trials of the country started from our institute. The first trial on depression, and this is my thesis which got published way back in 2010 on negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Then Dr. Sameer Praharaj worked on mania. So all these are published literature, earlier published literature on RTMS in various conditions. Now coming to the topic proper, today I was asked to talk about the evidences. So what are the evidences which are available when it comes to neuromodulation? So I'll not talk about the mechanism and other things. If anyone is interested, we can discuss it later on if you are interested. So depression is the first indication for which RTMS is recommended as a class 1 evidence. So it is actually approved by various agencies for treatment of depression. So there are different type of RTMS. In depression, we use high frequency RTMS over the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. How do we do it? It was beyond the purview of today's topic, so I'm not going to the details of that. But it's very simple to do it. If anybody interested, maybe KMC, Manipal, Limhans or CIP can provide you a training in a day or two how to do this. It's very simple. So for unipolar depression, even bipolar depression, treatment-resistant depression, we use high-frequency left DLPFC stimulation, around 1,800 stimulations per day, per session. Maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks treatment these days is recommended. There are accelerated protocols also. I'll come to it a little bit later. So the same way, various IPS also has recommended. I'll continue with the presentation. You have to just listen to me. It's okay. So IPS has also recommended. The IPS has come up with a clinical practice guidelines using RTMS and TDCS. It came a few years back. And agencies like Royal College of Australian New Zealand of Psychiatry, CANMET, they also talk about the same thing. Acute bipolar depression has a level 2 evidence. It doesn't have a level 1 evidence, it has a level 2 evidence. But definitely there is a lot of evidence when it comes to using depression. Then the question comes, there are different type of coils. The most commonly used coil is a figure of 8 coil, which is you can see in the bottom side. So they say that which coil is better, a figure of 8 coil or a deep coil? This is called helmet coil, H coil, H or helmet coil, which is better? So studies say that when they compare both the coils, they say that there is more reduction using the helmet coil, but the remission rates are higher with the figure of 8 coil. So, and figure of 8 coil is much cheaper than the helmet coil. So you have to use your own sense to decide which one you have to use. Then there are comparisons of RTMS with ECT. Definitely ECT stands better for obvious reasons. It is definitely better, but some studies say that using bilateral RTMS is acceptable more than bitemporal ECT. Again, this is a very small study with a very meager effect size, I must admit, but there is evidence to suggest that. This is about the antidepressant response of RTMS. See, people ask me for how long does the effect last. This is the question. Sir, when you give medications, people do relapse. There is more than 70% relapse in any severe mental illness, even if a person is on treatment by the end of 3 to 5 years. The same problem is here with neuromodulation. So you have to keep on giving them sessions, maintenance sessions and booster sessions. Then mania. Bipolar mania, there are studies which talk about using high frequency RTMS over the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. In depression, we were stimulating the left DLPFC. In mania, we are stimulating the right DLPFC. But again, the level of recommendation is low. So this is just an evidence which might or might not be used. Coming to anxiety spectrum disorders and PTSD. The protocol remains the same, where people use low frequency RTMS. Now, low frequency RTMS is also known as inhibitory RTMS. It's a very simple lingo. Lingo says high frequency stimulates the brain, low frequency inhibits the brain. Now, the part of the area of brain which has to be stimulated, you use high frequency, or the part which has to be inhibited, you use low frequency. So, in generalized anxiety disorder or PTSD, there is a moderate evidence of using low frequency RTMS over right DLPFC. Number of sessions are around the same, around 1200 sessions per day for up to 30 sessions over a period of 2 to 3 weeks. OCD is a very interesting disorder where a lot of work has happened over the last 5 or 7 years when it comes to non-invasive neuromodulation. Conventional RTMS has a very limited role when it comes to treatment of OCD. We usually give low frequency RTMS either over the DLPFC or there is an area called supplementary motor area, or there is an area called pre-supplementary motor area. So this is how we inhibit this area in OCD. But over a period of time, a lot of work has happened in OCD on newer modalities, which I'll come later on. So CANMET says that RTMS has a level 3 evidence as monotherapy, and it has a level 1 evidence particularly in treatment in post-traumatic stress disorders. Now coming to schizophrenia. Schizophrenia has two blocks. One is the one problem is in schizophrenia is auditory hallucinations. Now in auditory hallucination, we presume that there is increased activity over the left temporoparietal junction or temporoparietal cortex. So what we do, we give low frequency RTMS over the left temporoparietal cortex. We give around 1500 to 1800 sessions. More than 10 sessions are required these days, and now it is also recommended by Indian Psychiatric Society as well. For negative symptoms, we use high frequency RTMS over the left DLPFC the way we do for depression. So the method is the same. My thesis was on high frequency RTMS over the left DLPFC. The same thing, now coming to substance use disorders. Same protocol which you use for depression. High frequency RTMS over the left DLPFC significantly reduces craving, and it has been recommended by IPS as well as CANMET guidelines as well. You must be seeing there is a green box in all the slides on the right hand side. This green, I'm not talking about this green box. I'll talk at the end. All these things are safe and well tolerated, which is one important thing which keeps it stand apart from conventional methods of treatment like electroconvulsive therapy. They are very safe, they are well tolerated, which is not there in the case of electroconvulsive therapy. Then there are certain indications which we don't get that often as a psychiatrist. In insomnia, headache, pain, a lot of work is happening in the last 5 or 7 years on its role in tinnitus. Chronic tinnitus or drug-resistant tinnitus, RTMS definitely has a good role. And basically for this, we use high frequency or excitatory RTMS over the primary motor cortex or the M1 area in the brain. People have even used it in children and adolescent population also, but again, it is used not that commonly. It is used in dementia and early cognitive impairment or mild cognitive impairment. They say that using high frequency RTMS over the DLPFC either improves cognition. Mind it, we don't use RTMS for a diagnosis. We use for a set of symptoms, the phenotype of an individual. So for Alzheimer's, we use it either for improving global cognition or the behavioral symptoms which are commonly associated with early or middle stages of dementia. Doesn't work too much in later stages of dementia, doesn't work that much. So then little bit about special situations like peripartum period, post TBI depression, depression associated with neurological disorders, post-stroke depression. You can safely use RTMS, again the green box, you can safely use RTMS both in pregnant women as well as if they are breastfeeding the infants. It can be very safely given in these situations. So this is just a overview of whatever I've been talking in the last 7 or 8 minutes. Usually when I go for workshop, I ask, this comes from IPSKC. So you can just take a printout and you can put it on the room in which you are actually delivering RTMS. Either you can use this thing or you can use this thing. It will help you decide upon which protocol to be used in what situation you are handling with. Now a little bit about newer frontiers. Now as the time is growing, newer advances are coming up. A lot of newer type of stimulations are happening in this particular field. Now we have something called theta burst stimulation. I'll first talk about theta burst stimulation. It is also known as patterned TMS. Now when we were giving high or low frequency RTMS, it was a pulse. Tuck. it will call, it is Z tuck when you give. Now, in theta burst stimulation, there is a burst. So, I can't pronounce that word because in 1 second, it will produce 50 stimulations, 50 bursts. So, it comes in a pocket of 50 stimulations in 1 second. So, this is called pattern TMS, or you can see this theta burst stimulation. Now, this is how the conventional RTMS looks like, and this is how a patterned RTMS looks like. Now, the only difference is that in theta burst stimulation, you can provide more number of stimulations within less amount of time. Suppose I was giving 1500 stimulations, high frequency stimulation, it would take around 12 to 14 minutes. But if I am using theta burst stimulation, I can safely give up to 900 pulses within 3 minutes. So it was taking less amount of time. So that is the basic advantage of using theta burst stimulation. Now the lingo of theta burst is, if it is intermittent theta burst, it is excitatory. If it is continuous theta burst, it is inhibitory. So depending upon what you really want to do on which area of the brain, you use that. So the evidence is in depression, where you use intermittent theta burst over the same area, which is safe and well tolerated in conditions like major depression and treatment-resistant depression. In schizophrenia, people have used it in CTBS, we call it CTBS, in auditory hallucination. Now, in the last 7 or 8 years, people are targeting cerebellum. So we all know there is a circuit called CSTC circuit, cerebellar striato-thalamo-cortical circuit. So people are basically targeting cerebellum using specialized type of coils, and they are seeing that it is quite effective, safe, and well tolerated in conditions like obsessive compulsive disorders, substance use disorders, and lately depression as well. A lot of work is happening these days in stroke rehabilitation, neuroinflammation, post-stroke aphasias. I'm sure people who are coming from a multi-speciality center, they do get patients with post-stroke aphasias. So it is a very, very safe and well tolerated method of treatment. Then accelerated RTMS. Theta burst ke baad the next step is accelerated RTMS. Very simple, giving more than 1 session in a day. So theoretically, if you are giving up to 3 to 5 sessions in a day, with the purpose or the rationale of rapid relief, particularly in cases of suicidal depression or severe depression, it was found to be effective. I'll quickly come to the famed protocol, which is called as SAINT protocol. Now, this Stanford people, they hurriedly got US FDA approval during 2020 COVID time. They say that we have used a protocol where we gave 18,000 sessions in a day, interspersed in a very fast way. So you can see 1810 sessions over a day for 5 days. They say that it magically alleviated depression. And a lot of work has happened. We at NIMHANS and CIP also, we tried to do that, sir, but our patients, they did not tolerate. So we published also in Brain Stimulation Journal that at CIP, people started to vomit. It was so much of stimulation in a small amount of time. In NIMHANS, people are finding it difficult to have people giving stimulation. The whole day the patient has to sit over there. So that was a practical challenge which we had. So I think NIMHANS did 3 patients, we at CIP did 2 patients. Then we had to abort this because it was not practically feasible for us. So that's the challenge which I am talking about. Then we have a lot of, this is the same thing which I was talking about, which we published. We also published in CNS spectrums also from CIP Ranchi. So these are some machines which we have been using at our institute. We are also using a robotized coil positioning system as well. So this is just quickly, I'm just taking you through. Now we are having some novel stimulation side. I was talking to you about cerebellar stimulation. So we have been publishing about using cerebellar stimulation. We are also using theta burst at cerebellum, which is safe and well tolerated. People are also using MRI navigated TMS. So in MRI navigated TMS, what we do, we take the person-specific MRI of the individual, and in the neuronavigation device we put their images. So that produces a person-specific head model, which is a very precise way of localizing the area which has to be simulated. So this is MRI navigated TMS. So I have already talked to you about this. Then in the TMS part, the last part is deep TMS. I was talking to you about helmet coil, H coil. So the quest for going deeper into the brain when it comes to neuromodulation led the Israeli people come up with a coil or a type of coil in which they oriented the magnetic coil inside a helmet in such a way that where a conventional figure of 8 coil was going only 0.7 centimeter beneath the skull, they were able to penetrate up to 3 centimeter beneath the skull. So it was going deeper. So based on this, 3 type of helmet. So H, they call it H coil. H doesn't stand for helmet. H stands for Hesed. H-E-S-S-E-D. It's a Hebrew word for cap. So because it is a patented stuff, the Brainspace, the company, they have not given the patent to anyone. So they are the only people in the world who are actually making and marketing this particular thing. So there are 3 different type of coils. So this is the H coil. You can see the yellow color. So yellow color coded coil is called H7 coil, which targets the bilateral medial prefrontal cortex and anterior cingulate cortex. It is US FDA approved for treatment of resistant OCD. Similarly, we have H1 coil, which stimulates the bilateral DLPFC, US FDA approved for treatment of depression. And last but not the least, this is H4 coil. It's a green color coil, which basically targets bilateral insular cortex. It is US FDA approved for treatment of smoking cessation. Sir, I am not using the word nicotine dependence. The US FDA writes smoking cessation. Okay. So this is just the difference you can see. Sir, I will take another 5 or 7 minutes. Yeah. So I just wanted to tell you. So there are a lot of advances happening in the field of deep TMS also. From the OCD clinic of NIMHANS, we are starting a project. We have just recruited where we are using intermittent theta burst stimulation accelerated protocol in resistant OCD. So we will be doing data collection together. So these are some publications from our institute when it comes to using deep TMS. Recently it has been published over a period of time. There are newer innovations when you are combining 2 different types of stimulation. I will not go into the details of this. Something called hybrid stimulation. Now, very simple, hybrid stimulation can be combining 2 different machines. Suppose you are combining normal RTMS with theta burst, or you are combining TDCS with TMS, or you are combining 2 different stimulation protocols. Suppose I am priming the left DLPFC first with inhibitory TMS followed by excitatory TMS. So these are called hybrid protocols. It can be protocol based, site based, or other modalities based. This has been tried in depression, schizophrenia, and stroke rehabilitation. This is one of the protocols, part of the CRC study we published in the Welcome Journal, which basically where we are basically using continuous theta burst stimulation followed by TDCS. Indian evidences, definitely there are Indian evidences. Almost 52 studies were reviewed in an article. Interestingly, there are more studies on schizophrenia rather than depression in India. The data is for depression, but studies from India are more in schizophrenia. I'll leave you guys with the reason why this is so. There is a reason behind it. We can have a discussion later on. Lastly, coming to direct current stimulation, these transcranial direct current stimulation. Now the beauty of this thing is, the device is just like a mobile phone. You can keep it in your pocket, wear a headband, and the stimulation is given. A prototype device was developed by NIMHANS with the help of DRDO, and they have just started to use that over a period of time. It's cheap, easy to use, portable, and it has got significantly lesser side effects than even RTMS. There are different types of it. I am not going to the details of that. I'll keep myself focused on the evidence. It's a very simple thing, sir. Very simple. It's a battery. All of you in your childhood have made a science project of a battery, a torch. So you put two cells. There's an anode and a cathode. So the concept of TDCS is as simple as that. The area of the brain which has to be stimulated will be put up an anode, and the area which has to be inhibited a cathode. So we put two electrodes in such a way that the current from the battery goes from the anode and comes out from the cathode, and it has been found to improve the target symptoms over a period of time. So this is how it works, as simple as that. In TDCS, what has been approved till date is that we give 2 milliamperes current in a session for a period of 20 to 30 minutes. Then we have better understanding of TDCS, which is something which is known as high definition TDCS. TDCS is only 2 electrodes, anode and cathode. Now in high definition TDCS, it will come or it will not come? Because the picture is important. What I am saying is not important, the picture is important. So, yeah. Again, it's a wearable device, mind it. And this picture is from our lab only. So, it's a grid of electrodes. I'll show you in the next slide. So, the central part, the central electrode F3 is the anode, which is surrounded by 4 cathodes. So, we make a grid so that the current goes deeper and it produces more focal results. So this is how it is. For TDCS, we have level A recommendations for depression, where at the same area, left DLPFC anodal stimulation. In schizophrenia, for negative symptoms, the same protocol, left DLPFC over the anodal stimulation, or cathodal stimulation over the left temporoparietal cortex. Almost similar protocols. If you have that concept of inhibition and excitation, you have the similar protocols for GAD, PTSD and obsessive compulsive disorder. A lot of work is happening using TDCS or GTDCS in substance use disorders. We at CIP are also doing that, otherwise it is happening across the country. Again, it's a very, very safe method of treatment, even in pregnancy, in young population or in elderly population. This is a summary, table which I have taken from the IPS clinical practice guidelines. Again, you can take a printout and you can put it in the room in which you are actually practicing it. Lastly, I'll finish in the next 2 or 3 minutes, sir. And lastly, a lot of work, research work, mind it, clinical research work is happening in the field of transcranial alternating current stimulation. Now the interesting part of it is you can use the same TDCS machine to do this as well. Simple as that. No new machine is required. They have the facility. So it has been tried in insomnia, cognitive dysfunction, associated various things, chronic pain, Parkinsonism, depression and schizophrenia. Quickly taking you through to random noise stimulation. These are some newer modalities. Some very few, 1 or 2 studies are available, so I'll not go into the details of this. So what future beholds is something like controllable TMS, closed loop TMS, home-based TMS. There's something called spring RTMS, which people can carry home and bring it back to the clinician. Then tele-TECS, it also took very nicely during COVID times, where people will actually carry the portable device at home. The doctor in his chamber through internet would switch on and switch off the machine. So this is simple tele-TECS. In India, the first CDSCO, approved machine, the system has come. This is called EASE. EASE is basically used as a clinical research at CIP and KMC Manipal. It basically gives you 3 things. It gives you direct current stimulation. It also gives you cognitive training as well as at the same time you can online record EEGs also. So this protocol we are about to use in few days time. So lastly, the future of neuromodulation beholds in precision neuromodulation. So at CIP Ranchi, we have the first precision neuromodulation lab not only in India but in the entire Southeast Asia. So what we have a system, you can see over here. This is called a G10 neuromodulation system, which has a camera. You can see on the right, in the mid, and the down, there is a grid of cameras. We put a EEG cap on an individual, and that camera takes a three-dimensional head model of that particular person, and this head model is created. Now we take the same patient to 3D MRI. We take 3D MRI images, right? So now these 3D MRI images are superimposed on that head model, and we get the most precise and most specific head model for that particular individual. Then we can pick and choose the area which needs to be stimulated, and that is how we can get the highest level or highest and the most precise level of stimulation for that particular individual. We have been using it for clinical research as of now. We are not using it for clinical purposes. Let's hope, what further we are going to have it. So, what further we can have standardized protocols, precise mapping, quality control. I think all medical colleges and district hospitals should have. The first time I saw RTMS machine is in Odisha, sir. DMHP Odisha has actually started to venture into neuromodulation. So I had gone over there and give them training, and they are actually using it for clinical purposes. So this is just a starting. We all offer short-term courses in therapeutic neuromodulation to everyone who is at CIP, and I'm sure at NIMHANS they don't charge anything for short-term trainings. So you don't need a certificate. People ask me, do I need a certificate? You don't need a certificate to be VCT, or you don't need a certificate to prescribe olanzapine. Then why you are asking for a certificate to provide neuromodulation? So that problem has to go out of our head. The cost has to come down. Then only it will be more affordable, not for the clinicians but also for the patients. So this is how it has grown over a period of time. So finally, I would still say that there are sporadic NABS studies institutions. I want more and more private setup to conduct, controlled research, so that more and more data is generated from our country. People from abroad are coming to us, asking us to generate data for them. But we have so much of facilities, so much of people. Why don't we generate our own data and show to the world that what we are doing, sir? It has a role in private clinics with a wide range of protocol, widespread availability, and maybe it is going to be more affordable in the future. So this is what I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for that extremely detailed and lucid presentation. I think we can have 2 questions, if anyone has any questions to ask.
Postprandial.
Yeah, that's question number 1.
Yeah. So cost effectiveness is the question when we talk about private practice, because most of the time, they give the package of direct 1 to 1.2 lakh. Most of the patients are not welcome. In institutes, possibly you are giving maybe at reduced cost or maybe for the free, but in private it becomes difficult for us.
So I beg to disagree on this. I'll not name a private institution which is in South India, based at Hyderabad. They have opened 8 neuromodulation centers across South India in various cities. The only thing is, if you are not able to afford it, why don't you join hands with like-minded people? If one person cannot afford it, 3 or 5 people, they can afford it. Now you have corporate culture in hospitals also. I think a lot of them, mental health institutes are there in Bangalore, where 3 or 4 people are, joining hands together and doing it. So ma'am, try not to find out don'ts, try to find out the do's of doing it, rather than thinking of don'ts. One person, single person, I'm sure cannot afford it. So if 5 more people are using it, first of all, for the patient, you have to have it your own system, na? If you send it to someone, there will be cost escalations. Rather than sending it to someone else, you have your own system. This is what my point is. That's why I'm saying. And if you are using it for 5 patients in a day, you can always reduce the cost of it. It's all about number of stimulation you are giving in a day. If you are doing it more, the cost definitely will come down. I have a lot of examples, ma'am. So you should not stop yourself from thinking about the cost. And patient's cost is decided by you, not the machine. The person decides the cost, not the machine decides the cost. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, my question is regarding the FDA approval. So overall, across all the areas that we can use, be depression or OCD, beyond that, when we spoke about the negative symptoms of schizophrenia or auditory hallucination, smoking cessation, are those also approved or those are under research yet?
See, the areas, I have shared the level of recommendations also at different places.
It was just
so most of them are FDA approved.
But are they FDA?
I have my strong reservations when we are running behind FDA approvals. The machine is approved, the machines are approved by CDSCO. It's an Indian regulatory authority. Then why you have to run behind FDA approvals? It's an American thing, ma'am. You have to have your own set of things.
I would like to follow the same. It is more about that people ask about this.
See, if somebody sues you tomorrow that because of RTMS my patient had a seizure, FDA approval will not give you a safeguard in the court of law. As simple as that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think Dr. Nishant will be agreeable for further discussions over a cup of tea. So I'll hand over to Dr. Abhay Matkar for his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Having listened to Nishant over a period of a decade, every time I listen, there is something new which he has come across. And I am sure this field will have much more to offer for our patients, both in terms of the efficacy issue and of course the issue of cost. Thank you, Dr. Nishant.
Thank you for the insightful talk, sir, for sharing your knowledge and experience. I now request the chairpersons to present the token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker.
Sir, again. After you. After you.
May I now call upon Dr. Geeta Desai, Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, to kindly offer the chairpersons an expression of our gratitude. We now move on to our next scientific sessions on the topic Consciousness, Molecules and the Psychedelic Mind. I take pleasure in inviting our chairperson, Dr. O.P. Singh, Professor of Psychiatry, Kolkata, who is also the ex-editor of IGPay. May I also welcome Dr. Supriya Hegde, Professor, Father Mulla Medical College, Mangaluru. I extend a warm welcome to our speaker, Dr. Lakshmi Shiva, a consultant psychiatrist from Bengaluru.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lakshmi Shiva, founder and consultant of Asari Neuropsychiatric Center, Bengaluru. She's a former EC member, associate editor of Journal of Psychiatry Spectrum, and has publications in various national and international journals. Today she is here to consume our minds on a very interesting and mesmerizing topic. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Welcome you all. It's heartening to see a lot of people here. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving this fascinating topic to me. It's made me, have sleepless nights over the last so many weeks and has given me an entry to a very fascinating world. I'll try my best to get you all there too. So, the structure of my presentation would be to understand consciousness, a little bit about theories of consciousness, what are psychedelics, and then linking the topic, psychedelics, molecules, and consciousness, and then we talk a little about clinical implications. So, consciousness, I would like to ask all of you to take a second to think about how do you feel to be you? What does it feel like to be you? Why does it feel like to be you? And that is called consciousness. So consciousness is the subjective awareness of what it feels like to exist. Our ability to be aware of ourselves and our surroundings, allowing us to perceive, feel, and interact with the world. So consciousness involves two things. It has phenomenal consciousness and access consciousness. So phenomenal consciousness is the raw experience, the redness of the red, the taste of the coffee. How does it feel like to drink coffee is what subjective experience is. Access consciousness is about the information available for reasoning, speech, decision making, etc. Psychiatry engages with both, since disorders can alter awareness. So we are in a quest to understand consciousness, and it's considered as the last great frontier of science, a profound mystery of our existence. We'll go back a little into fish. What are the disorders of consciousness that we have read in fish? It can start from clouding of consciousness, which is mild awareness impairment, moving to confusional states, stupor, and finally coma. Coma can have twilight states, delirium, or oneroid states. Now I come back to talk about one of the hardest things in science we are trying to answer, the hard problem of consciousness. So in consciousness, there's something called easy problem of consciousness and hard problem of consciousness. So what is the hard problem of consciousness? It's the fundamental challenge of explaining how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience. This aspect can also be called as subjective reality, mental phenomena, subjective experience, or qualia. It is inalienable and difficult to explain scientifically, build characteristics. Again, to understand easy versus hard problems of consciousness, easy problems, actually it's not easy. but at least we know through neuroscience, we can explain it through neurons and neurochemicals, how the brain processes information, focuses attention, memory, etc. Whereas the hard problem is, why do we have subjective first-person experiences or qualia? Easy problems actually are complex, but at least theoretically they are solvable with neuroscience, explaining attention, memory, perception, language, and we can correlate with brain activity. Whereas hard problem is, why do neural processes give rise to subjective experience? Why does brain activity feel like anything at all? For example, if you see something, you know how to describe the mechanics of vision. You know where does the light ray go, and then what is the optical mechanism going on there, which area of the brain it goes, how do you see things? These things we know to explain. But then if I ask you, why does it feel like seeing blue? How does it feel like seeing red? That is something which we are not able to answer precisely with neuroscience. This mind-body debate, whether mind is brain or mind is not brain, has been going on from a very, very long time. In the 1600s, Descartes proposes the mind is a separate immaterial substance. In 1700s, there are materialists who argue that matter itself can think. In the 1800s, we had Darwin's theories, and today we are searching for neural correlates of consciousness. So, the mission now is to find neural correlates of consciousness, the specific brain activity corresponding to subjective experience. Now, there are many, many theories of consciousness that have been given by scientists over a period of time. Please bear with me for the next few slides because it's all very dull and dry and it's neurophysics, but I'm just trying to put it as simple as possible. Now, there are three broad types in theories of consciousness. The first type says science or materialism based theory says mind is equal to brain. That is qualia, subjective experience is equal to matter. Consciousness has no distinct role. These are theories of science. Then we have dualism theories or spirituality theories where they say mind is not equal to the brain. Consciousness is being outside science. Qualia and matter are distinct entities. Then we have hybrid theories where they say science with consciousness as an essential ingredient of physical laws which are not fully understood. So these theories try to link science with mind. So just to compare the three theories, materialistic theories, like I said, say mind is equal to brain. So they have strong scientific evidence, they are testable, they are neuroscience based. But the weakness is that they struggle with qualia. And on the other side, if you go to the dualistic or spiritualistic kind of theories, there they say mind is not equal to the brain, consciousness is non-physical, the strength is here, these theories will account for qualia, that is the subjective experience, but difficult to prove scientifically. And in between you have various theories which are somewhere in between the two. These are various theories, coming under all of these types. Again, I'll talk about few of them, important ones, with as simplistic as I can. Let us look at some materialistic theories, which means these are science-based theories which are trying to answer consciousness. Higher order thought, it's called the HOT theory, proposed by David Rosenthal. So what does he say? He says there is a first order thought. For example, it's a direct experience, it's seeing a red apple. Then he says there is a higher order thought which says I know I see a red apple, right? And this fits with neuroscience because prefrontal cortex may generate higher order thoughts. The global workspace theory, it was given by Bars and Dehaene. Here, consciousness is thought to be like a backstage, global broadcast of information across the brain. And then there is a spotlight, like when you put the spotlight on one particular area, that is awareness. Consciousness is like a backstage. When you put a spotlight, that means when you start thinking of something consciously, when you pay attention to something, that's when awareness comes. right? So information is in the global workspace and it's accessible to attention, memory, decision making, and language. These theories are supported by fMRI and EEG evidence. Then we have something called the integrated information theory. Here, consciousness is the ability of a system to integrate information. So basically this thing is more and more integration, more and more complexity. It means higher level of consciousness, and it is measured by something called phi. So higher the phi, stronger is the integration and richer is the consciousness. If you have a lower phi, then weaker is the integration and there is no consciousness. A human brain, which is highly interconnected, has rich awareness, whereas a computer chip, even if you think it's a very complicated thing, is not comparable to the brain, and therefore it may lack true consciousness. Then we have entropy-based theories. Entropy means it's a level of disorder, level of flexibility in the brain. So we have low entropy, medium entropy, and high entropy. So if I tell you that medium entropy is where the brain functions optimally, right? That is the best, zone, critical zone between order and disorder. When you give psychedelics, it leads to high entropy. That means there is chaos. And that state of the brain is what can even lead to psychosis, etc. Whereas when you think of low entropy, that is what you see in unconsciousness or sleep, where the disorderness is less, right? So if I compare it to a, music band, if there is a rigid, boring kind of beat, then it is low entropy. If you have chaotic noise, then it's high entropy. And the medium between that is what is balanced harmony, and that's how our brain functions optimally. Then there's something called OR theory of consciousness, which is based on microtubules. Why I'm talking about all these things is we will need these things when we want to answer psychedelics. So that's why I'm just giving you a brief. Now here, microtubules, we know neurons contain tiny protein structures called microtubules. Quantum computations occur within these structures called microtubules. And then there is a collapse which happens and creates moment of conscious experiences. Anesthesia, when you give anesthesia, it may disrupt these quantum effects, switching off the consciousness. So this theory links the physics and neuroscience to mind. All these were materialistic theories about science trying to explain consciousness. Now we'll go to dualism, where they say mind is not equal to brain. So Descartes said that mind and brain are distinct substances. Res extensa means body, which is physical. Res cogitans means mind, which is soul. And he says that consciousness is located in the immaterial mind and it's not there in the brain. We have an ontological account by David Chalmers. Chalmers says again, subjective experiences cannot be reduced to physical facts, and consciousness cannot be explained by physical brain processes. For this, he uses something called Mary thought experiment. Now, this is a fiction story. There is nobody really called Mary, but then he tries to explain. Just say that Mary, who is a neuroscientist, she knows everything about color vision. She knows how vision works, how color vision is formed in the brain and everything, but she has never seen color by herself. And when she sees color for the first time, how would she feel? Though she knew everything about mind, everything about color vision, the subjective experience gives her a different feeling, and therefore this suggests that subjective experience adds new information that is not reducible to facts. For example, about psychedelics, I might have read everything, I might be trying to tell you everything, but do I know how it feels when I take psychedelics? I will not. So that is the difference between subjective experiences versus getting to know facts. And this was Chalmers' theory. Before we proceed, I give you all a question, which if time permits, we can try to answer in the end. Do you all think artificial intelligence has consciousness? Because artificial intelligence is mimicking the brain, right? So do you think it has consciousness? And we'll come back to it later. Now we'll come to, this is all about consciousness, right? Now we'll come to psychedelics. Psychedelics, it's a Greek word for mind manifesting. What are psychedelics? They are psychoactive compounds that induce substantial alterations to perception, cognition, and emotion. Primarily, we have three classes of psychedelics. Tryptamines, they include the magic mushroom, psilocybin, and the DMT. Then we have ergolines, which are primarily represented by LSD, and these compounds possess a complex polycyclic indole nucleus. Then we have the phenylethylamines, such as the mescaline. What are tryptamines? We'll go back to basic chemistry of second PUC probably. Tryptamine is a indolamine metabolite of the essential amino acid tryptophan. Right? It has an indole, which means indole is a fused benzene and a pyrrole ring. Benzene ring means it will have 6 carbon atoms. Pyrrole ring will have 5 carbon atoms. When they fuse is what you call an indole. And it will have a 2 amino ethyl group at the second carbon. These tryptamines activate serotonin receptors and the trace amino acid receptors in the mammalian brain, and they regulate a lot of activity of dopaminergic, serotonergic, and glutaminergic systems. Now, if you see the structure of psilocin and serotonin and DMT, what you can recognize in common is they all have similar structure. They all have this indole ring, which is why psilocin, DMT have that amount of affinity to serotonin receptors. These are the structures of LSD and mescaline. So you can see that all of them have similar structure, which is why they bind to the serotonin receptor with great affinity. So this entire psychedelic cascade is initiated by binding to one specific lock, and that is the serotonin 5-HT2A. This is the primary molecular target. Many psychedelics are prodrugs. They are inactive compounds, but after entering your body, they convert into their active form. The first wave of psychedelic research, like Nishant sir was saying, was happening in the 1950s and 60s, and it had sort of died down. Now what we are witnessing is the psychedelic revival and renaissance in scientific and clinical research. Under psychedelics, what happens in the mind is beaten tracks are wiped out, steering one along the roads not yet taken. We now come to what we are talking today. We learnt about psychedelics, we know what molecules are involved in psychedelics, and we know what is consciousness, and now we'll see how all of them interact together. Just imagine from the injection of a compound created by a fungus or a toad, we are traveling to a novel state of consciousness with the power to change one's perspective on things, not just during the journey, but long after the molecule has left your body also. And this is what psychedelic research is giving us all. Now this book, if all of you want to read something on the topic that we are talking today, you can read this book. It's called How to Change Your Mind by Michael Pollan. The New York Times writes, Pollan makes losing your mind sound like the sanest thing a person could do. Yeah, it's a fascinating book, and it's a very good read. I would recommend that you read this. I'll tell you a little bit of story on how all this psychedelic thing began. It was because of convergence of 3 people in 2005, which ignited psychedelic research. David Nutt, he was a psychopharmacologist at Imperial College, London. He is This is Robin Carhart-Harris. He is a psychoanalyst, and he was fascinated by the psychoanalytic theories of Freud and Jung. But then he wanted to look for scientific basis for this unconscious mind. He did not agree that dreams are a way of unconscious mind. He wanted to bring science into understanding unconscious mind. And the third person is Amanda Fielding. She is a researcher interested in altered states of consciousness, and she runs the Beckley Foundation. So all 3 of them met. There's a story on how they met and all. But then by 2009 is when Carhart-Harris, now with a PhD, because David Nutt told him that as a psychoanalyst, I can't take you. You have to do a PhD with me, then I'll allow you into my lab. So then he did a PhD, and funding was given by Amanda Fielding, and they started to work in Nutt's lab on the effect of psychedelics in the brain. So initially when they started, the working hypothesis was inject psychedelics and do an fMRI to see how the brain is taking it. The initial hypothesis was psilocybin would increase the activities in the brain, especially in the emotional centers. But to their surprise, what they found was decrease in blood flow on fMRI. They discovered that psilocybin reduces brain activity and the fall off was very high in certain areas of the brain, and that time they didn't know what those areas were. But later on, this network was accidentally discovered as the default mode network by a neurologist, Marcus Eichle. Eichle noticed that there are several areas in the brain exhibited heightened activity during rest. How he actually discovered was, before entering the MRI machine, the subjects had to wait for a while, right? While they were waiting, there are certain areas in the brain lighting up. So these areas were activated at rest, and that was called as the default mode network. These are the areas which constitute the default mode network: the medial prefrontal cortex, angular gyrus, posterior cingulate cortex, the precuneus, and the hippocampus. So what does the brain default network do? They are structures that light up with activity when there are no demands on our attention, when we don't have any mental task to perform. That is when we daydream, when we ruminate, when we travel in time, when we reflect on ourselves and we worry. The minute we are given some task to do, our attention comes in focus and the default mode network goes down. So this is why it is like a seesaw. When the task positive network is working, the default mode network is down. When you are not doing any mental task, the task positive network, that is the attention based areas, go down and the default mode networks becomes activated. So it may be through the default mode network that structures are streaming up our consciousness. DMN exerts a top-down influence on the other parts of the brain. So when the activity in the DMN falls off, the ego temporarily vanishes and the usual boundaries we experience between the self and the world all melt away. What can deactivate DMN? One, we saw psychedelics can deactivate DMN, that is the default mode network. We know that highest stage of meditation can deactivate DMN. Probably the other things are sensory deprivation, fasting, near-death experiences. Probably these can also deactivate DMN. We do not know today, but it may be proven in future. So taking this network offline may give us access into extraordinary states of consciousness. When the DMN is deactivated, there is an increase in activity in several brain areas, including the limbic regions, and that's why under the influence of psychedelics, maybe we experience emotions, memories, and long buried traumas which were till now not accessed. So this is the DMN and the entropy thing. I was telling you that high entropy is like chaos, and that happens when DMN is deactivated. On the other spectrum, you have, when the DMN is very highly active, you have low entropy. So low entropy states are like when there is a lot of order in the system. For example, addiction, OCD, anesthesia, coma. Whereas you go to the opposite side, when the brain is disorganized, you have psychedelic states, early psychosis, divergent thinking, infant consciousness, etc. So if you think on the left hand side is placebo, and this is how the connections in the brain are. When you give psychedelics, that's how the brain becomes, because it increases the connectedness. Brain becomes more complicated. It enters into a high entropy state. So entry point into consciousness is through 5-HT2A receptor. What are the other mechanisms in which psychedelics may act? Other serotonin subtypes. Psychoplastogen model, which I'll explain in the next slide. Psychedelics also increase oxytocin levels, so they can provide critical period for social reward learning. And there are anti-inflammatory models where psychedelics activate an anti-inflammatory mechanism by inhibiting cytokines. So this is the psychoplastogen model, like I said. When a psychedelic molecule enters your body, it binds to the 5-HT2A receptor. Then it triggers a burst of glutamate release. Because of glutamate release, there is increase in BDNF, and BDNF promotes a new connection of neural neuroplasticity. This is as simple as I could reduce. So neuroplasticity is happening because of psychedelics, where the brain is forming new neural connections through all these signaling pathways. At the cellular and the structural level, you have neurogenesis and synaptogenesis. Dendritic complexity, substances like DMT and LSD increase dendritic complexity. We have synaptic plasticity, and ultimately all of them promote plasticity. Some of the other mechanisms of actions can be CSTC model, the corticostriatothalamo-cortical model. It proposes that psychedelics release sensory filters by reducing the inhibitory control of the prefrontal cortex. And there is relaxed beliefs under psychedelics model, which says via the 5-HT2A receptors, psychedelics loosen our prior predictions and increase sensitivity to bottom-up predictions occurs. Like I said, at one end, your brain sensory filter is disrupted, and therefore it's allowing a lot of sensory information into you. On the other side, your high beliefs, predictions, etc., old beliefs are relaxed, increasing the sensitivity to bottom-up information. The default mode network modulation, psychedelics reduce the activity of DMN, and that correlates with something called ego dissolution. Ego dissolution is a very important phenomena which is used in psychotherapy, psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. I think when Dr. Rangnath talks about it tomorrow, you'll know more on that. We spoke a lot on consciousness theories in the beginning, right? So what is happening to those theories when you give psychedelics? If you take the OR theory, which was on microtubules, psychedelics may alter the microtubules. If you take the integrated information theory, psychedelics may increase the global connectivity. Psychedelics may disrupt the DMN. So all those consciousness theories, we have an answer why psychedelics are a way to explore our subjective experiences. They can desynchronize the cortex and alter the electromagnetic fields. Ego dissolution can happen, and psychedelics increase the entropy. See, overall, psychedelics make the brain more connected, more complicated, higher entropy states. These are the key psychological effects that happen when you give psychedelics. Mystical type experiences, ego dissolution, a state of awe and wonder, emotional breakthrough, which is why it's used in PTSD, increases cognitive flexibility and enhances connectedness. And these are the antidepressant mechanisms of psychedelics. All these mechanisms converge on a single pathway, like breaking rigidity and increasing flexibility. And the effects are an interplay of multiple biological, psychological, and social factors. What are the clinical implications? When you connect all these dots through the psychoplastogen theory, they help rewire circuits, so we are using it in depression. To the relaxed belief theory, they create a window to change negative thought patterns. They provide emotional breakthroughs, which is why they can probably help trauma processing in PTSD. So we are using psychedelics in depression and anxiety. There are pilot studies to show there is reduction of obsessive compulsive symptoms. They're used in PTSD, addiction, and end-of-life distress. I'm not going into the clinical implications much because my topic restricts to consciousness. So what are psychedelics doing on the mind versus psychedelics doing on the brain? In the mind, it focuses on subjective experience. In the brain, it's focusing on neurophysiological effects. So while in psychiatry, we are trying to explore if psychedelics can treat depression, OCD, PTSD, we can also try to understand consciousness and treat disorders of consciousness. And I'll come to that now. So the last 2 minutes, but I think it's very, very important. I'm giving a lot of questions to your mind. Can consciousness be rebooted? If we are saying that psychedelics can alter consciousness, that means if a patient is in coma, do you think you can give psychedelics and reboot the consciousness? Is there one master key or unique key for every lock? So as of now, at least, we are using psychedelics as probes to empirically investigate the links between complexity, cognition, and consciousness. So if I say consciousness and complexity are connected, when we give psychedelics to disorder of consciousness patients, who exhibit pathologically low brain complexity, could it potentially ameliorate their consciousness by increasing complexity is what I'm asking. So could a drug that elevates complexity lift patients out of an unconscious state? So as you see here, the normal wakefulness is in between. A patient who is having any disorder of consciousness is on the left side. Now suppose you give psychedelics, it is increasing the state of consciousness. But our goal is we have to come to the optimal state. You can't take it to the highest state because brain functions in its optimal functioning zone and just not to maximize the complexity. So when psychedelics increase complexity, they push the brain into a hyperentropic supercritical zone, and this may not always be ideal. What happens when we give anesthetics? When we give anesthetics, they distort the consciousness, but psychedelics help us understand consciousness better. And this allows for studying the spectrum of consciousness, just not its presence or absence. Last 2 minutes. Translational psychiatry. We could probably use psychedelics to optimize dosing and context and integrate it with psychotherapy. How personalized medicine can work? Maybe we can model a patient's brain using their scans, simulate the effect of a psychedelic on the model and predict the outcome, identify which patients are likely to respond and who may not respond. All these may come in future. But there are some possible risks. Overhyping these quantum or EM models, public misuse can happen, cultural issues are there in terms of using psychedelics clinically. You can trigger panic attack, anxiety, probably cause traumatization if you are not well equipped to handle. You can even trigger psychosis in the vulnerable people because I said high entropy states is what we see in psychosis also. They may have rare cardiovascular effects. There are a lot of legal and regulatory barriers as of now to even think of using psychedelics, just not for research, but also clinically. Ethical considerations. There are ethical complexities of administering psychedelics to vulnerable DOC patients who may not be able to report their subjective experiences. They may have bad trips and they may not be able to convey it. It needs trained supervision. Integration support is essential, and of course, informed consent. How do you take informed consent from a patient who is unconscious? So all these ethical considerations are there. I conclude by saying psychedelics are now considered not only as treatments, but also as powerful neurobiological tools. By inducing distinct and quantifiable changes in the brain complexity, neuroplasticity, and network dynamics, it can deepen our fundamental understanding of consciousness itself. Take-home messages. Consciousness remains a central challenge because it's the intersection of neuroscience, psychiatry, and philosophy, spirituality, everything. Multiple theories have been given. Psychedelics serve as unique tools to probe consciousness. As of now, we do not know whether we can treat disorders of consciousness, but we can definitely probe consciousness. There is clinical promise in depression, PTSD, OCD, addiction, and end-of-life distress. Future of psychiatry, integrating neuroscience, psychotherapy, cultural wisdom, and cautious innovation. They bridge the gap between molecules and the mind, and in doing so, they invite us to reimagine both science and healing. Thank you.
What was really wonderful presentation. You have covered everything, and again, you have completed before time, so it will save the anxiety of the organizers. I just want to make 2 or 3 comments. First is that Dr. Gangadhar sir is there. So there is a lot of literature about consciousness in Indian literature. And the second thing is sometimes people think that human development of art and culture has been because of taking up magic mushrooms. When the humans were first, primitive humans were first exposed to mushrooms, then their consciousness expanded and a lot of kind of literature, art and all those things developed. And third is, of course, you have raised the question of AI. And of course, people are debating whether it has consensus or not. So thank you so much.
I think we have time for one question. After that, I think we'll have to move to the important thing. Any questions from the audience? Ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Ma'am, this is a very new topic to me, so I may not be asking the most appropriate question, so please pardon me there. We understood a little bit about the neurobiology when you said that psychedelics act at the 5-HT2A receptors and majorly acting, mimicking the serotonin. But when you were talking about the impact of it, we spoke about that it can mimic early psychosis, divergence. So all those have different chemicals involved. So how are these two? A little bit on the neurobiology part of this, if you could explain.
So, serotonin is the primary molecule, but that's not the only thing, right? I explained about there are a lot of other effects which the psychedelics do. It can be on the other neurotransmitters, it can be at the structural level, cellular level. So, there are so many things which are happening. I think the first thing that happens is attached to the serotonin molecule, that's all. But after that, there are numerous things happening, and how it can get you into a disordered state of thinking, or it's all like I explained about how it gets the brain into an high entropy state.
But those are all hypotheses, those are all theories right now. We still don't have a clear answer. It's still open.
Each model, you can actually make a 1-hour presentation. There's so much in neurophysics, but it's difficult to bring all that here. But if you're interested, there is a lot of material you can read.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, for want of time, we would like to conclude. I mean, everybody would agree it's only an excellent speaker who can simplify a very complicated topic into something which is so lucid and so well understandable. So, a round of applause to Lakshmi.
Thank you all, and it's just not a new topic for you, but it's a new topic for me also. But it's very fascinating, and like I said, one day may come when you're about to shut down your computer and the AI says, "Oh, I'm feeling so bad. Why are you going?" So I don't know. Will AI also get subjective experience one day is for something to think. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Shiva, for such a thought-provoking session. I would like to request the chairperson to present a token of appreciation to the speaker. May I call upon Dr. G.S. Palaksha, Senior Psychiatrist from Bangalore, to kindly offer the chairpersons a symbol of gratitude. So, chairperson. Very good. Good morning, everyone. We are now proceeding to the inaugural function. I request all the delegates to assemble in the inauguration hall for the inauguration program. Coffee will be served in this hall itself.
so people don't have to go there. And the coffee has been specially sponsored by the Coffee Board. We thank them for that. I now request Dr. Ravi Shankar Rao sir as a Master of Ceremony to host this session. Please welcome you, sir.
Namaskara, Shubhodaya, good morning. A warm welcome to all the delegates of the 35th Annual Conference of the Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka Chapter, the KANCIPS 2025. All of you have assembled here in Chikmagaluru, which legend says was the land that was gifted as dowry by a local chieftain to his Chikkamagalu. Chikmagaluru, set in resplendent nature, is renowned for its coffee plantations. It is India's first coffee growing region, having been introduced here by the Sufi mystic Baba Budan in the 17th century. Chikmagaluru, Beluru and Halebeedu was Hoysala country, where the civilization expressed itself in architectural wonders witnessed in the various temples over here. Set in abundance of nature, Chikmagaluru is a boon for nature lovers. Welcome to the inaugural ceremony of KANCIPS 2025. I request the President of the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka Chapter, Dr. Somasekhar Bujjal, to come on to the dais. I request the Organizing Committee Chairman, Dr. K.R. Venkatesh, to escort the Chief Guest, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, to the dais. I request the Vice President of the IPSKC, Dr. Anil Kumar, to escort our guest of honor, Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Balakundri, to the dais. I request the Secretary, IPSKC, Dr. Narayan Mutalik, to escort the Dean and Director, Chikmagaluru Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. M.R. Harish, to the dais. I request Dr. Alok Ganate, Treasurer, IPSKC, to escort Dr. T.S.S. Rao, President-elect, Indian Psychiatric Society, to the dais. I request Dr. Vijay Kumar Harbishetter, Editor, IPSKC, to escort the IPS Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Sujit Sarkar, to the dais. I request Dr. Lokesh Babu, Honorary Secretary, KANCIPS 2025, to escort the IPS South Zone Honorary Secretary, Dr. George Reddy to the dais. I request Dr. M. Chandrasekhar, Treasurer, KANCIPS 2025, to escort Dr. Mahesh Gowda, Honorary Treasurer, IPS South Zone, to the dais.
Sir.
I request Dr. Vinay Kumar, KS, Joint Secretary, KANCIPS 2025, to escort Dr. Harisha Delantabettu, KMC Observer. We'll call him for the invocation. Could you all be seated?
All again, first Harish Delantabettu images Islam. Welcome all these people. I've already done it. Done it.
I request Mrs. Gauri and team to render the invocation. As this is going to be our Nadagite, I request everyone in the audience and on the dais to please stand up.
First invocation. Invocation.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ, जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ, ಜೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ, ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ, ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ, ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ, ನಿಂದೆಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ, ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಶಂಕರರ ಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ರಣ್ಣ ಶರಾಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ, ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ, ಕೋಗಿಳೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯ ರಾಮ, ಜ್ಞಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಲರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ, ಡಂಕನ ಜಕನನ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ, ಕಾವೇರಿ ಅವರ ರಂಗ, ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ, ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ, ಪಾರಸೀಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ, ಜನತನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ, ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ, ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ, ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ, ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
This will be followed by the invocation song.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमट्टाय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलाक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डकण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढकुल्फाय गन्धमट्टाय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you, Hema and team, for the invocation. I now request our organizing committee chairman, Dr. K.R. Venkatesh, to welcome the gathering.
Welcome to Chickamauga, the Coffee Land. It's a record of sorts. I'm very happy and warmed with the response I got. It's almost 600 registrations till now. Last minute registration itself was about 15, I believe. That's the record. It's almost like a south zone as I'm seeing things. And it's my privilege to welcome Dr. Somsekhar Bijjal, sir, the president of IPSKC. Today's chief guest, Dr. Gangadhar, the former chairman of National Medical Council, NMC, and Vice Chancellor of NIMANS, former. I welcome Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balakundri, chief guest today, a well-known former cardiologist at Jayadav Institute of Cardiology. I welcome Dr. Harish Amar, Dean and Director, Chikmagalur School of Medical Sciences. I welcome Dr. Anil Kumar Nagaraj, President Elect IPSKC. I welcome Dr. T.S.S. Rao, President Elect IPS. I welcome IPS Editor-in-Chief Sutish Shakil. I welcome South Zone Honorary Secretary Dr. George Reddy. I welcome Dr. Mahesh Koda, Honorary Treasurer IPS South Zone. I welcome Dr. Harisha D, KMC Observer. I welcome Dr. Narayan Mutalek, Honorary Secretary IPSKC. I welcome Dr. Alok Ganate, Honorary Treasurer IPSKC. I welcome Dr. Vijay Kumar Harbi Shettar, Honorary Editor of IPSKC. I welcome Dr. Lokesh Babu, Honorary Secretary, KANCIPS 2025. I welcome all the awardees, speakers, the chairpersons, and delegates to the program. I welcome the media persons. I also welcome the pharma friends who have supported us wholeheartedly without any this one. I would welcome the local support sponsor from Chikmagaluru to the conference. I also welcome the organizing committee of KANCIPS 2025, without whom I couldn't have made it. Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Ravindra Manoli, Dr. Pavitra, Dr. Annapurna, Dr. Vinay Kumar KS, and chairpersons and members of different communities of KANCIPS 2025. I welcome one and all. I hope all of you go back with good memories of scientific knowledge, gastronomic delight, and also entertainment. It is going to be following in the evening. Have a good time. Thank you.
I think Dr. Venkatesh deserves a rose too for his welcome. Now I request the President IPSKC, Dr. Somshekhar Bujal, to declare the conference open.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates, I declare the 35th Scientific Conference of the Indian Psychiatry Society Karnataka Chapter KANCIPS 2025 open. Thank you. Now may I request the chief guest and guest of honor and all the dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate this KANCIPS by lighting the lamp.
Hello everyone. We have given you a small lamp. Please stand up and can you light the lamp for us? All of you are the chief guests. All of you are lighting the lamp for us. Let's all drive away the darkness of mental illness. Light off ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. Thank you all.
I yeah. I now invite the Honorary Secretary, Dr. Narayan R. Mutalik, to present his report.
Very good morning, everyone. Respected President of IPSKC, distinguished guests, senior colleagues, and my dear friends and students. It gives me immense pleasure to present in brief the report of the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter for the year 24-25. This has been a truly remarkable year for our chapter, marked by academic excellence, innovative initiatives, and strong community engagement. We conducted a wide range of academic activities across Karnataka, including postgraduate continuing medical education programs, undergraduate and postgraduate quiz competitions, essay contests, debates, and the midterm CMEs at Mysuru. Innovative initiatives such as the Movie Club series and the Wednesday Scholarly Webinar series and IPSKC PG Case Conference series brought fresh energy, blending psychiatry with creativity and advanced research training. One of the major milestones of this year has been the progress of our official journal. Under the able leadership of our Dr. Vijay Kumar Harvishettar, Journal of Psychiatry Spectrum achieved indexing in both Scopus and Directory of Open Access Journals and expanded to 4 issues annually. This has placed the Karnataka chapter of the Indian Psychiatric Society prominently on the national and international academic map. We also continue to strengthen our commitment to community services. The Karnataka chapter actively observed all major mental health awareness days, conducted public education programs, and reached out to schools and colleges. As part of our corporate social responsibility initiative, we donated transcranial direct current stimulation machine to S. Nijlingappa Medical College, Bagalkot, a meaningful step towards enhancing clinical services, patient care, and training opportunities for the students. Our membership has grown steadily, reflecting the enthusiasm and commitment of the psychiatric fraternity in Karnataka. It has reached 800 till now. Several of our members were honored with prestigious state and national awards, bringing recognition and pride to our chapter. Alongside academic and service activities, we also nurtured togetherness and fellowship through events such as the family picnic at Dandeli, the Psychiatry Premier League, a cricket tournament, and the Psychiatric Shuttle Badminton League. These occasions reminded us that the Karnataka chapter of the Indian Psychiatric Society is not merely a professional body but also a close-knit and supportive family. Friends, as I look back, I feel a deep sense of pride in what we have achieved together and gratitude for the wholehearted support of our IPSKC members. As we gather in the serene hills of the Chikamagaluru for the KANCIPS 2025, let us celebrate our journey, renew our bonds, and move forward with greater energy to advance psychiatry and mental health care in Karnataka. So in the same spirit, it is fitting to recall the theme of this year's World Mental Health Day 2025, access to services, mental health in catastrophes and emergencies. This theme reminds us of our shared responsibility to ensure that mental health care is accessible, inclusive, and responsive, especially in the most challenging of circumstances. Thank you, one and all, and I wish you a meaningful and memorable conference. So, the most awaited program. Now let us begin with the announcement of the awards. First and foremost, I would like to announce Dr. K.M. Dhruva Kumar Award for the Psychodynamic Psychotherapy 24 and 25. This year's award goes to Dr. Moksha Shah, Junior Resident, SBI Medical College and Hospital, Bharwad, for a case presentation on moderate depressive disorder with borderline personality disorder. May I request the chief guest to kindly present the award. And UG and Enterprise examination was conducted by Dr. Gopal Das and Neeraj Raj. The first prize goes to Divya Vachani, KS Hegde Medical College, and second prize Uday Kumar, Siddhganga Medical College, and third prize Ajit Shri Siddhartha Institute of Medical Sciences. Unfortunately, they could not make for KANCIPS. Now, Senior Psychiatrist Felicitation 24-25. This year, IPSKC is proud to felicitate Dr. Vivek Benegal, retired Professor of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bengaluru, for his lifelong contribution to our field. May I invite Dr. Vivek Benegal sir onto the dais and request the Chief Guest and Guest of Honors and other dignitaries to honor him. Next in the Next is Professor R. Raghuram, Distinguished Young Teacher Award 24 and 25. This has been instituted by the Psychiatry Postgraduate Alumni of Kempegowda Institute of Medical Sciences, Bengaluru from the year 2011. So this year, the award goes to Dr. Kiran Kumar K, Professor and Head, Psychiatry, Vaidehi Institute of Medical Sciences. I request Dr. Kiran Kumar onto the dais, and I would like to request Dr. Harsha GT to read the citation.
I'll continue last time. Excuse me.
The Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter today at its 35th annual conference at Chikamagaluru bestows on Dr. Kiran Kumar K the prestigious Professor Raghuram Distinguished Young Teacher Award for the year 2024-25. Dr. Kiran Kumar K, born and raised in Bangalore, completed his MBBS from Kempegowda Institute of Medical Sciences, Bangalore in 2004 and MD in Psychiatry from JSS Medical College, Mysore in 2009. During his postgraduate training, he distinguished himself by securing gold medal from RJHS, being honored as the best outgoing student at JSS Medical College, and receiving the prestigious Shri Kapil Apupai Award from IPSKC for securing highest marks in MD examination. With an academic career spanning nearly 2 decades, Dr. Kiran Kumar has contributed immensely to medical education. He began his teaching journey at PSINR, Kuppam in the year 2010 and subsequently joined Vaidehi Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Bengaluru. where he is currently heading the Department of Psychiatry. Recognized by the National Medical Commission as a qualified undergraduate, postgraduate teacher and examiner, he has mentored generations of students, instilling in them professional competence, leadership qualities, and a deep commitment to patient care. He is a keen researcher. Dr. Kiran Kumar K has actively promoted academic inquiry among his students. He has published extensively. Extensively in reputed national and international journals, presented to his work at various scientific platforms. His contributions also extend to organizing CMEs, advanced academic and administration, and serving multiple leadership roles as President of Academic Society, member of Board of Studies, Research Advisory Committee, NAC Curricular Committee, and coordinator of Mentorship Program. Dr. Kiran Kumar's association with Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter has been long-standing and significant. He has contributed to digital archiving of Inaugural Psychiatry commemorative issue IJP 50 Golden Years from 1958 to 2008 and was instrumental in digitizing all mandatory IPSKC awards. He served as executive committee member in 2015, honorary editor of IPSKC newsletter, and has been valued resource person for several postgraduate CMEs. At present, he serves as associate editor for the Indian Journal of Psychological Medicine and Journal of Psychiatry Spectrum, and holds important responsibilities as co-chairperson of the IPS Undergraduate Education Subcommittee and co-opted member for Postgraduate Education Subcommittee. Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter is proud to honor Dr. Kiran Kumar K for his outstanding contributions to teaching, research, professional development, and dedicated service to psychiatry. Professor Raghuram Distinguished Young Teacher Award 2024-25 on this day, the 13th of September 2025, during 35th Annual State Conference KANCIPS 25 at Chikamagaluru. This is duly signed by Dr. Somshekar Bijal, President IPSKC, and Dr. Narayan Mutalik, Honorary Secretary IPSKC, dated 13 September 2025, Chikamagaluru. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha. Some of our prestigious awards will be formally delivered in designated sessions, but I take this opportunity to announce the award is here. Eminent Psychiatrist Award for the year 24-25. This year we have two distinguished recipients. Dr. Dashrath Patange, Direct Professor of Psychiatry, Kalburgi. Dr. Jagdish A, Managing Director and Consultant Psychiatrist, Abhay Hospital, Bengaluru. Dr. LGP Achar, Member Immigration, goes to Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy, Professor of Psychiatry, Enhance, Bengaluru. And Professor Alal Kapoor Memorial Lecture 24-25 is awarded to Dr. Sri Kumar and Menon, Nias, Bengaluru. We had IPSKC Psychiatry Quiz for postgraduates. The Psychiatry Shimoga Silver Jubilee Quiz 25 was conducted by the Department of Psychiatry, DMCRI, Bengaluru in the month of February 2025. First prize went to Dr. Saurabh S and Dr. Divya Gurunathan Nimans, Bengaluru. Second prize went to Dr. Neha and Dr. Anusha, BMCRI, Bengaluru. And third prize went to Dr. Ananya and Dr. Nidhi, Saptagiri Medical College, Bengaluru. As the awards and certificates have been issued at the center where the PGCME has been taken place. This year we have not awarded anyone for this Spandana Award. Now IPSKC Distinguished Service Award 24-25. This award is instituted for exemplary service in the field of mental health with a duration of service in Karnataka for a minimum of 10 years for non-psychiatrists. So this year the recipient is Divya Karunya Anand Ashrama, Chikamagaluru. In recognition of their outstanding service, I request Divya Karunya Ananda Swami to come on to the dais. I request Dr. Chandrasekhar M to read the citation.
IPSKC Distinguished Service Award 24-25. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter today at its 35th annual conference at Chikmagaluru bestows on Divya Karunya Anandashrama Trust the prestigious IPSKC Distinguished Service Award for the year 24-25. The objectives of the trust are to participate in God's service and to uplift society through initiatives in education, rehabilitation, health, family welfare, social and cultural development, self-reliance and improvement of social status. Based on these objectives, Divya Karunya Ananda Swami initiated several charitable institutions across Karnataka. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter is proud to honor Divya Karunya Ananda Shrama Trust, Noor Bagilo, Yanarpura for their service with IPSKC Distinguished Service Award 2024-25 on this day, the 13th September 2025 during the 35th Annual State Conference KANCIPS 25 at Chikmagaluru. Duly signed by Dr. Somsekhar Bijjal, President IPSKC and Dr. Narayan Mitalik, Honorary Secretary IPSKC.
Now comes Srimati D.S. Rajeshwari Chandrasekhar and Samadhana Center Award 24-25, given for the best work in public psychiatry instituted by Dr. C.R. Chandrasekhar, former Professor of Psychiatry in Enhance. This year, the award goes to Vayo Manasa Sanjeevani, Nimhans, Bengaluru. I request Ms. Ratnaprabha to come onto the dais, and I request Dr. Sameer Mangalvedi Belvi to read the citation.
ಇದೊಂದು ರಾಜೇಶ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅವರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್
Good morning all. Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter, Srimati D.S. Rajeshwari Chandrasekhar and Samadhana Center Award 2024-2025. Citation. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter at its 35th annual conference in Chikmagaluru is proud to confer the Srimati D.S. Rajeshwari Chandrasekhar Samadhana Center Award 2024-2025 on Vayo Manasa Sanjeevani of the Geriatric Unit, Department of Psychiatry, Nimhans, Bengaluru. With multifaceted contributions, Vayo Manasa Sanjeevani has emerged as a model of excellence in geriatric mental health. It is with great pride that the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter at its annual conference at Chikmagaluru honors Vayo Manasa Sanjeevani with the Srimati D.S. Rajeshwari Chandrasekhar Samadhana Center Award 2024-2025 on this 13th day of September 2025. Duly signed by Dr. Somsekhar Bijjal, President IPSKC, Dr. Narayan R. Mutalik, Honorary Secretary IPSKC, 13th September 2025, Chikmagaluru.
Thank you, Dr. Sameer.
Now, Dr. S.S. Jairam Award 24-25. It has been instituted for a publication in Kannada or English, place of publication being Karnataka state, with a content to enhance public awareness regarding mental health by any individual residing in Karnataka. This year, the award is conferred on Dr. Vasudha Rao, psychiatrist and psychotherapist from Swasti Clinic, Mysuru. I request Dr. Vasudha Rao onto the dais. I request the dignitaries on the dais to present the award.
Now, Katil Apupai Manasa Award 24-25. It has been instituted by Dr. K. Ashok Pai Shivamoga in memory of his late father and awarded first in KANCIPS 2007. It has been awarded to the postgraduate of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences of the preceding year for securing first rank at RGHS University level in the first year of MD Psychiatry examination, final year of MD Psychiatry examination. This award is conferred on Dr. Jewel Jones from St. John's Medical College. I request Dr. Jewel Jones from St. John's Medical College onto the dais. We also conducted IPSKC UG quiz 24-25, which was held at BRIMS, Bidar, organized by Dr. Shweta, HOD of Department of Psychiatry, Bidar Institute of Medical Sciences. The first prize, it went to Himanshu Kumari and Rahul Gingerwad, Manda Institute of Medical Sciences. Second prize went to Kushagra and Shailesh, Bidar Institute of Medical Sciences. And third prize, Aryan and Akila, Bidar Institute of Medical Sciences. The awards have been distributed at the center where the event has taken place. We also conducted inter-college debate and essay competition. The annual inter-college debate and essay competition was jointly organized by Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter and Vidyavardhaka Sangha, first grade college, Basaveshwara Nagara, Bengaluru. The winners of essay being Ashaya from VVS, Bengaluru, first prize, Pritika S, Basaveshwara College, Bengaluru, second prize, and third prize went to Mohammad Danish, Al-Amin Institute of Management Studies, and debate, first prize went to Chandan, MES College, Bengaluru, Vaishnavi, Vijay Teachers College, Bengaluru, and Meghabai, Taka and C, Tipturu, third prize. And IPSKC essay and debate competition was held at, for the high school students, was held in Bagalkote in association with S. Nilingappa Medical College, Bagalkote. The first prize went to Spurti Tupalad in Kannada and Sahana Pattar in English. Second prize went to Deepashri Malgi in Kannada and Megha S. Masuti in English. Essay competition. Third prize went to Amruta Boblekar in Kannada and Shrikar V. Ashrit in English. And both the debate winners were from Shishu Vihar School. Lastly, IPSKC SDM UD Prism Award grant recipient for the year 24 and 25. It was instituted by SDM University, Dharwad. This year's research grants were awarded to Disha G. Kulkarni and Siddhant GL, MBBS students from Raj Rajeshwari Medical College, Bengaluru, for the project on chronic stress in anxiety patients and neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. I request the dignitaries on the dais to give them the award. Yes. Wait. Good. The second recipient for this IPSKC SDM Prism Award goes to Ashwin K, MBBS student from KIMS, Bengaluru, for his project on gatekeeper training for suicide prevention. So due to his personal reasons, he could not come to KANCIPS 2025. So with this, we conclude the annual awards announcement for 24 and 25. On behalf of IPSKC, I once again congratulate all the winners and thank the awards committee and organizing committee for their efforts. I also thank our chief guest and guest of honor and other dignitaries on the dais for graciously presenting the awards this morning.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan Mutalik, for the Secretary's report and announcement of the awards and the award ceremony that followed. I would like to mention that the Eminent Psychiatrist Award, the Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Audition Award, and the Professor R.L. Kapoor Memorial Lecture Award will be given to the recipients at special designated sessions. With this, we move on to our next program. I request Dr. M.R. Harish to release the souvenir. I invite the editorial team of Dr. Pavitra, Dr. Annapurna, and Dr. M. Chandrasekhar to come onto the dais. I request Dr. Sujit Sarkar, Editor-in-Chief, Indian Psychiatric Society, to release the newsletter of the IPSKC. I invite the editorial team of Dr. Suresh and Dr. Preeti Reddy to the dais. I request George, letting so. I request Dr. George Reddy, Honorary Secretary, IPS South Zone, to release the book, The Language Bridge, Case-Based History and Examination in Kannada. I invite the editorial team of Dr. Arohi Varadan, Dr. Bhuvana, and Dr. Abhinam to come on to the dais. It's Kannada. The chief guest today for the KANCIPS 2025 is Dr. B.N. Gangadhar. You could please sit down. Dr. B.N. Gangadhar does not need any introduction, but then I have to go through the formality. Dr. B.N. Gangadhar has had an extremely illustrious career, having been Senior Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS and Director of NIMHANS from 2016 to 2020. He has worked on non-invasive brain manipulative procedures, including ECT and RTMS. He has 450 publications, has published 3 books, and authored 24 book chapters. He was appointed a member of the Board of Governors in the Medical Council of India till 2020, and later President of the National Medical Commission from November 2020 to July 2025. He has done pioneering work in yoga with nearly 100 publications. Since 2022, he is Professor Emeritus in Integrative Medicine at NIMHANS. He was a visiting faculty at S. Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore, as Dean, and was conferred a Doctor of Science in 2012. He is currently Ayush Distinguished Scientist in the domain of consciousness and cognitive sciences in the Central Ayush Ministry. He has received several awards, including the Padma Shri Medical Science in 2020, Sir C.V. Raman Award for Medical Sciences, Sir M. Visveshwaraya Award from Karnataka in 2020, and the Kempegowda Award from Karnataka in 2010. I invite Dr. B.N. Gangadhar to give his inaugural address. Sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಸಂಘದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ ಬಿಜ್ಜಳ್, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಯಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಭಗಿನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ, ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳೇ, ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಶೇಷ ತಜ್ಞರೇ, ಅನೇಕರು ನನಗೆ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅನೇಕರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಪಾಠ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅನೇಕರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಸಹ ಅವರಿಂದಲೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ 2 ದಿನದ ಅಧಿವೇಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ವಾಸ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನ ಬಲಪಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಗ್ರಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೂವಾರಿಗಳು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಚುಕ್ಕಾಣಿ ಹಿಡಿದಂಥವ್ರು ಅನೇಕರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತೇ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ NMHP ಏನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ, DMHP, ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾವಾರು ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಾರಣ. ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಏನು ಆಧುನಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವೇ ಒಂದು ಚುಕ್ಕಾಣಿ ಹಿಡಿದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಸಹ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ವಾಸ್ಥ್ಯದ ಧ್ವಜವನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾಲುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆಯೂ ಸಹ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕರಿಗೆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕವು. ಕಳೆದ 25-30 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಂತದ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಸಂಘದ ಶಾಖೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಅನೇಕ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ಗಳು ಸಹ ಬಂದಿವೆ, ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಶಾಖೆಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರವಾಗಿ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಈ ರೀತಿ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಸಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಶಾಖೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಾಸ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ತರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ 35ನೇ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ, 35ನೇ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕೋತ್ಸವ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಅಧಿವೇಶನ, ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ದಿನಾಂಕಗಳೇನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, 11, 12, 13, 14, ಈ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತಾರೀಕುಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ವಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ತಾರೀಕುಗಳು. ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 11 ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಚಿಕಾಗೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಭಾರತದ ಧ್ವಜವನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆತ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 14 ಅದೇ ವರ್ಷ ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ ತಿಲಕ್ ಅವರು ಗಣೇಶನ ಹಬ್ಬದ ಆಚರಣೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಸವಾಲನ್ನು ಒಡ್ಡಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣೇಶೋತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಸಹ ಆ ವರ್ಷ ನಡೆದವು, ಆ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಾಟತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯ ಸಂಘದ ಶಾಖೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಚಿರಋಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Gangadhar, for the insightful message. Our guest of honor today is Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balakundri. I request Dr. Pavitra to introduce her.
It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balakundri, our guest of honor for today's function. We are blessed to have you here, madam. She is the celebrated doctor. She is the first women cardiologist of Karnataka, first women pediatric cardiologist of South India, and she is a renowned writer, and she is a spiritual personality and a well-known orator. And she is a retired professor of cardiology from Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiology, Bangalore. And she has authored several books like Jeevanadhara, Jeevana Jyoti, Jeevana Santwana, wherein she blends the health advice with the spirituality. That is her uniqueness. And also, she is a recipient of several awards. Just to name a few, she has received Rajyotsava Award from Government of Karnataka and Lifetime Achievement Award for Outstanding Contribution in the field of clinical and preventive cardiology presented by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2008. Lifetime Achievement Award for Global Contribution to Cardiology in 2009, and Chanakya Kautilya Global Indian Award for Outstanding Excellence in Medicine in 2006, Award of Excellence in the Field of Cardiology in the World in 2011. We now request you to address the gathering, madam.
ಓಂ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ಸ್ವಸ್ತಿ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯುದಯ ಶ್ರೀ ನೃಪ ಶಾಲಿವಾಹನ ಶಕ 1948 ವಿಕ್ರಮಾದಿತ್ಯ ಶಕ 2082 ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶಕ 5127 ದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಯಣದ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸುನಾಮ ಸಂವತ್ಸರದ ಭಾದ್ರಪದ ಮಾಸದ ಪಂಚಮಿಯ ಈ ಶುಭ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಮನೋವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಸಂಘದವರು ಆಚರಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಈ 36ನೇ ಸಂಬಳಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡುವ ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳು, ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. Friends, it's a great honor and a proud privilege and a pleasure to stand before the august audience of members of Indian Psychiatric Society of Karnataka chapter. Psychiatry is the most important branch of medicine which combines science and spirituality. It combines medicine with mind. It combines empathy with humanity. So when I was a house surgeon about more than 5 decades ago, ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ PM ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ PG ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರು, ನೋಡಮ್ಮ, ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇದಿದೆ, ಮುಂದೆ 50 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕನ್ನೋ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಇದೇನು ಈ ತರ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಕೊಯ್ಯೋದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಯ್ಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಾ, ಇದೆಂತದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಹುಚ್ಚರ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ, ಧಾರವಾಡ ಹುಚ್ಚರ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗು. ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋದೆ. ಬಲಗಾಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಒಬ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರು, ಯುವಕ, ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತ ಯುವಕ, ಓಡೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಹಾದೇವಿ ನಮೋ ನಮಃ, ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿ ಅಂತ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಗಾಬರಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು, ಇದೇನಪ್ಪ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೀಗ ಅಂತಂದು. ಅವನು ಬೀಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದ ಹುಚ್ಚರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಾಲ್ ಬಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಏನು ಸಮಾಚಾರ ಇದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, ಅವನು ಲೀನಾ ಚಂದಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಚ್ಚ ಆಗಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ. she was a very beauty and she was a national crush. ಸೊ ಇವನು ಹುಚ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದ. ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಲೀನಾ ಚಂದಾವರ್ಕರ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಚ್ಚ ಆದವನು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಬಿಳೆ ಕೋಟು, ಬಿಳೆ ಸೀರೆ, ಉದ್ದ ಕೂರ್ಲು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಹಾದೇವಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ಲ, ಇದೇನು ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಎಂತದು ಅಂತ. ಒಂದೇ ಮನಸ್ಸು, ಒಂದೇ ಮನುಷ್ಯ, 2 ತರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇದೇನು ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಯಾಕೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗರೂಕರಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. 2ನೇ ದಿನ ಹೋದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಬ್ರಿಲಿಯಂಟ್ ಫೆಲೋ, ಅಂತ ಬ್ರಿಲಿಯಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಸೀಳಿದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಯ್ತು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಬ್ರಿಲಿಯಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹುಚ್ಚರ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರು ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು MD ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, DM ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಮಾಡಿ, BSc ಮಾಡಿ, ಪೀಡಿಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳದೆ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಶಾಲಿವಾಹನ ಶಕ, ವಿಕ್ರಮಾದಿತ್ಯ ಶಕ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಮ್ಮನ ಗುಡ್ಡಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಳ್ಳಂಗೂ ಏನ್ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಸಿಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫ್ರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಅವರು 18ನೇ ಸೆಂಚುರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೊಗಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರಿಸ್ತ ಶಕ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶಕ, 5000 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಗಿಂತಲೂ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಮೊದಲು, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಸ್ವತಃ ಶಿವ ತನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಗೆ ಸ್ಮೃತಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವರು ಯೋಗ, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಪಸ್ಮರಣನ್ನ ಕಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಟರಾಜನಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಂಧಕಾರವನ್ನ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಶಿವ. ಸೊ ಶಿವ ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ವೈದ್ಯನಾಥೇಶ್ವರ ಅಂತ ಜ್ಯೋತಿರ್ಲಿಂಗ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಜ್ಯೋತಿರ್ಲಿಂಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪರಂಜ್ಯೋತಿ. ಆ ಜ್ಯೋತಿರ್ಲಿಂಗ ಆಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟು ಯಾರು, ಸೈಕೋ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಶಿವ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನೀವು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಗತಕಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶಕ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನ ನಾವು ಶಿವ ಅಂದಾಗ ಶಿವ ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ಯೋಗ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಿಜ್ಜೋಳವರು ವೆಂಕಣ್ಣ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಂಗಾಧರ್ ಅವರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಐಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಬ್ರಿಲಿಯಂಟ್ ಸೈಕೋ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನ್ ಮಾತಾಡದಪ್ಪ ಇಂಥ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಿಗೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಓದೋರ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಹೋಗ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಡ ಸಾಕು 10 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಬೇಕು. ವೆಂಕಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಿಜ್ಜಳವರ ಹೋಲ್ ಟೀಮಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 39 ಅಕ್ಯುಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಗಳಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತರ್ತೀರೋ ಅಷ್ಟು 39 ಅವಯವಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಣವಾಯು ಪೋಷಣೆ ಮುಟ್ಟುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮುಖ ಅರಳುತ್ತೆ, ಫೀಲ್ ಗುಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ಸ್, ನ್ಯೂರೋಪೆಪ್ಟೈಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಶುಗರು, ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರು ಎರಡೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬರೀ ಅವ್ರಿಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್, ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್, ಗಿವ್ ದೆಮ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಇನ್ನ ನಾನು ಶಿವನ್ ಕತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು, ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಇದು ಕಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬುಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಹ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿಜೋಫ್ರೆನಿಕ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಕೇವಲ 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಓಂ ಅಂತ ಚಾಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಲಿಂಬಿಕ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ಅವರು CT ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮೂಡ್ ಫ್ಲಕ್ಚುಯೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಆಂಗರು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ದ ಆನಿಮಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಓಂಕಾರ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಓಂಕಾರ ಬಿಂದು ಸಂಯುಕ್ತ ನಿತ್ಯ ಧ್ಯಾಯಂತಿ ಯೋಗಿನಃ ಕಾಮದ ಮೋಕ್ಷದ ಚೈವ ಓಂಕಾರಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮಃ ಅಂತಂತೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನ ಸ್ವರೂಪವೇ ಆದಂತ ಈ ಓಂಕಾರ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಲೌಕಿಕ ಅಲೌಕಿಕ ಎರಡೂ ಇಷ್ಟಾರ್ಥ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವಾಸ್ ಹೈಲಿ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಇದು ಹೊಸದಲ್ಲ, 18th ಸೆಂಚುರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಚರ್ಸ್, ವೇದಾಸ್, ಉಪನಿಷತ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾ, ಎಂಟೈರ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ, ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇರೆ ಶರೀರ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ನೋಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಜ್ಞಾನಿಯಾದಂಥ ಅರ್ಜುನ ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿತರ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಂಡಂಗೆ ಅವನು ಯುದ್ಧ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ. ಆವಾಗ ಚಂಚಲಂ ಹಿ ಮನಃ ಅಂತ, ಮನಸ್ಸು ಚಂಚಲ ಅಂತ. ದ ಫಾಸ್ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆರ್ ಮೂವ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮೈಂಡ್. ಇಫ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್, ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 12th ಸೆಂಚುರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರ ಅಕ್ಕ ನಾಗಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಡೆಯ ಮಹಾದೇವ, ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಡೆಯ ಮಹಾದೇವ, ಮನಜರಿಂದ ಒಂದೊಂದು ನುಡಿಸುವನು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾತರಿಸದಿರುತ್ತನವೇ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನವರಿಸದಿರು ಮನವೇ ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಸೈಕೋಸೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದೇ ಕಾತರತೆಯಿಂದ, ಕನಿಕರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಇಂದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಬೇರಾದಂಥ ಏನ್ಷಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರನ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸೋದು ಬಹಳ ಉತ್ತಮ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ 2024, ಬಹುಶಃ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಓದಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಜರ್ನಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿರೋದನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಓದಿದೆ. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಬೇರನ್ನ ಬಿಡದೆ ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಅಂಡ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಏಪ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾವು ಝೋನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ವಿಜಯಾಸ್ ಎಕೋ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಫಾರ್ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸಿಂಗ್ ರುಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಫೀವರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನೋಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆದು ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವರು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ದೈಹಿಕ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳುವ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಏಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಏಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಹೆಡ್ಡೇಕೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ? ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಒಂದು ಸಲನೂ ಹೆಡ್ಡೇಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ರು, ಇಬ್ರು, 3 ಜನ, 3 ಜನ, 4 ಜನ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ 4 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ತಲೆನೋವು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ತಲೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಲೆ ಇದ್ದವರು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಕಾಶ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಇದ್ದವರು ಆಗಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಯ್ತು, ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು, ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಅಂತ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ನಗನಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಇದನ್ನ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಗುವುದು ನುಡಿಯುವುದು ಶಿವಭಕ್ತರೊಡನೆ ಸುಮ್ಮಾನ ಹಮ್ಮು ಬಿಮ್ಮಾನವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಯ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ನಗು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. So it has the best tranquilizers which has got no side effect. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ DVG ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಗುವುದು ಸಹಜ ಧರ್ಮ, ನಗಿಸುವುದು ಪರಧರ್ಮ, ನಗುವ ಕೇಳುತ್ತ ನಗುವುದು ಅತಿಶಯ ಧರ್ಮ, ನಗುವ ನಗಿಸುವ ನಗುತ್ತ ಬಾಳುವ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ನಗನಗ್ತಾ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಬಾಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸೂಯಿಸೈಡಲ್ ಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ 27 to 12.8% ಸೂಯಿಸೈಡಲ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಯುವಕರಲ್ಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರೋ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ HOD ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ PK ಸೋಮಂತ್ರಯ್ಯ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. And he has spoken about he is a psychiatry head of the department and he has spoken about the palm oil. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಪಾಮ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಇವ್ರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ದ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟು ದ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್, ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಇನ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್, ಈಚ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 1 hour every month, go to the schools and bring the awareness to them. And ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸೂಯಿಸೈಡಲ್ ಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದುರಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಡಿ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನಫ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಟು ದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ತಾಯಿನೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಆ ತಾಯಿ ಇಂಥ ಹೀನ ಕೃತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್, ಆಲ್ ದ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್. And all the youngsters dying now is not because of the palm oil. The palm oil may be one of it. The main thing is the stress right from childhood. The second thing is drug addiction. And the third thing is drinks. So, ಈ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ವೆಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎಂಜಾಯಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ 75 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ತಾಯಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ನನ್ನ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಋಗ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚ ಮಹಾಪಾತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸುರಪಾನ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್. ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ ಕುಡಿದಾಗ ಭಗವಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ 10 ಬಿಲಿಯನ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ 8 ರಿಂದ 10 ಸಾವಿರ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಸಾಯುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಸಾಯುವಂತಹ ಸುರಪಾನವನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಗಿಸುವಂತ ನಗು ಸಂಜೀವನಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹಂಚ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಆ ಭಗವಂತ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ, ಆಯುಷು, ಸಂಪತ್ತು, ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ, ಯಶಸ್ಸು, ತೇಜಸ್ಸು, ವರ್ಚಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ಓಜಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನ ಸುಧಾರಿಸುವಂತ ಸುಧಾರಕರು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು, ವಂದನೆಗಳು, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balekundri, for your delightful talk. You gave us a lot to think about. Now I request the President-elect IPS Dr. T.S.S. Rao to say a few words.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಮಧುರವಾಗಿ ಸುಲಲಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಮದುವೆಯಾದ ಗಂಡಸು ಮಾತಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮರ್ತೋಗೋ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೆಂಗಸರಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. Mr. President, Dr. Gangadhar, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balekundri Madam, all the dignitaries on and off the dais, plus all my friends. Yesterday I was with Dr. Savita Malhotra at Chandigarh, and she has very specifically asked me to convey the message that all the success for the conference of IPSKC. We have a lot of other office bearers, plus so also Karnataka has a very special place for me in Chikmagalur. I was here in Chikmagalur almost 53 years ago. I think possibly many of you are not even conceived by your romantic parents. That was the time. I used to remember very clearly some of these trekking and other related things what we had done that time. Coming to Karnataka, it has a very special place in my heart. And my first teacher, if I talk about my professional psychiatry, Dr. K.R. Sridhar must be somewhere here. Sir, pranams to you. He was my first teacher. I started my journey in psychiatry from Karnataka, and all that I could do and stand before you today as President-elect, the credit goes to each and every member of IPS Karnataka and my head for all. There are a lot of things we need to do. Of course, Karnataka, when we actually have the meetings, straight away it actually comes forward as one of the topmost state branch. I think Dr. Gangadhar was asking sometimes, many times and all of that. It is 11 times it has won as the best psychiatry branch. And if you try to look at the simple mandatory activities, no state branch can beat Karnataka from that particular angle. Second, the newsletter and one of the brochure which has been brought out, all the activities being included, very impressive, and I am more than confident it straight away wins. Maybe one or two small suggestions which I come 1 or 2 minutes later, which actually can say that in fact there won't be any competition for Karnataka at all. I have requested some of them say when I am going to take over as president, few important points need to be kept in mind. They have told me only maximum 3 minutes I need to speak, so can't take much time. One is actually the increasing the membership. And again, a great credit to Dr. Somshekar Bijal. Roughly 200 plus people enrolled in 1 year is actually very creditable job. I don't think again cannot be a competition for anything. Second, improving the membership at the even national level also. I am a very strong proponent of what we basically call to follow IMA model with little modification which is suitable from Indian psychiatry point of view. And I have requested at least 1 or 2 people from Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter, because they know how to manage finances, they know how to run the society, how to actually develop all the parameters which doesn't create any conflicts. So from that angle, very seriously to consider this particular point. I request Dr. Mahesh Koda might be here and other few people to see that very seriously, to consider submitting a resolution to see that it actually fructifies this year itself possible, or otherwise by next year it should be very strongly be there. That will actually makes job of everyone actually to enhance the membership, so also the involving all the people. All of you are aware we have crossed 10,000. That is one of the major landmark, and I am extremely happy that our society is growing in leap and bounds.
Coming to Karnataka, one more psychiatric spectrum journal, Dr. Harbishetta. In fact, we were part of quite a few journals that came out with quite a few state branches and even zonal. And one journal which had a recent birth but already behaving quite adult way. It is Psychiatric Spectrum Journal. He has succeeded in getting Scopus indexing at the end of second year, speaks volumes about what type of dedicated work and all what he's doing, and he's one of the most ideal person. I have a lot of experiences in the editorial job. Even 10% of what job he does, I don't think I have done. This is what actually I can say. It's very hardworking, and I'm extremely happy that this is actually showing such a great progress. Coming to what we basically call the issues related to how to make our branch with this number of activity, this can be increased by manifold for the simple reason that, say, if you take an example of Kerala State Branch, there are local branches more than 12. Each and every activity done actually gets included in the activity of the state branch. But in Karnataka, we have quite a few areas where they are doing exemplary work. We talk about maybe Sahyadri, Kalyan Karnataka, and maybe Kudla, in fact, that Mangalore. Each of these areas, they are doing extraordinarily great work. But if we can bring all their activities into what we basically call IPS activity, and I don't think anybody can actually compare the amount of activity that is actually happening in Karnataka. So this is one of the very, very strong suggestion, and I request Anil. I am extremely happy, Anil from Mysore. His name itself, there is a Mysore, and he was part of our institution. He is taking charge, and I wish him all the best and request him to take up this particular area in a very significant way. At the national level, of course, IPS Journal of Psychiatry is doing extremely well, and Sujit Sarkar is here. I must really congratulate him, because what we started the journey to get it indexed, going to the PubMed Central, and from there, the impact factor and progressively the way it is growing, it is something very, very heartening, and I congratulate at this particular point to see that Sujit Sarkar continuously, we are more than confident about it, and it should be a great model for our Vijay Harbishetter also to see that what best can be done. So what I can say is actually IPS Karnataka homecoming is actually something extraordinary. We are all growing together, and in the coming year, my whole interest is to see that there is inclusiveness, harmony, and one word Madam was talking about was the smile. I am actually a little funny for various reasons. Let me tell you one simple joke, and then I had 4 sisters. My mummy wanted son. Unfortunately or fortunately, she was visiting all the time frequently this Hanuman temple. So because of which a lot of traits have come. And laughing myself and make other people laugh is like one of the best solution what you have suggested. And all of us should carry this and work for the peace, happiness, which actually matter much more than any of the other things what one can think of. All the best. You people are doing extremely great job. Congratulations, and we continue to work together and bring glory to the profession in general and our own what we call mental health. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, for giving us an overview of the possible problems that IPS faces and how to overcome them. I now request Dr. M.R. Harish, Dean and Director, Chikmagalur Institute of Medical Sciences, for his address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished members of the Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter, honored guests, and esteemed delegates, faculty members, colleagues, and my dear postgraduate students. It is both a privilege and a matter of great pride to welcome you all to this 35th Annual Conference of Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka Chapter, KANCIPS 2025, being held here at Chikmagaluru Institute of Medical Sciences. As we all know, this year's theme is Psychiatry Redefined, Novel Interventions. It is highly relevant to the evolving landscape of mental health care. Psychiatry today stands at the threshold of transformation, where neurosciences, digital technology, and novel therapeutic models converge to enhance patients' outcome. The inclusion of areas such as psychedelic assisted psychotherapy, neurostimulation techniques, digital psychiatry, and mobile-based interventions highlights how research and innovations are steadily reshaping clinical practice. At the same time, this theme reminds us that redefinition is not merely about embracing new tools, but it is equally about re-examining our principles, ensuring that scientific progress remains deeply rooted in ethics, empathy, and cultural sensitivity. Thus, psychiatry is being redefined not only through innovations, but also through reaffirmation of its humanistic core. KANCIPS has always provided a platform for critical dialogue, exchange of knowledge, and mentorship across generations of psychiatrists. The scientific deliberations planned over these 3 days, promise to stimulate thought, encourage collaboration, and inspire new directions in clinical care research and policy matters. As a host institute, SIMS Chikmagaluru is honored to play a central role in bringing this conference to life. Our faculties, students, and staff have worked along the side of IPSKC organizing committee to ensure that the scientific program, academic exchange, and delegate experiences are carried out with rigor of care. The commitment of our institution has been to provide not only just infrastructure, but an environment and fosters meaningful dialogue and academic excellence. Dear delegates, we take pride in contributing to this platform where senior experts, practicing psychiatrists, and young postgraduates can engage in workshops, presentations, and critical discussions. For our students and trainees at Chikmagaluru, SIMS Chikmagaluru, this conference is also an invaluable opportunity to learn directly from stalwarts of this field, which will undoubtedly inspire and strengthen their professional journeys. On behalf of Chikmagaluru Institute of Medical Sciences, I extend a warm welcome to every delegates, and I use this conference to be a meaningful academic experience, a space for enriching conversation, and a catalyst for advancing mental health care in Karnataka and beyond. And with this, I conclude my speech. I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, and also I thank one and all for patience hearing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harish, for your studied response. I now request the President, Dr. Somshekhar Bijil, to deliver his address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬೋಲೋ ಭಾರತ್ ಮಾತಾ ಕಿ, ಬೋಲೋ ಭಾರತ್ ಮಾತಾ ಕಿ. Respected dignitaries on the dais, dear members, colleagues and friends, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
It is with a great pride and heartfelt gratitude that I address you today on behalf of IPSKC, as which is one of the leading professional bodies of psychiatrists in our state. IPSKC has consistently championed the cause for the mental health, raising awareness, advocating for patient rights, and working tirelessly to reduce the stigma that continues to surround mental illness, which has resulted in getting awarded as the best prank for record number of 11 times. Thank you, all of you, for that contribution. Though a range of continuing medical education programs, conferences, and workshops, we strive to keep our mental health professionals abreast of the latest advancement in the field, but our work doesn't stop here. We regularly collaborate with government bodies, NGOs, and academic institutions to bring the community-based mental health programs to life, ensuring that care is not just available but also accessible and compassionate. So this has been done with the help of all the delegates. Thank you one and all again. In recent years, Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter has played a key role in the implementation of the Mental Health Care Act 2017 across the state, with respect to actively promoting awareness, training and compliance across Karnataka. Together with the NIMANS and the government of Karnataka, we have helped shape the implement the Telemanasa initiative, making mental health services more reachable through teleconsultation. Our partnership with various medical institutes have enabled significant contribution to the policy making, research and efforts to bridge the treatment gap in the mental health in Karnataka, also and across the community. As we are continuing with the work, we must also turn our attention inwards to the way psychiatry is positioned with the medical education itself. A concern shared by many of us is the limited exposure that undergraduate medical students currently receive in psychiatry, not just in terms of time, but in the academic importance it is given. At present, psychiatry is often bundled with other subjects and assigned minimal weightage in MBBS examination. This underrepresentation sends the wrong messages that mental health is somehow less important, leaves our young doctors unprepared to identify and manage the common psychiatric conditions. As you all know, the prevalence of covered mental disorders in the community is around 25% of the total illnesses. We all know how profoundly mental health affects every year of life, whether it is depression, anxiety, or substance use, or rising tide of suicides. The burden is immense and growing, and yet our MBBS graduates often leave medical college with only cursory understanding of how to approach these challenges. That's why we strongly believe psychiatry must be given its due place as an independent subject with a separate paper in the MBBS curriculum. Doing so will not only strengthen the skills and confidence of our future doctors, but also help dismantle the stigma that still lingers both within the medical community and the public at large. As our Karnataka chapter of the Indian Psychiatric Society, in close collaboration with our national body, we are actively engaging with the universities, policymakers and stakeholders to bring about this long-needed change. Because of this, about more than a curriculum design, it is about nurturing the generation of doctors who treat the whole person, not just their symptoms. In this context, I am delighted to share some truly heartening news, a milestone in the medical education that deserves to be celebrated. So, Siddhartha University, Tumkur has taken a commendable step in introducing psychiatry as a separate subject with its own paper in the MBBS examination. This forward-thinking decision reflects the deep understanding of the growing importance of mental health in healthcare by formally integrating psychiatry into the core medical curriculum. Siddhartha University is not just enriching medical education, it is ensuring that future doctors are better equipped to understand, identify and manage mental health conditions from very start of their careers. On behalf of IPSKC, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and sincere thanks to the leadership, academic council and faculty of the Sri Siddhartha University for this visionary move. At this juncture, I would also like to touch upon another important aspect of the medical education, the medium of instruction and the power of learning in one's mother tongue. Research and recommendations by the global bodies such as UNESCO, as well as national policies like NEP 2020, support what many of us already know instinctively. Learning in one's first language greatly enhances the understanding, especially in complex disciplines like medicine or engineering. Incorporating local languages in the medical learning helps build cultural sensitivity, bridge communication gaps with patient and ultimately lead to more empathic and effective healthcare. We have seen this action at NIMAS, where the Kannada language classes for non-native speakers have empowered medical profession to connect more meaningfully with patients. The introduction of
Balake Kannada and Samskritika Kannada in the first year of the B.Tech curriculum by the Vishwesvaraya Technology Institute Belgavi is another laudable example of this vision in practice. In this spirit, IPSKC strongly urges the Government of Karnataka, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and National Medical Council and all the private and deemed universities of Karnataka to include Balake Kannada language program as a part of the first year MBBS curriculum for non-Kannada speaking undergraduate students. I am also delighted to announce the release of special publication by IPSKC, the handbook for performing the mental status examination in Kannada. This resource has been specially designed for non-Kannada speaking postgraduate students, residents, to support more accurate, respectful and effective patient interaction. My sincere thanks to the authors, mentors and contributions who made this valuable resource possible, especially to Dr. CRC, Dr. P.S. Sharma, Dr. N. Manjunatha, Dr. R.O. Bona and Aviram. As my tenure as a president IPSKC draws to a close, I find myself reflecting with immense gratitude on the journey we have shared over the past year. It has been truly been privileged to serve this incredible organization. I am especially proud to share since this year we have decided to have 4 issues of our academic publication, that is Journal of Psychiatry Spectrum Jobs, which has already in this calendar year we have brought 3 issues. I am proud to say that within 4 years of its inception we have indexed in DOAJ and Scopus and we are heading towards the format soon. I thank the editor Dr. Vijay Kumar Habishatar and his whole editorial team and our team headed by Dr. Suresh Visi as well as Dr. Preeti has brought beautiful 4 issues of newsletter. I congratulate all of them. Another proud moment is that during this administrative year, our executive team successfully added 2 new members to the IPS National, IPS South Zonal branch and IPSKC, taking our IPSKC total membership over 800 plus, as it was told by Dr. Narayan Mutalik. The overwhelming response to KANCIPS 2005 with more than 450 registration is a testament of our growing strength and shared commitment. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our Vice President Dr. Anil Amen, Honorary Secretary Dr. Narayan Mutalik, Treasurer Dr. Alok Ganate, Joint Secretary Dr. Suresh Visi, Editor-in-Chief Dr. Vijay Arvi Shettar, members of the Executive Committee, office bearers and journal representative and every member who have worked passionately on our programs from academic events to public outreach. You have all been added heart and soul of our success. To our senior members, your wisdom continues to light our way. To young psychiatrists and postgraduate students, to your energy and fresh thinking give us a hope and direction for this future. A special word of appreciation goes to the Chikamagaluru Institute of Medical Sciences, headed by Dr. Harish M.R., who has kindly enough to provide a full support for hosting the first state level conference in any branch of the medicine at this district medicine. And also I thank the organizing committee comprising the Chikamagaluru Psychiatric Society comprising Dr. Venkatesh K.R. and Dr. Vinay, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Pavitra and Dr. Annapurna and all the other supporting staff of the Department of Psychiatry. And also special thanks to Dr. Geeta Madam. Though my official duties may concluding, my commitment to IPSKC remains unwavering. I look forward to supporting our incoming leadership as we continue to work together towards the mentally healthier Karnataka. Before I conclude, I thank my family because last 1 year I have not given much importance to them. I gave more importance to second family, that is IPSKC. Thanks to them. Thank you once again for this enriching and memorable opportunity to serve. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka, Sri Kannadam Gelge, Sri Kannadam Balge. Long live IPSKC, IPS South Zone branch and IPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somsekhar Bijil, for the presidential address. We come to the penultimate program.
Before what are things, George will 2 minutes, 1 minute, he will invite South Job.
I request Dr. George Reddy to come and make an announcement.
Thank you, President Dr. Bijal. Respected members of the IPS Karnataka chapter, I heartily welcome you all for the IPSOCON South Zonal Branch Conference IPSOCON at Hyderabad, 24th, 25th and 26th. And we can't imagine without the members of Karnataka taking active role. And for information, the free papers, e-posters and awards, I could see many from Karnataka. It shows the lead Karnataka state is taking. Once again, thank you. And please do register and come down to Hyderabad. The weather will be awesome in the month of October. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
We come to the penultimate event of the day. I request Dr. Lokesh Babu, Organizing Secretary, to propose a vote of thanks.
Ready now? Thank you very much. So now we will come to the end of the inauguration ceremony. So as I was messaged earlier, having an event, this kind of event is like getting our daughters married. So it is very tiresome, and this, if I miss any name, probably they won't talk to me for 1 year. So if I miss any name, please do register. You are too important to be mentioned. So you are mentioned here. Thank you very much. So it's a privilege, honor to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. So first and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our most dynamic, hardworking President, Dr. Somsekhar Bijil. So your leadership, wisdom have been the driving force behind the success of this program. And we are truly indebted to you for guiding us at every step. Actually, from cleaning the floor to the every activity was supervised by our president. Next, okay. So we are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. BNG sir. Sir, your inspiring words and immense contribution to the psychiatry and mental health continues to guide and motivate professionals across the country. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights with us today. A special note of appreciation to Srimati Vijay Lakshmi Balakundri ma'am, a great orator, you all heard it, and an excellent choice of our organizing chairman and also Geeta Venkatesh ma'am. Your thought-provoking and insightful address has left a lasting impression on all of us. Thank you. So we are also immensely proud to acknowledge Dr. T.S. Rao sir, our state pride and president of the National Psychiatric Association. Sir, your ability to provide solutions to every challenge and your dedication to the profession have truly enriched the event. Okay. So a warm thanks to our editing chief, Mr. Surjit Saka, the IPS National Editing Chief. What no? Design chief for now. Which one is that? That is the one? Surjit Saka, Editing Chief National, for his continuous support. And also I thank Dr. George Reddy, who is a South Zone representative. South Zone. Honorary Secretary, yeah, South Zone Honorary Secretary, George Reddy. So thank you for your presence, sir. Next to Mahesh Gowda. Mahesh Gowda. Harish sir, yeah, Harish sir, go. Harish sir, Harish. Also thank Dr. Harish, the Director Dean of SIMS, who made this event possible by providing such a wonderful. No, Harish sir. Next is my product. Okay. And his team, his members, everybody contributed us. They worked along with us. I sincerely thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Mahesh Gowda sir, South Zone Treasurer, for his guidance and encouragement. He was with us from the conception of this event and guided us, and he visited Chikmagalur to few times to make this event happen smoothly. Dr. Mahesh Gowda, South Zone Treasurer, who is always behind us for any support, technical or logistics or financial. First, I thank Dr. Harish Galantabektu, who is a protocol officer and also KMC observer for this event, who ensured that we will get 6 credit hours for this event. Dr. Harish Galantabektu, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Alok Ganate, who is the treasurer, who is more stingier than any person who would cross-check, evaluate and ask why this much money for every event, and but still he encouraged us for releasing some freely to this event. So I thank Alok Ganate for his meticulous and non-complicated financial management in his tenure. Thank you, Harish sir. And Alok Ganate, the treasurer. Alok Ganate. Treasurer will Alok Ganate. Okay. Okay. So, okay. And also, I thank Vijay Ardi Setter, the man behind 4 publication journals. He's been more enthusiastic. If it is possible, every 15 days he can bring out 1 journal. We are holding him like, in control. So very enriching and very active. We thank you, sir. And also we thank Narayan Mutalik, the Secretary of IPSKC, for his very sincere and dedicated hard work, sir. And last but not the least, the team which worked Dr. Yeah. Our President-elect Anil Kumar MN sir is also here, and basically he is the one who advised me to write this, so I forgot his name only. He was guiding me how to write this, actually. So I thank Anil sir. And also our great team, the KR Venkatesh sir, and also Geeta Venkatesh madam. When we spoke to them in Bagalkot, they said like, you take it, we will see whatever may happen. And Chandru was there, so I called him Chandru, and over the phone call, he agreed to conduct this event without his presence. So it was so nice of him. I am from Tumkur, he is from, so we coordinated and made this possible. Thank you very much to Venkatesh sir for his dynamic presence. Next time probably we'll give you full free hand to do the event at your yeah. I love it. So and also one thanks to all the organizing team actually, Chandrasekhar sir, Pavitra ma'am and Anpuma ma'am. So Vinay accommodation and MC Ravishankar sir actually who conducted this whole event very smoothly. Yeah. And a heartfelt thanks to Ravindra Manali who made scientific events extraordinarily well actually. So I would like to thank. And I thank all the committee members, actually. I thank all the committee members, cultural committee head by Geeta Venkatesh ma'am, Suvanar by Pavitra and Dr. Anpur, stage committee, transport by Vinay, and which made it seamless and memorable. And also I thank all the media people, press people who are here. And of course, the former people contributed for the academic event in large numbers. And the Chikkamangaluru Coffee Board donors, Lion Club and Rotary, actually they collected around 7 lakhs for this event who do not belong to our community.
Krishna Gowda.
And Krishna Gowda sir who actually delivered a lecture also. And all the volunteers who attended here, especially Mr. Venkatesh, 3 times we visited this place and all the time the good day Venkatesh was there standing along with us and ensuring I will do it whatever is possible. The water, the generator, everything he took care actually. And I thank all the students and last but not the least, all the delegates who have come here. I hope you will enjoy this event and learn and also have a great memorable memories you will take back. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Lokesh, for the wonderful vote of thanks. Now, I think we'll continue standing, and may I request all the delegates to stand. The national anthem is going to be played. The national anthem, please. अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जाहे तब शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय
जय मातरम मातरम मातरम
We request all the delegates and dignitaries to stay back for the incoming president's address.
manage the rest.
ಈ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಈ ಸಾಂಗ್
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
হ্যাঁ ওদের পিডিপিদের সঙ্গে কথা বলে কোঅর্ডিনেট করে চেক করবো
solemn occasion of the Indian Psychiatry Society Karnataka chapter, where we are going to listen to the incoming president's address. Before that, I would like to make few comments. The current president, who is going to be the past president, Somsekhar Bijal, has done something extraordinary well in this year. That one of the highlight is that getting the membership of the Indian Psychiatry Society Karnataka chapter to an unprecedented level. He had enrolled more than 200 members this year itself, and this is a great achievement. And I hope that such an active leadership has definitely taken us to greater heights. Especially during his tenure, we also had the excellent journal with a lot of international presence. And the editor, as Lokesh has told, editor has been literally controlled. Otherwise, he would have produced one issue every 2 weeks. Okay. Now, coming to the incoming president, he is currently working as an associate professor in KMC Manipal. And more interesting is that he had sufficient experience with the Australia, and he is completed the Australian board as well as MD here from here. And we expect that he will continue to do a very meaningful leadership in this endeavor. And I'm very happy to introduce our Dr. Anil, and he will definitely take IPS to the Karnataka chapter to the next heights. Anil.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll speak and make it this. Not my.
Respected chairpersons, immediate past president, as well as our current president, Bijal sir, all my mentors, senior colleagues, and friends. A pleasant morning and a hearty welcome to the 35th KANCIPS in the coffee land of Karnataka. In fact, as Dr. Ravi Shankar Rao was stating, this was the place where coffee cultivation happened first in the country. At the outset, I congratulate our beloved outgoing president and his exceptional team for their successful tenure, where we saw a lot of new members joining, hitting a double century. I seek the guidance and support of our vibrant President Dr. Somsekhar during and beyond the tenure, and I wholeheartedly thank all the IPSKC members for having this trust in me and choosing me to this prestigious position. I would like to begin by reiterating a few things again here, at least for those who are new to IPSKC, especially the student delegates. Ours is one of the oldest state branches, established in 1968. We are a growing family, and as of today, the membership number is 800. We have won the Best State Grants Award for 11 times, a feat that no other state has achieved. And we have more than 10 mandatory activities, including this conference, several other CMEs, then our newsletter publication, quiz for UGs and PGs, debate and essay for school and college students, teacher awareness program, and more than anything else, sports like cricket and badminton. So I can spend the whole day speaking about our activities. In short, if you refer to our Article 2 of the Memorandum of Understanding of IPSKC Constitution, we have been actively doing all the activities that has been proposed in there. With the kind of manpower we have and with a little more commitment, we can take it to newer heights. First and foremost is what has been going on the membership drive. So those who are, I know most of the delegates here are members, but for those who are not members, please come forward and become members, and also pursue with all your junior colleagues as well as postgraduate students to become members. With number comes all other strengths. It's not just to the society that you are becoming member, it's also the kind of support that you get for all the activities that you do. Now, knowingly or unknowingly, we are all working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially the goal number 3, 4, and to an extent 9. 3, as some of us know or most of us know, is regarding health and well-being. So all the activities like camps and the awareness programs that we do, either part of IPSKC or individually, they are all our SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goal 3. And 4 is the quality education, a conference of this magnitude as well as other CMEs. They are all our SDG 4. And the research activity and the journal that you have come up, the innovation is the SDG 9. So with the support and workforce of the professional organization like IPSKC, we can do such activities much better. So let's continue membership drive and make our society more stronger. And I'll continue this particular issue started by my predecessor. Then coming to the journal, our editor, Dr. Herbie Shetter, has been working tirelessly and has fast-forwarded the process of indexing our journal. Again, during my tenure, it's just not the duty, it's the passion and the pleasure to advocate and support whatever is needed in this regard to our editor. He has certain plans for the next couple of years, including an intense peer review training of members, which can lead on to the PubMed indexing. Good quality peer reviewing means there should be good quality papers. So we want to train more and more interested faculty as peer reviewers, and with so many postgraduates, which has been increasing over the years, postgraduate psychiatry students, publishing their thesis as soon as possible has to be prioritized. Now, what is to happen here is that before the thesis topic is given, maybe our teachers, our fellow faculty members can probably come up with a topic that can be easily published. So rest of the things will be taken care once the topic chosen is, novel and something that is interesting. So having a giant institution like NIMHANS and many medical colleges that are having good NIRF ranking. Now we know that the most recent NIRF ranking has been out, and a lot of our medical colleges, in the country have been recognized as one of the, good medical colleges. So all our efficient staff in those medical colleges So with these efficient staff, it is definitely not difficult to achieve this feat. So let us support as a team Dr. Herbishetter in all possible ways to give him the best. The other most relevant issue that our staff are concerned, our faculty, fellow psychiatrists are concerned, is how the MHRV rules are being implemented. Though no doubt that the intentions of MHRV or the Mental Health Review Board, they are good, but somehow the implementation has not been very clear. Some of the issues that I have discussed with other colleagues that they have faced is the decision on ECT for children, which has become a Herculean task for the hospitals and the practitioners. Then appointment of nominated representative and advance directives, again not really being very successful as far as our region is concerned, and responses regarding homeless mentally ill admitted, where we get very difficult response from, or rare responses from social welfare office. So these all things have to be actually streamlined. So in my plan, what I have is to discuss the matter with the relevant IPSKC committees and communicate all our consensus and concerns and the possible solutions to Central Mental Health Authority. So from there, we will have to take it forward. Further, coming to the academic part of it during my tenure, NMC has now mandated OSCE as a part of postgraduate examination. Till 2022, it was just a training for postgraduates, and this year onwards, NMC has mandated it to be a part of examinations of all postgraduates. We have conducted a trial run yesterday of OSCE for postgraduates. So we from KMC Manipal, we are happy to conduct statewide Train the Trainer workshop for faculty as an innovative IPSKC activity on how to prepare OSCE stations for our beloved faculty. While we also continue the postgraduate workshops on OSCE. So, in addition to this, some psychiatrists have expressed, an interest in learning more on child psychiatry, because over the past few years it has immensely, developed as a field of, as a specialty of psychiatry. So, some have interest to learn the contemporary practices that can help them in their day-to-day practice. So, we are collaborating with some of the child psychiatrists, and the plan is to come up with a survey to exactly know what is the need of our IPSKC fellow psychiatrists in terms of what they want to learn, and subsequent to that we will take up as a webinar to train them, if possible as a certificate course. Now, talking about the wellness of our fellow beings, we have been doing a lot of wellness activities. We are doing 2 sports activities, badminton and cricket. We are also doing the picnic, family picnic. The other addition that I can think of that we can do is their financial awareness. Conducting an exclusive CME on investing and trading is something that I wish to plan for all IPSKC members. We have a lot of experienced investors across all ages, across junior psychiatrists, mid-career psychiatrists and senior psychiatrists,
who have been very good investors, and I am sure they will be happy to share their wit on it. And as you all know, we have recently come up with a YouTube channel. All our innovative educational and awareness activities can be uploaded into it for a wider dissemination of knowledge. I request members to send their videos of activities of their areas of interest. Obviously, you all have different areas of interest. So this YouTube channel can become a very convenient media to share your experiences and knowledge with others. So it's convenient to record any small piece of information in a video. It can be something like a demonstration of empathy for our postgraduates, or role plays to demonstrate insights against myths, stigma and superstition for the public. You can be as creative as you are, but please do remember that it has to be with the backdrop of an IPSKC logo, because it is our activity. Such a video can be emailed to ipskcoffice@gmail.com, and after a check, it will be uploaded. And you will be so grateful for this kind of a contribution that you all can do it. And we can also consider constituting a social media cell. We have a lot of members in the society who are active in media, who have been regularly publishing. We have Dr. Pavitra here, and Dr. Shubhrata, Dr. Aruna, Dr. Ravindra, Harbi Shetter, and Dr. P.V. Bandari sir, who all have been actively publishing in media. So we can actually plan doing some activities that are, including a celebration of days, the World Suicide Prevention Day, or World Mental Health Day, and we are still doing it as individual members, but as the core committee of IPSKC, when we do, and that can be taken up for a wider advocacy and propaganda through our social media cell. Lastly, these days, wherever we go, we talk about this going green. So the other thing that some of us have shown interest is in digitalizing the processes and procedures of IPSKC. I know that we cannot do it absolutely, so there are concerns, risks, and also the cost issues involved, but definitely our website can become better, and we can have some member option where we can store something, we can upload something that is only meant for members. And we are also discussing with stakeholders on the cost of it, and whenever we feel that it is beneficial and it can be worked out through the EC decisions, we can go ahead with that. So we all are a good team. We are a like-minded team. I believe in this teamwork. With all your love, support, involvement, and blessings, I am sure I can deliver what has been planned for the year. I consider myself fortunate to be part of such a high-spirited and outstanding association of like-minded mental health professionals. By the end of the KANCIPS, definitely you will be able to appreciate that the psychiatry has been redefined, and it has been a great effort by the organizing team, especially the scientific committee team, who have struggled so that we have reached up to this stage, and my sincere thanks to them. Also, I thank my department, which has been supportive to me through all my journey through IPSKC, so that the conference can proceed and we all have a pleasant experience through the rest of the conference. Long live IPSKC, and thank you all.
No.
May I request the chairperson for the concluding remarks?
Thank you, Dr. Anil. It was wonderful that you have promised that and you thought in a better way that, especially with respect to the two things. One is with respect to the academic activity, ASKI's trainers of trainer training, and also imparting child psychiatry knowledge towards to all the members, and also especially financial management for the practicing or all the psychiatrists in which we are having lot of poor knowledge. And as you all know that the climate change, what's going on across the world, and especially new developments which are going on, especially AI. Sir was talking about the AI. What all the guidelines has to be made with respect to the how AI, when AI can take up the role of psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. So at the international level, there are so many things have been taking place. So we can impart those things. And another important thing is with respect to the sustainable development goals, what you spoke. And we all know that the WHO has made a committee, what's called as a STAC committee, Strategic and Technical Advisory Group for Mental Health and Brain Health and Substance Use Conditions. And our beloved senior member, Dr. Murli Thailot, is a member for 3 years, that is 2024 to 2027 for this STAC committee. And he's the only one person from India representing that. So we can have his wisdom so that we can develop some more achievements, not only to ourselves, also to the public. So it was wonderful working with you, and we are there. All the members of the IPSKC are with you. So let us take IPSKC further heights in association with other branches or local branches, or it's a zonal branch or the national branch. At the end, our goal is, one is getting better awareness ourselves, and also create a more awareness about psychiatry or mental health or mental wellness, what you spoke about the wellness or well-being in the community. So with this respect, I wish you all the best, and also thank you very much. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Please be seated. I thank Dr. Anil Kumar sir, the incoming president, for his address. I request the chairpersons to hand over a token of appreciation to the incoming president. I now request Dr. Lokesh Babu sir, Secretary, Organizing Secretary of KANCIPS 2025, to hand over the memento to the chairpersons. Chairpersons, Dr. Murli Thailot, past president of IPSKC. Next, we would thank Dr. Somsekhar Vijay sir, president of IPSKC. Thank you, Dr. Lokesh Babu sir. We are proceeding to the next session, that is Eminent Psychiatrist Award. I request Dr. Somsekhar Vijay sir, President of IPSKC, to be the chairperson, and Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir, Honorary Secretary of IPSKC, to come over to the dais as co-chairperson.
You can remove the chairs. Chairs ತೆಗೆಯೋಣ. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೇರ್ ಇದಾವೆ? 3 ಚೇರ್ ಟೇಬಲ್, ಒಂದೇ ಟೇಬಲ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೇಬಲ್ ತೆಗೆದು.
ಇರಿ. ರವಿತೇಜ. We would just take a moment to arrange the stage for the felicitation.
ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದೇ ಟೇಬಲ್
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನೇ ಕರಿ ಒಬ್ಬರ
I request the first awardee of Eminent Psychiatrist Award, Dr. Dasharath V. Patangi sir, to come over the dais. I request Dr. Harish Dalantabhattu sir to escort the awardee. Rahul Mandasnal
ರಾಹುಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಒಂದೇ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಚೇರ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? We have a short video briefing you about the importance of Eminent Psychiatrist Award.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಸರ್ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮೆಟ್ಲು
ಆ ಕಡೆ ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ
This is a small day in which we demonstrate our gratitude to the special person and honor him as his bride. This is already unique in that to do the function when the honor is restored to the recipient, the fall behind this it is also honored to the dad. The association, this is some of the eminent psychiatrists over the years.
May I now request Dr. V.M. Patil sir to come over the dais.
ಎನ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಜಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸೊ ಯು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಯು ಬಿನ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಟು ಪಾಟೀಲ್
Dr. V.M. Mali Patil sir, a senior psychiatrist, I would like to request you to come over the dais to felicitate Dr. Dasharath V. Patangi sir.
And I request Dr. Rahul Mandagnalli to read the citation.
Yeah, I request Dr. Rahul M. Mandagnalli to read the citation.
ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ದಿನ ಏನಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ದಿ eminent psychiatrist of the for the year. Along with him, I knew him since around 15 years, and he is my good friend. And when there are no psychiatrists, there are only three, that is two from Gurgaon and one from Raichur. And we are trying to improve psychiatric practice and awareness among the public. So he is one of the great psychiatrists, I have seen one of them.
I would now call up on stage Dr. T.S.S. Rao sir, Dr. Murali Tailoth, Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Mahesh Gowda sir, Dr. Harish Belanta Bhattu sir, to honor the awardee.
This one. Mithun Patangi.
I welcome Mr. Mithun Patangi sir, son of Dr. Dashrath V. Patangi sir, to come over the stage.
I'll continue.
Citation for Dr. D.V. Patangi. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter, today at its 31st annual conference at Chikmagalur, is pleased to bestow on Dr. D.V. Patangi, a popular psychiatrist from Gulbarga, the prestigious Eminent Psychiatry Award for the year 2024 and 25. Dr. D.V. Patangi, born in 1951 in Bijapur, where he completed his early education. He pursued medicine at a Karnataka Medical College, Hubli, graduating in MBBS in 1974. He then trained in psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore, obtaining his diploma in psychiatry medicine. Dr. Patangi worked as a consultant psychiatrist while also contributing to the medical education at Madhavapam Rampura Medical College, Kalburgi, where he went to serve as a head of the Department of Psychiatry. In these roles, he combined clinical service with academic responsibilities, guided many students and young doctors, and helped establish psychiatry as a recognized discipline in the institution. He pioneered the concept of mental health in the region of psychiatry as a creating awareness at the time when psychiatric services were very much limited and often misunderstood in Kalyana, Karnataka region. In 1999, he organized a KANCIPS conference in Kalburgi, a major academic event that brought together psychiatrists across the world, state and contributed professional exchange and learning. He served as the Indian Psychiatric Society chapter in leadership positions, first as a secretary, then later as a president of IPSKC. In both capabilities, he worked to strengthen the functioning of a society, encourage academic activities, provide a platform for a professional collaboration. Also a part of a Rotary Club Kalburgi, Dr. Patangi also took a psychiatry beyond the academics and clinical walls into a community domain. He was a part of a mid-busting team in Deval Gangapur, that is in a Kalburgi, which is a religious place, an initiative that challenged prevailing misconceptions and harmful practices, bringing rational understanding and dignity for those who were suffering from mental illnesses. Such efforts underline his commitment to making mental health accessible, evidence-based and socially relevant. Alongside these contributions, he had been actively engaged in social causes and philanthropic activities. His work extended to promoting mental health awareness in an under-reserved group of people and supporting welfare initiatives. Over the years, his service have been acknowledged through awards and recognitions that highlight his work as a clinician, teacher, and a community worker. These honors reflect the respect he earned from the colleagues, students, and the society at a large extent. Dr. Patangi's career spans decades of service as a teacher, consultant, and a contributor to mental illness and community welfare in Kalyan, Karnataka region. His professional journey reflects consistent commitments to patient care, academic growth, and a promotion of mental health awareness in the society. To this dedicated fellow of our society, IPSKC is pleased to present the cherished Eminent Psychiatry Award 2024. Signed by Dr. Bujal, IPSKC President, and Dr. Narayan Mutalik, dated on 13th September 2025, Chikmagalur. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. May I now request the awardee, Dr. Dashrath V. Patangi, sir, to speak a few words in this emotional moment.
I'm really excited at this particular moment wherein I'm giving the Eminent Psychiatrist Award. it is the, so to say, I am very much obliged
Thank
to
you.
the program makers of this particular movement. Wizard, President Mutalik, Secretary of our IPSKC, and award committee members, and all my colleagues, and all my juniors as well as seniors who are there as my colleagues at this particular moment. Thank you very much. My friend, now he is going to take over as a eminent psychiatrist award. He is going to give you details about everything. Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Jignesh.
Thank you, Dr. Dashrath V. Patangi, sir. And I thank all the IPSKC and IPS office bearers for felicitating Dr. Dashrath V. Patangi, sir. May I now call upon stage our next awardee, Dr. A. Jagdisha, sir, on stage along with his spouse, Mrs. Mallika Jagdish. Madam, please come over stage. Yeah. I request Dr. B.M. Gangadhar, sir, to escort Dr. A. Jagdish, sir. I request Dr. Mundi, sir, to escort Mrs. Mallika Jagdish. I'll call. I request Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Ravi Chandra, Dr. Palaksha, Dr. Ravi Shankar Rao, sir, Dr. Ramachandra, Dr. Mahesh Gowda, sir, to come over dais to felicitate the awardee. I request a senior psychiatrist, Dr. Swaminathan, to come over dais to speak a few words about the awardee. I also request Dr. Shashidhar Bilagi to come over dais to read the citation. First you.
Dear friends, it's really a great moment for my good friend Dr. A. Jagdish, as well as a great moment for the Indian Psychiatric Society to honor one of its greatest sons. I know Jagdish from the time he was in PUC. He was my classmate. Of course, the way we both are, I look like his father rather than a classmate. But then he has been one of the people who has been extremely passionate and dedicated about everyone around him, including the environment. And that is one thing I can very clearly say, that his knowledge about every activity around him, be it psychiatry, be it ecology, be it environment, be it politics, be it community, be it whatever, his knowledge and his passion and his real dedication in trying to improve everything around him is very laudatory. Very importantly, I would like to talk about him being one of the person go-to for many of us. We have any problem, he is one of the first people to approach, not necessarily to solve the problem, but to get very friendly advice of how to handle these things. I am very happy for him, and I am very happy for Mallika, who has been with him from the time she got married to him. I know Mallika as well as I know Mallika's father also, with whom I used to share quite a number of evening parties. I used to have the same with Jagdish's father also. And I am very, very happy that Jagdish today has been awarded the Eminent Psychiatrist Award of Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter. Jagdish's daughter has followed him into the fold by being a student, final year student of psychiatry in MD Psychiatry in KMC Manipal. And his son Amog is an entrepreneur in Bangalore. And he has brought them up in such a way that all of us can be very proud of both of them. So nice. I wish Malika and Jagdish all the best in future, and I hope that he continues with the same, vigor. I also congratulate the other eminent psychiatrist, Dr. Darshat Patange, who was my senior in terms of holding the presidentship of IPS Karnataka chapter. Congratulations and wish you all the best.
Taking the citation for Indian Psychiatry History Award 2024-25, the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter at the 35th annual conference at Chikmagaluru is pleased to bestow on Dr. A. Jagdish the prestigious Indian Psychiatric Award for the year 24-25. Dr. A. Jagdish, born in 1958 in Bangalore, did his primary schooling in Kannada medium. He later studied at Ramakrishna Mission School in Mysore and National College, Bangalore. He earned his MBBS degree from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Belgaum in 1982 and obtained his MD Psychiatry from Nimans in 1989. He initially worked at Bangalore Medical College and later began a Department of Psychiatry at Kempegowda Institute of Medical Science, Bangalore in 1993. He also started his own institution, Abhay Hospital at Wilson Garden, Bangalore, which is one of the top-notch premier institute in Karnataka, serving as a tertiary center for psychiatry to the people across the state, offering high quality, trustworthy and affordable health services over the last 25 years. He has set up his own dedicated de-addiction wing, Abhay Addiction Recovery Center, which offers treatment in a focused and caring environment. Dr. A. Jagdish has held numerous roles in the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter, including Executive Committee 94-98, Honorable Secretary 96-97, President IPSKC 2003, and also President IPS South Zone 2019. He has been actively involved in organizing various national and international conferences and has shared his extensive and comprehensive knowledge of the subject in his vibrant speeches at the state and national level. He has conducted myriad of public awareness programs and television debates. He has participated in various research initiatives, clinical trials, and published articles in recognized journals, bolstering his credibility in the field. Dr. A. Jagdish is widely recognized not only for clinical expertise, but also for his extraordinary gift of memory and human connection. Over decades of practice, he has been known to recall his patients with remarkable details even after many years. His unique ability to connect these memories with geographical and cultural context makes him an exceptional clinician and mentor. Patients and students are often astonished at his deep topographical and relational awareness, which enables him to see individuals as a part of larger human fabric, enriching both diagnosis and therapy. If ever the word charismatic has been used to be in psychiatric fraternity, it has to be for the ever-smiling, ever-young and ever-ready Dr. A. Jagdish, a diligent, organized, compassionate, kind doctor who is always eager to listen to and solve things expeditiously and efficiently. With over 3 decades of service in this field, his blend of professional skill, encyclopedic memory, and genuine empathy has made him an invaluable figure in psychiatry, admired equally by his patients, peers, and students. His unique virtuosity of being well connected across the society and excellent social skills has served his profession well and made others around him valued and respected. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter, with pride and honor, recognizes Dr. A. Jagdish's contribution to the field of mental health and the Psychiatric Society, bestowing to him the eminent Psychiatrist Award 2024-25 on this day, the 13th of September 2025, in the 35th Annual State Conference, KANCIPS 2025 at Chikmagaluru. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shashidhar Bilagi, sir. I thank all the IPS and IPSKC office bearers for the felicitation. Now I would request Dr. A. Jagdish, sir, to speak.
ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಗುರು ಹಿರಿಯರೇ, ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳೇ, ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಆನರ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡೇ ಅಟ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು. My entry to this land of coffee in 1700, they planted coffee. In the beginning of 20th century, Chikmagalur was the first to export coffee from India. So I am fortunate to spend 2 decades of my life in this district. I entered in the year 1962
to Chikmagalur district when my father, Dr. late Anjanappa, was a medical officer at Koppa, who served for 3 decades in this district, well known in Koppa, Sringeri, Annarpura taluks. And later on, I also have a personal relationship. My mother-in-law hails from Mudigere Taluk, Bankal village from Chikmagalur district. So this is my relationship. And over a period of time, we had a coffee plantation which we have to dispose to build a hospital in Bangalore. And I started my career as a doctor in this district. When I started my career as a psychiatrist, it is easy to build an individual practice, but build ourselves like an institution. We need to work for an institution. That is called Indian Psychiatric Society. Today, I am extremely thankful to all the office bearers of Indian Psychiatric Society who have given me an opportunity to speak and also honor me. My introduction to Indian Psychiatric Society, next one. I need to confess and tell, I had my own path which helped me. How I traveled in my profession as a psychiatrist. When I joined Bangalore Medical College, we were all just a psychiatrist like many young psychiatrists today. It is Dr. LJP Achar, senior psychiatrist Dr. Jaiprakash, Dr. Ramachandra, Dr. Palaksha. These are the people who came new to the organization, made us to join and work for the organization. So my journey started working for the Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter from 1990 onwards, thanks to all the seniors who introduced to me. At that year, 1990, Dr. Jairamaya hosted South Zone Conference at Bangalore Medical College, though I could able to work and could not attend. Later on, it's a history, I could able to, the association gave me enough strength to participate in several positions. More than that, given me an opportunity to serve the organization. And one of the things which I really think, a lot of people have aversion to pharma. Pharma doesn't mean that we always seek for personal benefit. Pharma can be beneficial to our association. When I took over as the president of South Zone, I just requested one pharma that we wanted to start a postgraduate psychiatric training program every Thursday, thanks to Dr. Suresh Badamat, who is not here. So at Nimans we wanted to start, and our always smiling, welcoming director at that juncture, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, who is also my teacher, who readily agreed to spare everything. One shot, a company gave me a 10 lakhs check, which I gave it to Nimans, and we started the training program for 1 calendar year, started with 100 students, came up to 300, and it became an all-India program. So thankful to pharma, all my colleagues, the association will help me, it is not me. So in my journey while traveling, lot of people have blessed. Next slide, please. You see the monk, Swami Jagadatmanandaji. This was at the age of 89. When I was a student of Ramakrishna Vidyashala, he one day called me to his chamber, to his room, and he just blessed me randomly. Nale ಒಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀಯಾ, ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾಗಲಿ, ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡು. That's the one he told, that's all. He has written a book called Badukulu Kaluri, Learn to Live. By 2015, 4 lakh copies of his book has been sold. How many copies? 4 lakh copies. Several times it has been published. So that is the greatness of Swami Jagadatmanandaji. Next, when I stayed in National College hostel, it was Dr. H. Narasimhaya, freedom fighter, rationalist, Padma Shri. He has had Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University, and he was encouraging us to all the time to study, nothing else. Probably that made us to be here today. Then when I was studying in Jain Medical College, one gentleman called Dr. S.J. Nagaloti. He was a very eminent pathologist, well known in Asia, one of the best museums in India, Asia on pathology was established by Dr. Nagaloti. When we just entered clinical side, got introduced to him, he always used to come and wish. As such a senior man, when we are entering the final year examination hall, he was standing there to wish. That is the simplicity. Today he is not there, but there is a main road, 4 lanes road is named after Dr. Nagalatti Belgaum, which connects National Highway PB to Goa Highway. Those are the people who molded me. Today if I am here, I am indebted to all my gurus. While entering the profession, I need to thank Dr. H.S. Narayan. Many of you might not have heard or seen him after he left NIMHANS. He is the father of child psychiatry at NIMHANS. If one person who has seen all the syndromes described in textbook on child psychiatry, it is Dr. H.S. Narayan. I guess Gangadhar Sir will acknowledge. So, in 1982-83, he was conducting a program on every Sunday to the family of children, disabled children, encouraging them. So that is the time I came across H.S. Narayan. That is my introduction to psychiatry. Then when I entered NIMHANS, it was Dr. Chanbaswana, a person unbiased, a man with full compassion and common sense in teaching psychiatry. What do we mean by service and sacrifice? It is none other than Dr. C.R. Chandrasekhar, who will be here in the second half of the day. And I cannot forget, if I have some knowledge in psychiatry, which I have built up over a period of time, the foundation was laid by none other than Dr. R. Raghuram. Raghuram is one of the eminent psychiatrists and excellent clinician whom I have been taught. I have no words to thank Dr. Gangadhar, who was my guide for my thesis, extremely humane, and I have learnt what humility means. It is from Dr. Gangadhar. Sir, I owe to all of you for today being here, sir. If you don't remember our teachers, all our teachers at NIMHANS have benefited, but those who made some impression in my life, I should not forget. While traveling in our life, we come across some of our friends, though I have many people. Before I want to go to the next one, today I seek blessings from many senior psychiatrists who are sitting here, who are much elder to me. And one such gentleman also I seek blessings is Dr. Sridhar. Probably he might have gone for his lunch, who has served for probably, many of you are not even 55 years. He has served psychiatry for 55 years. He just completed his 80th birthday. I seek blessings from all the seniors who are here, and I am very grateful to them. ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗುವಾಗ ಕೆಲವು ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಬ್ಬರು ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 2 names are twisted. Dr. Swaminath is not Swaminathan. Everybody calls him Swaminathan. Very unfortunate. I am not Jagdisha. Everybody calls me Jagdisha. J is my symbol. My Jagdish Anjanappa. Jagdish A is my initial. They clubbed with Jagdisha and made me Jagdisha because of a very senior, eminent and well-known psychiatrist, Jagdisha Tirthalli. I am also, so 2 names twisted is Swaminath. So I am extremely thankful to Swami being there when I needed. He knows. Dr. R.K. Babu, gold medalist from NIMHANS. He is like my brother. He lives in US. He practices along with his wife Martha as a psychiatrist. Gold medalist, excellent. Now also we keep on interacting about the current issues in psychiatry. And I can't forget to thank Dr. Mahesh Gowda and family. It's not Mahesh Gowda alone. Mr. Ramana Gowda, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Srinivasa, and Dr. Preeti and children. Most of the conferences, if I were to be the figurehead as an organizing chairman or secretary, all the footwork and everything was done by Dr. Mahesh, whom I cannot forget. So I thank all these 3 people who are always there for me in nothing. When I was working in Bangalore Medical College, Dr. Jairamaya, Dr. Subbegowda, Dr. Nataraj, who is in UK, have guided me and made me a part of my life. In Kempegowda, it is Dr. Sri Shamsundar, Dr. Vijendra, Dr. Lakshmi and Dr. C.N. Krishnamurthy CNK. After many years I saw him today. At Abaya, I can't forget my colleagues who helped me to build the institution. I'm very glad Dr. Ruchi Gupta is here. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. You and your family, Bryce, all of you, Paul and everyone. And Dr. Shivkumar, who has not come here. Dr. Shivdev, Dr. Shridevi, Shashidhar Belgi, who is also here, and Dr. Kanappa. And lastly, if I don't thank I'll be failing my duties. If at all I have been successful today, it is my family who stood behind me, who gave me the space to do all this work, not only my profession, also working for my organization. So I'm indebted to my organization for today honoring me as an eminent psychiatrist. Thank you very much for all of you. When there was no psychiatrist in North Karnataka, it is Dr. Patange, who also was honored to be the eminent psychiatrist today, was the first psychiatrist to start practicing in Gulbarga when all the North Karnataka people of that region for psychiatric health, either they were go to Hyderabad or they have to travel to Dharwad and then to Bangalore. At that juncture, 45 years back, when Gulbarga was like a village, today because of the many other things, it's a big city. At that juncture, Dr. Patange started as a one-man army to treat psychiatrists and also to do the community service at Gulbarga. And today, at the end of 45 years, still he stands tall as a psychiatrist, supported by his son, Dr. Amul Patange. So I wish him a long life, good health, and I convey, and later on his other relative also joined, and today he is here, Ganate and other family members. So I wish him a long life, and may God bless him enough strength to serve that part of Karnataka for some more time. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity, and I should special thanks to Dr. Geeta and Dr. Venkatesh, the faculty of the Chikmagalur Medical College, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Pavitra, Dr. Vinay, everyone, and all the association members and the EC members of Karnataka, Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter. Thank you very much. Long live IPSKC and Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish sir. And may I now request Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir, Secretary IPSKC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity of delivering the vote of thanks for this session on Eminent Psychiatrist Award felicitation. First of all, I would like to thank our chairperson, President IPSKC, Dr. Somshekhar Bijja sir, for chairing the session. And I would like to thank both the awardees, Dr. D.V. Patange sir and the family, and Dr. Jagdish A. and their family for getting felicitated. And I would like to thank all the past presidents of the IPSKC to coming over on the dais and felicitating both the eminent psychiatrists. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir. We would now break for lunch and assemble back at 2 p.m. for the afternoon sessions. Thank you. that is on Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Oration. I would now request Dr. N.M. Patil sir to come over dais to chair this session, and Dr. Shripati Bhatt sir, please come over dais to be the co-chair for this session. The awardee for Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Oration for KANCIPS 2025 is Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy sir, Professor of Psychiatry in NIMHANS. I would hearty welcome to you sir. Please come over dais. Sir, akkadin bandbidi. Sir.
Questions.
A brief introduction about Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Oration. We have a recorded video.
This is not a.
Hey, Aril Kapoor photo.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು LGP ಆಚಾರ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸಾರಿ, ಇದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಇದನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿ. ಇದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್. Yes.
Loud, volume.
We did schooling at National High School of Bangalore. It was a CDPO state at Government Intermediate College. We finished his MBBS from BMC between 1964 to 69. He served as General Secretary of the Bangalore Medical College Students Association and was an active sportsman. He was also very active in the College Cultural Association. He later worked in London from 1969 at Menor Hospital. He moved to the United States of America, acquired his MRCP Psychiatry in 1975. He underwent training in psychoanalytical psychotherapy and transport and practices in Orlando and later Florida in 1985. He later moved back to Bangalore in the late 1989. He worked as a consultant at Ilapata Hospital. He was actively involved with the cultural activities of the National College of Students. He became a member of IPS Karnataka in 1989 and brought out a welcome energy in his activities. Almost single-handedly, he initiated and sustained the regularity of the newspaper from 1989 until February 1993. He took charge of material sourcing, writing, printing, distribution, sourcing of funds for the newsletter. This was the time when the authors of the newsletter was started, and every year the society had a surplus after meetings. Dr. LGP, as he has been fondly remembered, unfortunately passed away on March 5, 1993. Since then, IPS Karnataka chapter conducts Dr. LGP Memory Oration Award every year since 1994. The following is the list of awardees. So this effective KANCIPS 2025 at Chikmagalur, we will welcome Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy, Professor at NIMHANS Bangalore, to deliver Dr. SGD Ashra Memorial Wish. We will welcome you, sir. Dr. SGD Ashra Memorial Wish.
Close the video. I now request our chairpersons to give the introductory remarks.
Good afternoon. This is an important session of IPSKC KANCIPS for two reasons today. One is LGP Achar, as we heard just now, was a person who rejuvenated IPSKC from 1989 onwards. And basically this is about psychotherapy and psychotherapy related topics. The oration is meant for that. Today's speaker, Dr. Janardhan Reddy, is going to talk about psychotherapy in obsessive compulsive disorder. Probably if I have to take help of somebody in obsessive compulsive disorder, then probably it would have been my great friend Dr. Sumant Khanna and Dr. Janardhan Reddy. Dr. Janardhan Reddy has been practically identified with OCD in the last 20-30 years as the man to whom you go if you have a problem with a OCD patient. So Dr. Janardhan Reddy is going to give us a new insights into psychotherapy of OCD, because we know that psychotherapy is as good as pharmacotherapy as far as obsessive compulsive disorder is concerned. So I request Dr. Janardhan Reddy to go ahead and give his talk, but in the meantime, before that, as my Guruji and senior Dr. Sripati Bhatt says, that we have to honor the person who is giving the oration and then go ahead with the oration.
I would now request the chairpersons to honor the awardee, Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy sir, and I request Dr. Chetan B. to read the citation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to read the citation of Dr. Y.C. Jr. The Indian Psychiatric Society, Karnataka chapter, today at its 35th annual conference at Chikmagaluru, bestows on Professor Y.C. Janardhan Reddy the prestigious Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Oration for the year 2024-25. Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy is a senior professor of psychiatry, head of the OCD clinic, and Dean of Behavioral Sciences, NIMHANS, Bangalore. He completed MBBS from the Government Medical College, Ballari. He completed DPM and MD of Psychiatry at NIMHANS. He has been a faculty member in the Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, for around 30 years and is former head of the department. He was a Commonwealth Research Fellow at Oxford University, UK in 1999. He has won various other awards in his illustrious career, including the Wellcome Trust Travel Award in 2002, Daniel Capron Prize in 2005, Dr. C.V. Raman Young Scientist Karnataka State Award in 2011, ISBD Scholar in 2015, Dr. D.S. Raju Memorial Oration Award of the Andhra Pradesh Psychiatric Association 2022, and the Indian Medical Association Bangalore Doctors Day Award in 2022. His paper won the Pune Psychiatric Association 2 Award at ANCIPS 2014. He is an associate editor of the Indian Journal of Psychiatry. His main areas of clinical and research interest are obsessive compulsive disorder and bipolar disorder. He has been a consultant in the OCD clinic NIMHANS since its inception in 1997. He has been instrumental in developing multidisciplinary treatment services for OCD patients, including pharmacotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and neuromodulation services. He has spearheaded the inpatient CBT services for severe OCD at NIMHANS. He has mentored mental health professionals with diverse backgrounds on CBT for OCD. He is a world-renowned expert on OCD with more than 250 publications in peer-reviewed journals, with more than 12,000 citations and an H index of 62. He has worked on various research projects evaluating the clinical phenotype, neuropsychology, neuroimaging, genetics, and interventions for OCD with funding support from the ICMR, DBT, CAHR Canada, NIMH USA, and philanthropic agencies. His research work has helped understand the phenotypic heterogeneity of OCD and the long-term course of OCD in India. His research work on CBT for medication-resistant OCD, long-term outcome of inpatient CBT, and mindfulness-based CBT have demonstrated the importance of CBT as a treatment modality for OCD. He has organized various conferences and CME programs, including the 3 international OCD symposia held at NIMHANS, attended by OCD researchers from across the globe. He has delivered more than 130 invited talks and presented many research papers in national and international scientific conferences. He has mentored professionals from various backgrounds in their clinical and research work. He is a member of the WHO International Advisory Group for the Division of Obsessive Compulsive and related section of the ICD-10 Mental and Behavioral Disorders Classification. He is the lead author in formulating the Indian Psychiatric Society clinical practice guidelines for the treatment of OCD and guidelines for cognitive behavioral therapy and administrative responsibilities and cognitive behavioral therapy for anxiety disorders and obsessive compulsive disorders. Despite his immense academic, research and administrative responsibilities, Professor Janardhan Reddy remains committed to his clinical work and is renowned as being always approachable and compassionate by patients, colleagues and students alike. His approach to clinical psychiatry and psychotherapy is deeply rooted in evidence-based medicine. Through his stewardship, the NIMHANS OCD Clinic is now recognized as a referral center both nationally and internationally. The Indian Psychiatric Society Karnataka chapter is proud to honor Professor Y.C. Janardhan Reddy for his work in psychotherapy with late Dr. LGP Achar Memorial Oration Award 2024-25 on this day, the 13th September 2025 during the 35th Annual State Conference KANCIPS 2025 at Chikamagaluru, duly signed by President Dr. Somsekhar Bijal and Honorary Secretary IPSKC Dr. Narayan R. Mutalik. Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy sir to deliver his oration. Caller mic, slide C.
Slide mover idea. Slide mover idea. Good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely thankful to Karnataka Indian Psychiatric Society for having recognized me with this prestigious oration award. I have been specifically instructed by some people that I have a tendency to move off the microphones. I'll take care of it. So, I don't know how much I really deserve to speak on this oration. I've attended some of the LGP Achar Oration Awards in the past. They are mostly about often about experiential accounts of dynamic psychotherapies and the variants of it. But today, I am really talking about the innovations in psychotherapy for obsessive compulsive disorder, which is slightly different from the kind of orations given previously. So I'm not really going to talk to you a lot about what we already know. I'm going to really talk about what are the new things in psychotherapy for OCD and what have we done and where do we go from here. Okay. Now, I'd like to start off with this one background statement. Whatever you might say, there are only two treatments in OCD. One is SSRIs and clomipramine. The second one is cognitive behavior therapy that involves exposure, response prevention, and a combination of these things. Now, everybody, even undergraduate student would know that CBT and ARP and pharmacotherapy work. They also perhaps work in combination. Now, beyond this, everything is debatable. Everything is debatable, at least as far as I am concerned. Now, when people talk about, I don't spend a lot of time, but I explain, when people say CBT, what do they actually mean? In most parts of the world, when they say CBT, it means a psychoeducation session for 2-3 talks about OCD, rationale behind ARP and all that, a little bit of cognitive modification, and then you go on to basically ARP. In some parts of the world, there's a little bit more emphasis on belief modifications, and then you do ARP. But essentially, when people say CBT, they actually mean ERP with some cognitive component. So many people believe ERP is the most active component of CBT. Now, but there are two things. Clinical psychologists, for some reasons, they're not so comfortable with fear extinction model, where the primary concern is habituation and extinction of fear, based on a classical conditioning, the operant conditioning principles. Whereas CBT is actually, we modify your beliefs, and then exposure occurs as a as a function of belief modification, and not so much habituation. Now, all these details apart, CBT is ERP and some cognitive components. So that's the background I want you to keep in mind. And the point number 2 is also that all CBT clinical trials, all, so 80% of them have been done on patients who are stabilized on SSRI but symptomatic, not necessarily non-responders. Because you should understand that. Whereas all pharmacological trials are made on patients who are not on CBT or not received CBT for last 6 months, 1 year. So in some ways, many CBT trials are synergetic or additive treatments of SSRI plus CBT. Although some people do disagree upon this, but that is the reality. So, but overall, if you look at the literature, if there is a MCQ question, which are the best evidence, you should always say CBT and ARP because the effect sizes are more, and it may perhaps prevent relapses. Now, this is all we know till now. We keep this in mind and then we'll move on. But there are several unresolved issues with CBT. One, even in those people who improve, okay, responders. What do you mean by responders? A 35% reduction in YVOX, that's it. Still asymptomatic, okay? So even those people who are responders, symptoms persist. That's when they come back to you. They're not recovered. They come back to you. You're happy that the YVOX score has come down, but they're not happy about it. That's the reality with both SSRIs and CBT. About 30% of them, despite the best efforts from both the therapist and the client or the patient, treatment resistance is a pretty common thing in OCD. Okay? And then add to this, roughly about 25% of the patients either don't want to go through this traumatic anxiety exposure or they drop out. So in essence, some of them even refuse to participate in therapy. And of course, there's a big issue about, I recommend therapy to so many people. So who is a therapist? Who is a therapist? Even in NIMHANS, with so many psychologists working around everywhere, and so many residents, and I know my residents are here, you cannot offer therapy to everybody. So what are you talking about? Go to somewhere else. Who does therapy for them? It is all very nice to say that it's the first line of treatment. So these are some of the challenges. So keeping these challenges in mind, what can we do now? Okay. Okay. Now there are two things. One is innovations in the way you deliver CBT. The other one is the conceptual understandings in ERP or CBT. Now, what are innovations? Now, group therapy, strictly speaking, is not an innovation. Okay, let us accept that group therapy has been around for a long time. But then, the group therapy for OCD is one thing which is possible when there are limited resources. There are advantages of that also. Second one is what is called as a concentrated exposure, called a Burgen 4-day OCD treatment model. This is such a huge craze for people who are familiar with OCD treatment. In Norway, there was this demand that there are so many patients with OCD, but you are not able to give CBT. And let me also tell you a side story. Americans and all the Indians in America, Indians in Europe come to you and ask everything to be done in 1 year, 1 month. You know, when they get appointment with their CBT therapist, psychiatrist, or they go and meet, 6 months later, 1 year later. Although they recommend CBT, appointments are not available for most patients. In fact, the best treatment is available in India only for these kind of problems. Maybe other physical illness also. So, the issue is that they came up with a program where in 4 days time, to give a concentrated ERP, they published many articles. In fact, the person who developed it in Norway got an award for it. And now they are taking up this program to US and many other countries now. I will come back to it a little later. Then there is a possibility to do brief protocols. 15-20 sessions is the very typical ERP. Twice a week sessions, 15-20, and then booster sessions. Can 5-6 sessions therapy work as well as a longer therapy? Because even 5-6 session therapy is difficult. I am sure you will realize for patient to come and see you. So can that kind of a treatment work? They tried initially with panic disorder, agoraphobia, whether those kind of briefer treatment works. Then inpatient residential treatment, where it's a form of concentrated ERP, but a therapist sees you almost every day in a week for about 1.5 to 2 hours, and then they are given therapy sessions, homework assignment the whole day. There are about 7-8 centers in the world who do this kind of inpatient treatment. We didn't have those fancy words, but I know as long as I remember, OCD patients have been admitted and treated in NIMHANS for as long as 1, 2, 3 months, and sometimes 2 months. Patients used to stay forever in NIMHANS. Okay, so this kind of inpatient, residential or a partial hospitalization is perhaps one option that one keep in mind in a very severely ill patients, or people who are so severely ill they cannot do outpatient treatment. Okay, that's one important improvement in the delivery of CBT. I will present some of the results. Then the lot of this remote CBT has caught up attention thanks to COVID. Okay, now remote CBT has two types. Instead of seeing you in person, I will see you face to face over the internet. So I don't see you in person, but the entire therapy occurs on a video conference based, like, or maybe on WhatsApp. Therapy sees you for 1 hour, as 1.5 hour session. That's a video conference based CBT. It has picked up a lot. I think many psychologists who are now practicing in India, and of course who charge quite heftily now. So it's also becoming not very cheap. Now that has really taken over because many patients cannot come and see every week. So does it work really? Then you have internet-based CBTs where there is a very minimal input from therapist or no input at all, versus once a week they will send email as to what has happened, did I gave you assignment, all those, some varying degree of a therapist involvement, but it is primarily an internet-based CBT with a limited input from therapist. Now these have come as replacements for in-person therapies because they are not accessible, it's not feasible, it's not cost effective in most countries. So this is about the delivery of CBT, what are the changes. Then you have innovations in conceptualization, that is about delivery problems. Now how have you enhanced your understanding of CBT? One is something called inhibitory learning based ERP. I will come back to that little more in detail. is a new kind of advancements in how you can make the results of ARP better. Then you have the other things, acceptance and commitment therapy, mindfulness-based CBTs. Basically, there are various avatars like your SSRIs, 5-HT2A, 5-HT1A, little bit here and there. I personally think those are all various avatars of CBT with some differential emphasis, but when it is actually delivered, whether the different is a difficult dish altogether. But then those two have taken up quite a bit of, many people now practice that. That one is a dialectical behavior therapy, which is basically a model which is employed in treating borderline personality disorder, because distress tolerance is a central issue when you recommend ERP to OCD patients. So how do you enhance the distress tolerance of patients with OCD? So there are some people who are working on that right now. Really don't know how well it works. Then you have metacognitive therapy. Okay, what is metacognitive therapy? So typically, the beliefs in OCD are exaggerated threat perception or an inferred sense of responsibility. Okay, now I don't work on these. These are down the line cognitions. Below that are automatic thoughts. I'm sure all of you are aware of it. I'm not going to detail. Automatic thoughts, dysfunctional beliefs. Now behind that, there is this belief about the importance and control of thoughts. They work on those cognitions which drive the dysfunctional beliefs that are typical of OCD. That's the metacognitive kind of therapy. And then you have habit reversal therapy, which is essentially used in treating trichotillomania, skin picking disorder, and tic disorders, where there is a good amount of evidence, particularly for tic disorders. If there is an NCQ, which are the following are most effective SSRI, habit reversal therapy, clomipramine, and glutamatic drugs? Answer is actually habit reversal therapy, the best treatment. Now, many people are now realized that OCD over the years, compulsion ceased to simply have the effect of reducing distress and anxiety. They become habits for you, hardwired. You just perform washing and cleaning automatically, not necessarily consciously to prevent a deathful outcome or to reduce distress. Again, no work. I'm just telling you where the various kinds of things is happening now. Then there are something called danger ideation reduction therapy for contamination fears. And the last one is interesting is pharmacological and brain stimulation augmented CBT. I will come to that in the end. Okay. So these are the two important things that I want to really emphasize, because these are the newer developments in therapy. Okay. Now group therapy, there are a couple of randomized control trials. Both in short term and long term outcomes are similar for in-person therapy and also group therapy. So in a country where there are limited resources, I wonder whether group therapy is an option. I tried doing that in Imans. Many of my consultant colleagues also enthusiastically came up and did that. Somehow we are not even successful even in Imans doing group therapy sessions. Maybe there are inherent problems. So what are those? Of course there are advantages. What is that? There is sense of belonging, really, I am not the allow, everybody else is washing and checking, everybody else has dirty thoughts. So that sense of belongingness comes in group therapy. Then you can motivate each other in doing ARP, you can learn from each other. And then it saves most importantly therapist time. If you have patients who come in a group. But the point here is there is loss of privacy, confidentiality, individuality. Many of these OCD patients don't want to talk about their problems to anybody else. They feel very ashamed, guilty. So not many people agree to perform a group therapy, and they can sometimes become, groups can become confrontational, when you run group therapies. And then heterogeneity. Many, it's like schizophrenia also. I hear voices, you are suspecting your wife. My illness is different from yours. So I wash and check, but you have sexual thoughts. So you need to have an extremely homogeneous groups for you to really benefit from group therapy. So these are some of the challenges in group therapy, but I believe this has a great potential if carried forward. And I'm coming back to Bergen 4-day treatment. This particular person, Hansen, was in Imans a couple of months back. He did a 1-day program and a concentrated treatment. Unfortunately, one day he didn't say anything about Bergen treatment. He only talked about CBT principles. Then he said, if you want to learn, you call me, I will come and teach you separately. Maybe I don't know whether there is a fees for it. Now the issue here is, what is constant ERP? Individual treatment is delivered during 4 consecutive days in a group of 6 patients to 1-to-1 therapist ratio. There are 5-6 patients, also 5-6 therapists, they are all seen together, entire day exposure is done. Entire day. Sometimes they are usually kind of residential, come in the morning, go out in the evening. And efficacy has been demonstrated in comparison with the self-help and waitlist groups. To my mind, I have been struck by the response rates. 90% response rate, 70% remission. Which of your treatments have given these kind of results? No. No CBT, no ERP has given this kind of, no SSRI has given this kind of result. And they've studied the effects over 12 months and 4 years. The results are still maintained now. This is the data. And now they are trying to spread it to Europe and other kind of countries. I am also reflecting upon when I am talking about, because I have been in this area for a long time, pardon me for that, it may be biased also. I struggle, my patients do touch a door now for 2 weeks. So who are these people who so willingly come and stay with you for 4 days, and then come back to for 2 months? I think my personal feeling is these are highly motivated, driven people, are willing to undergo anxiety in those 4 days. I asked them this question, but they are not agreeing with it. But my guess is how do we, at least my patients don't do that. But if they do that, I think this is a huge important step forward, because you can afford treatment to so many people in a short period of time. And while I have my skepticism, which is good to have, we have one of our students has started to examine this in Indian context, feasibility and effectiveness of intensive ERP in patients with OCD. You can see that many people from clinical psychology are involved. So they are right now doing it as a PhD work, where you are giving treatments over 4 sessions. First session is about psychoeducation and the rationale of ERP and all that. Then second to third therapist, you do an assisted ERP, 7 to 8 hours per day. 7 to 8 hours per day of ERP. And the 4th session is about summarizing about relapse prevention, and then self-assisted weeks or 3 weeks with some minimal contact. Now we are trying to do that now. Now we will know, they have done some pilot study with some positive results, but we will know only when we see the results ultimately. But this is, I think, the most talked about aspect of CBT and OCD at this much time in the world. Okay. Now, sometime back, I wanted to know whether 5 or 6 sessions of CBT is enough for most garden variety OCD patients. What are those garden variety? Are those with whom I don't see and we all of you see. No multiple comorbidities, not treatment resistant, in good insight. Their YBUCs are around 20, 22, 23, not 30, 40. Now, they are the majority, right? So for them, do you think we can actually do a briefer intervention? So we developed one program which we published in Journal of Affective Disorders. We did a randomized control trial of 60 patients, 13 in each group, where 6 sessions were delivered over 4 to 5 weeks. So first session, it was a family-based program. First session was purely about assessment. Second session was on psychoeducation about CBT, and also the OCD itself, rationale, habituation, extinction, all those kind of things. Then you explain the rationale behind ARP. 4th session, you actually develop hierarchy with them, and then discuss the concept of grade response prevention, make them probably do 1 or 2 things in a session, and then send them home. 5th session, you bring in concept of family accommodation, expressed emotions, how to we reduce family accommodation, express emotions, because family accommodation very, very clearly shown, if not accommodated, if it not handled, it itself contributes to poor outcome with all CBT trials. And then of course 6th session you talk about family burden and ways to normalize routines. Now this was done by one therapist. So it is a controlled with relaxation treatment with equal amount of time spent in between the both groups. You will see there is a 53% response in people who underwent this kind of a brief program versus 12%, quite highly significant. In addition, family accommodation and expressed emotion also decreased substantially now. What it does is show is that in some of these patients probably, instead of saying I don't have time, you are staying somewhere else, can we manage 5 to 6 sessions of therapy sessions which are predominantly psychoeducative in nature as to how to do it rather than actually doing it yourself, and see whether there are results. Okay. Now the cynic in me points out one thing. whenever PhD students do any thesis in NIMANS, they're always positive. This is not to blame them. No, not to blame them. See, when does the therapy work? It does not work on Vivek Benegal, which is charisma and all that, talks nicely, how to elicit resistance, break, all those charismatic therapies. But charismatic therapy is not a public therapy. There is ERP, there is CBT. I train you 5 people. I train here, I train there, I train everywhere. All of them should be able to produce equally good results. That is the external validity of a therapy. Not a charismatic Sigmund Freud or a Jung who can do therapies. It should be done by everybody else. Now, I am not sure whether this can be, because it's her PhD thesis. She spent a lot of time in that. Now, but then there is enough early leads. I think we should be tried in many other centers with different kind of therapies, and if it really works, maybe 1 month you can even reduce to 3 weeks or 2 weeks and see whether it really makes a difference. But what are those self-help books all about? So many self-help books are also about, these are the same things they describe and people do it on their own. So it's quite possible this is feasible, but I myself, frankly, have not been able to take it forward. If anyone of it want to take it forward, I think it's something that needs to be examined. I think there is a great potential for this. They are done to some extent panic disorder. How much time I have? Time? 10 minutes? 20, okay. Now, let me come to another treatment called inpatient intensive residential treatment, which is something which I am very fond of talking. It was a prelude to that. Sometime back, one of our PhD students, I wanted this to be done, Dr. Nitin Anand, he did intensive inpatient CBT and then followed it up for 1 year. You can see the results, exceedingly good results. Post-treatment after intensive inpatient ERP, there are 70% responders. They remained at 12-month follow-up, 61%. Then remitters are also very high. So I think we were just quite impressed because the results are very high. Because see, if you have been admitting patients for 2-3 months and your MS keeps pointing out why are your patients staying in the hospital for so long, I need to demonstrate when I keep them for 6 weeks and 8 months, it produces results. And I think this is one early study which produced some results emphasizing the role of a intensive inpatient personalized ERP. Now this led to, so what is the IRT? All over the world, they are called by different names: intensive residential treatment, inpatient treatments, or day hospitalization treatment programs and other things. Now, what are the indications? Too severe illness where you cannot really do an outpatient therapy. They're so severely ill. Spend 10 hours in the bathroom. It's very, very difficult for them to really do therapy on their own. Or people who have tried CBT on outpatient basis, but it has failed. It doesn't really work. And third one, treatment refractoriness. These are the 3 different kind of patients who come to us. In fact, first one is one commonest reason why we admit patients. It's very, very time consuming because if a resident has 2 patients in the ward, he's gone because 5:30 to 9 o'clock is consumed. Because they are very, very difficult patients, and there are families also. Their VIVA score is almost 35-40. Very, very severely ill people. But then that's what actually works. And then this is often feasible only in the institutions where there is enough staff. So you have to do almost daily session with therapies, therapist assisted and also guided therapies. CBT has to be monitored closely. Family involvement. I'll tell you what, there are many other programs in the world which have done this. What is the difference between the program at NIMANS and elsewhere? Family stays here with the patient. Family is involved in therapy. You attend to family accommodation, you attend to express emotions, whereas elsewhere in the world only patient comes. This is one important difference between our residential programs and elsewhere. And if family is involved, I feel personally the outcomes are much better. Then of course you also do rationalization of pharmacotherapy, but I really don't give too much of importance because by then they're all very resistant patients, 3-4 SSRIs having failed and multiple antipsychotic trials which anyway occur now so soon within 6 months doctors have finished all atypical antipsychotics. Then it is a multidisciplinary approach. This is generally what is IRT all about in brief. Then I told you we have been admitting patients for a very, very long time in NIMANS for treating OCD. So we wanted to know really what happened to these people. Now, these are long-term outcomes of intensive inpatient treatment for severe treatment-resistant OCD we published in Canada in 2020. There are 420 patients admitted during this period between January 22 and December 17. Mean duration of admission was about 1.5 months. At discharge, that's about 6 to 8 weeks. 50% of them were responders and partial responders of 25%, which I took to me in a treatment refractory patient population is a very, very good result. And there are 4 different kind of patient groups, which I am not really going to talk about. Some people who improved, some people who remained stable all along the time. You know, so there are 4 different kind of groups. If you leave that thing aside, you look at the Y box score here. Total number, mean duration of 42 days, baseline Y box was 29, that is about 30, which is as severe as you can get. All of them had failed at least 2 SSRI trials, majority of them 2 augmentation trials, and a third of them had actually failed CBT trial also. So in this kind of a context, I think the results are exceedingly good. At the same time, around this time we also did one prospective study where we looked at outcome. They were very, very similar. I am not really present here. So I think there is a great case for inpatient CBT when people don't improve. Before you recommend them to undergo gamma knife or DBS programs, I think this is something that we need to. In fact, I would say even before trying a series of pharmacological augmentation agents, God only knows whether they work or not. I think you should really try treatment which works and which produces results. Then let us come to remote CBT. Now, I think I talked to you about ICBT versus video therapy, but in general, I am not presenting any data here. Face-to-face CBT is generally shown to be superior to therapist-guided internet CBT, which is superior to unguided internet CBT, but ICBT is the most cost-effective of all those things when there is a minimal therapist income, involvement in that. But the best results are usually seen with face-to-face. Severe OCD, having severe avoidance, and fast face-to-face therapy, these are generally predictors of poor response to therapy. I'll give you an example of how it works. There is one particular study I talked about, number 3. There is an organization called NOCD in America. I don't know what N means. They actually offer video conference-based therapy for large number of patients, and they're all trained therapists. They examined the outcome in 3,552 adults. They reviewed the record. And sometimes observational studies actually make a lot of sense because that's what they have been offering for so long. In them, there was a retrospective longitudinal observation after 12 months. 62% response with a video conference-based therapy. Okay, and there was also improvement in depression, anxiety, and quality of life, and the results were similar to face-to-face therapy results. I think, although these kind of studies are riddled with many methodological issues, but a simple fact that 3,500 patients have been seen with a video conference-based therapy, and they have produced 62% response rate, I think is something that we need to really think of very, very seriously in a country where therapists are not available. I think this is the kind of result. They are not used Y box, they use this scale called dimensional obsessive compulsive scale, and you can see that the scores are come down, initial and then mid assessment and post, and these results persist even during 12-month follow-up if you look at the scores. Now, we are right now in the midst of a funded project to examine the efficacy of video conference-based therapy versus in-person therapy. This is an ICMR funded study randomized control trial with 2 centers, one in Nimans, one in Tezpur, headed by my colleague Dr. Ajay Kumar from the CBT unit with Paulami, Manjula, and all others included in that. Now, it looks like we thought initially we may not be able to recruit. Recruitment is going on very well. I think down the line next year, maybe 1 or 2 years down the line, my colleagues may be even be able to show whether that kind of a strategy works even in the Indian context. Okay, but there are certain issues in this kind of therapy. Now, in the remote therapy, there is only distinct advantage. What is that? When you see patients in your therapy in your office, you make them touch your pen, your mobile, your chair. Okay, but that is not where the patient lives. Okay, exposure is in a specific settings. The trigger obsessions occur only when you have a video conferencing with the patient sitting in his or her kitchen or bedroom. So the generalizability is perhaps more with that than with in-person therapy. It is easily accessible, affordable, and probably a solution to resource-constrained areas. But then people have talked about what is the nature of therapeutic alliance. All therapies outcome to some extent, at least a large extent, depending upon what kind of therapy you are doing, it depends on therapeutic alliance. Can you have a good therapeutic alliance with a remote kind of conference? But there are recent studies which have shown that there is not really a big difference in therapeutic alliance if patients are inclined to use the digital formats and they know what exactly is to be done, but it is an issue. Then sometimes there is no satisfaction of having seen therapists on time. Many people are not comfortable with technology. Watching YouTube on smartphone and watching Kannada movies on smartphone is different from engaging in therapy using a smartphone. Those are very different things. So everybody has a smartphone, advantage, but not necessarily the same when you use it for active therapy. So we don't know what the comfort technology. Then there is usually technical interference. I took 15 minutes to download my slides. So doing the conversation, internet goes away, something happens. All these things you will not realize they are actually contributory factors to outcome. It is like seeing a patient who speaks Kannada but you speak Hindi. You struggle to continue sessions. So it happens like that when there are technological intervention. Then the complex cases, you have depression, you have borderline personality disorder, those are very, very difficult to do the remote therapies. So whereas in-person therapy, you can do exposures within session. There's a great advantage, and then the patient can take it back. Oftentimes, therapist's office is more confidential setting than one's home, because one's home there are people observing you. Whereas in clinic, you close the door, that person is sitting with you. Many times, patients don't want to be seen at home because of this, okay? And probably there is a better therapeutic alliance, you can treat complex cases better. Most importantly, that is the modality which is very, very well researched over the last 4 decades. There is a great amount of research evidence to support in-person therapy over all other forms of therapy at this point of time. And of course, it is not accessible to most of our patients in-person therapy. So these are some of the plus and minuses. I guess there are solutions to that. Okay. Now I am coming to conceptual changes in the CBT. Now, in ERP, what really happens? What do you tell your patients? You touch this doorknob, your anxiety goes away completely. You get used to it. If you keep on doing it, then anxiety comes down. So you get habituated to your emotional responses, and the same doorknob doesn't look as threatening as it used to be. Okay? So central fear is habituation. Through habituation, extension of fear occurs. But now people are realizing habituation within sessions, habituation in between session also does not predict treatment outcomes. People who don't habituate improve, people who habituate don't improve, people who have improved habituation therapies relapse later. So there are lots of issues in classical fear extinction model behavior therapy. So people are looking at alternative models, because when you touch a doorknob and keep on doing exposure, you will learn after some time it is not dangerous. So that stimuli, doorknob has 2 meanings. One meaning is that there is a threat associated with. Another meaning is it is not threat associated. But then what is inhibitor learning principle? Nobody unlearns completely. Nobody forgets everything. It is like if I don't give talks like this every 1 month, if I have a stage fear, my stage fear comes back. Okay? So what really happens here is that what is newly learned has to be so strong that it has to inhibit the traditional threat-associated fears. Now that's the basic principle of what you call my inhibitor learning principle. So their techniques are all to improvise that. Now there is no systematic literature in OCD, but it is very compelling to think of these things. There is literature on spider phobia, specific phobias, and social phobias. Now the focus here is not on many patients tell my anxiety never comes down. You must have seen anybody who has done therapy. Now, what you are trying to say in this form of therapy is probably anxiety is not as awful as you think. You probably tolerate this. Distress tolerance is the core, not the reduction. And 2, expectancy violation. What is expectancy violation? If I don't do these things, something terrible might happen. That has to be violated frequently. Okay, sometimes it may not be about some fateful act. It may be that I cannot tolerate my panic disorder. I may simply die of heart attack. Isn't it? So that expectancy violation also has to occur. So this whole principle of inhibitor learning rests on these 2 principles. So the focus is on tolerance of distress and non-threat association. I think I'm coming to end, I'll quickly finish. So you have strategies like combined multiple fear cues, maximize exposure in a multiple different kind of context, a bathroom here, bathroom there, bathroom in public toilets. You can do multiple context exposure rather than one exposure because there is no generalization. And then removing same. There is a very, very interesting theoretical papers in most journals. I think you can read them. So we are right now we did one of my students did one pre-post, not necessarily randomized control trial, developed a module for inhibitor learning based exposure and also experimented in a couple of patients. If you look at this, the results are very, very good. In 21 patients, the improvement is quite significant. But then you might ask me a question, is this ERP only? No, it has worked. So you don't have a control arm. So that remains a problem. But then a module was developed and then we tested whether these principles can really work. So this is one potential area that has some future. Now mindfulness cognitive behavior therapy is something I have not done it myself anytime, but my group has been doing this for a long time. Mindfulness ACT, there are a lot of mindfulness components in it. They also have a cognitive therapy component. There is varying degrees of ERP also. There are people who now question whether ACT and mindfulness-based therapies, are they simply different avatars of CBT? You don't know whether mindfulness has worked or ERP has worked, or whether ACT has worked or cognitive remediation has worked. So those kind of challenges still remain. I am not going to elaborate because chairperson has said I have to wind up soon. So we did a couple of randomized control trials. For example, this trial compared mindfulness therapy with stress management, which was a very successful outcome in a randomized control trial. Then we also examined it in people who have primarily obsessions. It did give good results. And then we also compared with the classical CBT. So there are about 3-4 good, well-designed mindfulness-based studies, but the questions that I raised about mindfulness still remain. Whether it is the mindfulness which worked or whether the associated cognition and ERP that worked as outcome. I think I touched upon these issues. Okay, last one session. Since you talked about TMS so long in the morning. Now there are people who are trying to say, give TMS, it improves neuroplasticity and then do exposure session. Now, this is an article, 2 articles below, published in the Biological Psychiatry this time with editorials. So they gave, they used fMRI measures and then they used 2 left DLPFC and left pre-supplementary area and then saw whether the outcomes improve. Unfortunately, the study was not powered to detect differences, but in those who improved, there were fMRI predictors of response to treatment. So quite possible if an adequately powered studies, you might be able to demonstrate the efficacy of RTMS plus CBT versus CBT alone. But then you should also remember that the D-cycloserine story which ultimately bombed. D-cycloserine we all use, but it really doesn't work. It is a pharmacological augmentation. This is a brain stimulation augmented CBT. But I think this has some future. So I would say CPD is the first line of treatment for OCD, BDD and hoarding disorder. Web-based CBT may be useful in treating OCD and BDD, but how useful, how good it is, we don't know. Intensive residential inpatient care is a useful treatment option. Burgeon 4-day treatment offers various options. We need to really explore it. And mindfulness-based therapies, I think they still require a better designed, larger trials for them to become mainstream therapeutic options. And I have not done all this myself. There are many people involved in this, right from Sumant Khanna to my entire OCD team, and CBT unit has been very, very much part of all our CBT research work. And which I have forgotten type here, lot of it is work done by a great assistance from residents and PhD students and psychology MPhil students. I thank all of them whose work I used today to present the innovations in psychotherapy in OCD. Thank you. I took more time. Huh? Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Janardhan Reddy. You gave an extensive coverage for the recent innovations in the therapy of OCD, and I'm sure that is one condition which has been an enigma for everyone, almost every generation. And it is a real challenge in terms of psychotherapy also. And the complexity that is involved in understanding the mechanisms and administration of psychotherapy. I think that itself is most important. And we should congratulate Dr. Janardhan Reddy and his team for having done so much work in different innovations that are related to cognitive behavior therapy. Ultimately, CBT seems to be the at present the answer, but various innovations that have been tried. And thank you for enlightening the audience and all of us. Thank you, Dr. Janardhan Reddy. Thank you.
I thank the awardee Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy sir for the most enlightening lecture, and I also thank the chairpersons for chairing this session. May I now request Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir to hand over a memento to the chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir.
I had to rush through. I didn't realize.
We would now proceed with Dr. R.N. Kapoor Memorial Oration. I now request Dr. Matthew Varghese to come over dais to chair this session. I request Dr. P.S.V.N. Sharma sir to come over dais to be the co-chair. I request Dr. Shri Kumar Menon sir to come over dais. He is the awardee of Dr. R.N. Kapoor Oration Award. Just to give a brief introduction about R.L. Kapoor Memorial Oration, we are now playing a recorded video. I request Dr. Ravindra Manuli sir to come over dais.
Lecture.
Video.
ನೀರು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಐತೆ
We have also made academic sciences, where the National Academy of Medical Sciences regularly research research review of granting mutual level and culture directly published at Harvard and getting psychiatrists in India. Here, movements of American epidemiology, religion, philosophy, even psychiatry, the daily. His personal academic research on psychiatric epidemiology is classic number in the daily he also improves relation psychiatrists because they characterize yoga and working psychological effects that are the other than research others include education and the solution like community
I would now
National Institute of Advanced Studies, value to deliver Dr. Anand
Thank you. I now request the chairpersons to hand over the award and felicitate the awardee. I also request Dr. Ravindra Manoli sir to read the citation.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Ravindra Manoli, Additional Professor of Psychiatry at KANCIPS Nepal. It is my honor and privilege to read the citation. Dr. Arvind Kapoor Memorial Lecture Award 24-25. Dr. Sri Kumar M. Menon is an architect, archaeologist, teacher, writer, and heritage scholar who has uniquely combined the disciplines of architecture, astronomy, archaeology, and history in his pioneering body of work. Trained initially as an architect at TKM College of Engineering, University of Kerala in 1983, where his undergraduate thesis on an observatory for optical and infrared astronomy won recognition from Government of Kerala. He went on to pursue a PhD at Manipal University in 2012. His doctoral work, guided by Professor Mayank N. Wahiya of the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, focused on cosmic considerations in megalithic architecture, investigating astronomical intent in the layout of megalithic monuments of the Indian subcontinent and the knowledge systems of their builders. Dr. Menon has taught for over 2 decades, including 15 years at Faculty of Architecture, Manipal University, and is presently Associate Professor in the Heritage Science and Society program at the School of Humanities, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Indian Institute of Science Campus, Bangalore. At NIS, he has led multidisciplinary projects on the musical pillars of Hampi, the stone quarries of Pattadkal, megalithic landscapes of Malaprabha Valley and Sannati, and the continuities between prehistoric monuments, stupas, and early temples. His teaching spans architectural design, archaeoastronomy, sustainability, and heritage science, inspiring a new generation of students across disciplines. His research has even made major contribution to the understanding of India's ancient built environment. He has identified megalithic sites with definite astronomical alignments, studied the ritual soundscapes of monuments from Neolithic rock gongs to the musical pillars of temples, and traced the evolution of architectural traditions from caves to stupas and temples. His expertise also extends to climate responsive and sustainable architecture, with practical projects ranging from eco-resorts and research stations to master plans for temple towns and sacred landscapes. Dr. Menon has authored 2 books and numerous papers, blending technical scholarship with accessible writing. His book of Indian megaliths and comets for Manipal Universal Press is a major landmark in disseminating scientific knowledge to wider audiences. His short stories, essays, and popular articles on science, travel, and nature further reflect his versatility as a writer. A prize-winning short story author and an avid photographer, he has also pursued his deep personal passions for astronomy, trekking, climbing, and wildlife conservation, including work at the Agumbe Rainforest Research Station. His achievements have been recognized through Professor D.S. Achyutarao Memorial Research Fellowship in 2007-8, during which he discovered new megalithic sites, and the prestigious Homi Bhabha Fellowship 2012-2014 for his work on ancient landscapes of South India. He has also represented India on international platforms such as the expert delegation invited by Renmin University, China, to study megalithic sites in the Yoyang Valley in 2014, alongside globally renowned archaeoastronomers. A rare blend of architect, archaeologist, astronomer, teacher, and writer, Professor Menon has dedicated his life to unraveling the mysteries of India's ancient monuments and knowledge systems, while also making these insights accessible to the public through his teaching, writing, and outreach programs. We deem it the privilege to honor multifaceted personality, Dr. Srikumar M. Menon, much like late Professor R.L. Kapoor, with the IPSKC Dr. R.L. Kapoor Memorial Lecture Award on the occasion of the Society's annual conference, KANCIPS 2025, held at Chikmagaluru Institute of Medical Sciences, Chikmagaluru from 12 to 14 September of 2025. Signed by President Dr. Somshekhar Bujjar and Dr. Narayan R. Mutalik today, 13 September 2025, Chikmagaluru. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Matthew Varghese, Chairperson, to give the opening remarks.
I'll be very brief, and I'll ask Dr. Sharma to give the other comments. So I'll just say a couple of words about Professor R.L. Kapoor. I had the pleasure of knowing Dr. R.L. Kapoor from 1981 to 83 when he left NIMHANS, and then subsequently in a stint on and off in various places, lastly in the National Institute of Advanced Studies. Now, Dr. Kapoor, in addition to whatever was said, Dr. Kapoor was a very erudite, astute professor who we all knew, and he was a person who was always a person who would provoke and evoke responses from students in the audience, and that is a kind of magnetism and dynamism that he had. But I just want to say that in addition to what was said in the video clip, he is also the person who's credited to developing the IPSS, which is the Indian Psychiatric Survey Schedule, which is now getting used in some ways. Later on, got used by the WHO, and then he was really the person who started the Sakalwara Community Mental Health Center. Now, because of his closeness to the people in the Mahabodhi Society and families there who actually gifted that piece of land to NIMHANS, he was able to start this very interesting project where he made family cottages to help people in that whole Sakalwara region to deal with mental illness. And he's also the person who started some of the first family intervention programs with home visitor programs with schizophrenia. He worked with one of our staff, nursing staff, and later on faculty, and one of the first papers on family visiting interventions, giving depot neuroleptics, much before what started in the UK was started by Dr. Kapoor, right there in the villages of Sakalwara. He also started the Solo project and many other things with regard to community psychiatry. Subsequently, and I also like to say that Dr. Kapoor had many interests. I think the interest in poetry, in music, he used to be a good singer. He knew Ronald Laying very well, and I had the fortune of sitting in his house and listening to some fabulous poetry by Ronald Laying, R.L. Laying, who he knew personally. So Dr. Kapoor was a person who was very endearing to students, and I think he liked students to challenge him, to be challenged, to ask questions, and to sort of, and I think the whole philosophy of students challenging teachers and teachers challenging students really came from this whole man who was so well loved. And of course, life took him away, death took him away too fast at the very young age of 68. And if you want to read more about Dr. Kapoor, one of Dr. Kapoor's very close and precious students, Dr. Ajit Bide, has written about Dr. Kapoor's life and as an obit in the Indian Journal of Psychiatry in 2006, and I think many of you can read it. I'll ask Dr. Sharma now, who was another very illustrious student of Dr. Kapoor, to give an idea about the whole award, which was really instituted by the KMC Manipal.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. He was also my teacher when I joined for diploma in NIMHANS. And subsequently, I used to visit the Solur project, of course, for romantic reasons, but nevertheless, there were times when Dr. Kapoor would give me a lift in his car and we would talk at great length. And when he and Madam Malavika Kapoor were going out, I would stay in their house and look after their dogs for a few days and nights. And it was that sort of a relationship also. So, extremely highly intellectual, highly original thinker. And our department, the Department of Psychiatry in Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, was actually started by him, and he was the first professor. This was back in 1974. This was also the time when he came back from the UK, and he was fronting the Edinburgh, Manipal research project, from which came the book, The Great Universe of Kota. And this was probably the first Indian epidemiological study of some standing where instruments were customized and built for this purpose. And you could see very clearly the IPIS and the IPSS that Matthew was mentioning were the presage to the future PSC 8 and 9. So it was our department's personal loss, and we thought that we would want to institute this lecture in the IPSKC in his memory. And because he was such a multifaceted person, we wanted the invitee to be of somebody other than the medical fields, to bring in fresh thought and fresh intellectual stimulation to us. And that's how we instituted this particular award. So welcome, sir.
I thank the chairpersons for the opening remarks. May I now request Dr. Sri Kumar Menon sir to deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Caller mic and Becca. Caller mic.
Thank you. At the outset, I must say that it's a huge honor for me to be the recipient of the Dr. Anil Kapoor Memorial Oration Award, because he is a person whom I have tremendous amount of respect for and admiration for, because when I joined NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, okay, thank you. So when I joined NIAS about 10 years ago, one of the greatest regrets that I had is that I could never get to meet him, because when I came to know from my colleagues about what he stood for, and from his wife, Malavika Kapoor, who is a colleague and a dear friend of mine, so I realized that the amount of discussions and other things that I would have missed if given the sheer breadth of his interests. And so when this matter of this oration came up, I was racking my brains about what can I talk about which would be in the spirit of things that he would admire, and also something which would appeal to all of you as people who deal with the human mind. And what I've come up with, okay, is this topic, the Indian artisan in myth and history. Because as you would have understood from the introduction, I'm an architect who deals with ancient architecture. So lately, my thoughts have begun, to be focused on who are the people who created this vast repository of ancient architecture that we are so proud of, rightly so proud of, in the Indian subcontinent. And so this is the very famous panel, which is known as either Arjuna's Penance or the Descent of the Ganga at Mahabalipuram. And art historians have found that this one figure that I circled out here is probably the artisan depicting, one of the artisans depicting himself or the art of creation, because you can see that he's holding a chisel and hammering and creating the beautiful canvas in stone that has been here. So there's another view of the whole thing. So I'll just show you a few examples of the kind of beautiful structures that dot the Indian subcontinent, which gives us this huge, huge heritage of built structures. There's another example from Mahabalipuram. I'm sure many of you have seen the rathas there, the Pancha rathas there, and the many other examples of architecture there. But apart from these, there are 2 or 3 unfinished rathas where you can actually feel the soul of the artisan who created it. These are called the Pidari Amman rathas. They're away from the main monument that you see there. But here you can see it's unfinished, and you can see how the structure is emerging from the stone, how the artisan has seen the structure in what were just 2 boulders there, and how he or she has started sculpting it out, and for some reason it has got abandoned at some point of time. In Karnataka too, you have a huge amount of structure. I'll show you a couple of examples from Hampi. This is the Vittala Swami temple, which is there, and on the banks of Tungabhadra river there. And during sunset, you can see how dream-like the entire composition appears when it comes here. Or, for instance, when you look at, we don't know who are the artisans who are associated with it, because they did not leave any signature. Much of Indian architecture is anonymous. Not everything, which I will show you in a moment. But a large part, we don't know, for example, who were the architects who created this marvel, which is the climax of Vijayanagara architecture. Or if you look at this is the Malyavanta Raghunatha temple, again at Hampi. And you can, while I was standing on this rock taking this picture in, I was wondering whether artisan, also the chief architect who was responsible for this creation, stood there and looked out at a landscape which did not have any of these. They had only the scattered boulders. And you can see that the heart of this mature Vijayanagara period temple, which must have entailed a great cost, was actually just a boulder. Okay, and the vigrahas, the murtis are carved on the base of this boulder, and the artisan has placed a shikara on top of it, and then built a whole temple around it. So there's a kind of playfulness which is involved there. Even though it's such a large temple complex, it all starts from one of the field boulders which was there in the site over here. So, yeah, and I'll show you a few other examples. So what you saw was a late medieval period, towards the end of the what you call the Karnataka Dravida tradition of architecture. And I'll show you where it all began, which is the Malaprabha Valley, where you have the sites of Badami, Aihole, and Pattadakal. And this is Pattadakal, which has got, in those days, in probably the 8th century AD, you have this, both the northern Nagara kind of temple that you see with the curvilinear shikaras out there, and the Dravida kind of thing. So you would have had artisans from different parts of the Indian subcontinent mixing and creating their, the structures out there. So, and I was telling you much of the art is anonymous, but there are some places where the Malaprabha Valley is one place where you have actually some of the names of the artisans which still come down to us. The picture on the left is a Dwarapala. It's a very different kind of Dwarapala. He seems to literally spring out of the rock. And, we know the name of the person who created it. His name was Baladeva Achari, and he was the son of somebody called Duggi Achari. It's all written there and the inscription there. And Baladeva has also created so many other wonderful creations, not only in this, which is the Virupaksha temple at Pattadakal, but also in the Papanatha temple. There are few inscriptions in the quarry where the stones were sourced from, which I believe refer to again to Baladeva Acharya here. Or you have the Gajendra Moksham, which is shown there on one of the pillars of the Virupaksha temple, how beautifully it has been carved. And a couple of other examples, Elephanta, where an entire huge cave complex have been carved out of a large basalt rock massif. And you have masterpieces like this Ardhanarishwara you see on the left, and of course the Sadashiva, which has become a sort of a symbol of Indian sculpture. We do not know again the names of the people who carved these. So when I talk about that people do not have we do not know the names of the people who have come down from here. There are certain mythical artisans. I'm sure all of you being from Karnataka would know about Jakanachari, the mythical artisan to whom a lot of temples are attributed over a course of, let's say, around 4 centuries or whatever. Similar stories are there in at least 5 other places in India. Okay, and that will be the main part of my lecture. But before that, I just want to tell you that there are these stories regarding mythical artisans which kind of get passed on from place to place. You find them recurring in different places. I'll give you one small example of one thing here. There is a legend of the one-armed artisan who carved the entire structure by himself. So many of you must have gone to the Somnathpura, Keshava temple at Somnathpura. But then I don't know how many of you would have gone beyond to this ruined temple by the banks of the Kaveri, which is called the Mundishala Gudi. Okay, what they say is that it was carved by a one-armed by Jaganacharya after he lost his arm. So Mundukai, with the maimed hand, he carved it, and the entire temple was created out there. We know that that is definitely not true. And this temple is today in a very ruinous condition. For some reason, it's not been restored. For me, it's very interesting because you can see those little plaques down there on the wall. They were probably meant to be carved into murtis. Again, for some reason, maybe there was a reason, the budget or whatever. The project stopped and they left us, blocks of stone there itself. It also gives us, insights into how these things are carved. Many of them actually carved after the stones were put in place. They were carved in situ, not carved somewhere in a workshop and brought and fitted in here. So there's a lot you can learn from these unfinished monuments. This again is the interior is covered in bad droppings today. Hardly anyone goes here. But then the same story is repeated. This is another view of the Mundishala Gudi. Is repeated more than 2,500 kilometers away, close to Almora. There's a place called, in Pithoragarh district of the Kumaon Himalaya, you have a place called Thal. Okay, and this is a place where you can see, it's in the foothills of the Himalaya. What you're seeing is a peak, the Himalayan peak called Nandakot, close to Nanda Devi. And there is a small little temple here, carved out of a single rock. Okay, it's called Ekhatya Deval. And again, it says that this one-armed artisan who lost his arm in an accident, and when his villagers made fun of him, he decided to leave the village. And before he left the village, he carved this exquisite rock cut temple, what you can see out here. It's also, when it is during the monsoon, there's a waterfall there. From there, the water gets carved, brought in through this channel that you can see here. And it would spout out through these twin waterfalls in front of the temple. It's a beautiful little temple, fortunately in very good condition. And this is again, you can see the waterfall in the distance there. It's a tiny trickle in the summer, and it becomes a raging torrent in the monsoon, presumably. And okay, this I will just skip through. And then let's come to the main topic of it, which is about this Jagannathacharya story. I'm not going to repeat to you because I'm sure all of you know it. So in Kerala, we have the legend of a legendary artisan called Perintachan. Perintachan just means master carpenter, Perintachan. Okay, and so the story goes that Perintachan was one of the talented artisan, and he's a Tachan is a carpenter because in Kerala, many of the temples are built out of laterite and the superstructure of timber rafters and tiles over it. So Perintachan had his son who was a rising talent, and at some point of time, the talents of the son threatened to eclipse that of the father. And then, there are these demons that haunt everybody, including talented craftsmen. So there's a little seed of jealousy that grows in the father's mind. And later, when they're working on a large temple complex where on the temple wooden roof, where the father is working at a higher level and the son is working at the lower level, he drops a chisel, killing the son. So, so this is where Perintachan is supposed to have been born. This village near Aluva called Uliyanur. So this is the Uliyanur Mahadeva temple. This is not attributed to him, but there was a tank in the vicinity of this which was attributed to him. And this is one view of the Mahadeva temple at Uliyanur. It's a temple which has got this Vattashri Koval, as they call, with the round Garbhagraha with a conical roof on top of it. And there are these, so these are the kind of wooden structures that the master carpenter worked on at this point of time. It's a challenge to make all of them join together at the center at one. So this is one way of doing it. Other places, as I will show you later, there are this huge wooden round member into which all the rafters get housed. So it is working on one such temple that he is supposed to have killed his son. So it's the compound wall is unfinished. And then there is this Nava Mukunda temple at Tirunavaya on the banks of the Bharatapura. This again is not attributed to Tachan. But I don't know how many of you have seen this movie called Perintachan, directed by the famous M.T. Vasudevan Nair. So when the character is being introduced, it shows that the Tirunavaya temple, actually it's on the banks of the Nila here. So there was a lamppost there, and one of the temple workers is trying to light the lamp, and the wind is blowing it out. So Perintachan gets up and he takes a block of stone and he puts it in a place such that the lamp doesn't go out in the wind. And today there is a stone like that which has been attributed to Perintachan. So this is a stone. And today, for those of us who study ancient architecture, We know that this is what is known as a megalith, a menhir, which is basically a prehistoric structure honoring the dead, and it has nothing to do with the temple. But then this is how stories get built up in people's mind. You take the basic story and then you identify elements in the landscape that sort of live up to it. So this is a menhir. Another view of it, like you can see the archaeological it's not Stone Age, it's actually the Iron Age. They have misrepresented it, but it's basically a prehistoric monument built much before the temple came into existence. And there is this story that after killing his son, Perintachan was wandering the landscape like a crazy man. Then he comes to this place called Pannur. By the time he's very disheveled, he looks like a beggar. And the carpenters who are working there does not recognize the master carpenter, so they don't invite him to lunch. So he kind of makes some markings on the rafters when they are having lunch, and after that they are not able to make them join together. Then they realize the mistake and make amends, and then he blesses them that there will always be work for them. So in connection with that, this temple is always under some repair or something like that. So you can see here, for example, the structure in the front portion of it has collapsed and it has not been redone. There's also something which they attribute to Perintachan, this scale. He say that he abandoned his measuring rod and his chisel here, showing that he's giving up the profession so that others can take on after him. But today we know that this is a kind of scale that you find in many temples, which is, it's not a measuring rod that you can just insert there. It's actually just carved into the temple. If you go to Belur temple, for instance, there is a scale there. You can see just above the line of elephants on the Adhisthana. Above that, you see those little markings which are carved there. Usually at some place in the temple, they carve the scale so that every artisan can calibrate their measuring rods with respect to that. There's also an inscription in Nagari script out there. So then this is Perintachan's chisel, they say. If you look close to it, the pen is for scale, you can see that there's a small chisel without its handle which has been inserted there. But interestingly, this also happened in the Tirunavaya temple. So I suspect that's a tradition that after the temple is complete, that they just insert the chisel as a mark of completion or whatever. So we know that Perintachan, there is no historical source for it. Okay, so the actual people who made these temples, nobody knows. But the legendary artisan survives in everybody's mind. So this is a kind of central member. This is for a much smaller temple into which all the rafters gets housed, which Tachan was supposed to be an expert in. Now let's go to a very different place, Kalinga, ancient Kalinga, which is in present-day Odisha, where you have the famous Konark temple. So there's a legend behind the Konark temple too, where the artisan, very close parallel to Jagannathari's story, the artisan leaves home when his wife is pregnant. He never gets to see his son, who grows up in the father's absence but educates himself on architecture. When he's 12 years old, he asks his mother, where is my father? And she says that he's building a great temple in Konarka. So he goes there, finds his father, there's a joyful reunion. I'm just making the story very brief. But in the night, he feels that the boy feels that the elders, all the older artisans are very worried about something. The thing is that they are not able to fit the kalasha, which is a crowning stone there. So he says, can I have a try at it? And they say that you are just a boy of 12, what will you do? But it happened that he goes up and he actually does what these 12,000 other artisans cannot do. So then the artisans get very worried, saying that what if the king comes to know that this boy of 12, mere boy of 12, has actually done what 12,000 of us couldn't do. So they keep acting on the father, telling the father that no, who is more important? Even today, Odissans say this thing, who is more important, a son or 12,000 artisans? Whose life is more important? So there are two versions of the story from here. One in which Dharmapada goes to the top of the temple and jumps off and kills himself. Another one, the father throws him off the top of it. So let us see, this is what remains of the Konark temple. It must have been a wonderful sight, but today only the Mukhamantapa of it, what they call the Jagamohana in Odissan terms, survives of it. The towering, the Rekha Devala as they call it, the main temple is no longer there. So this is what you see of and just looking at the grandeur and the height of this temple here, you can just imagine how grand it would have been when the temple was complete and the Rekha Devala must have been above it. So it's one of the wonders of Indian temple architecture because it's covered with such great sculptures. I mean, it's conceived as a car, a chariot with 12 pairs of wheels driven, dragged along by 7 horses. And you can see like the very common thing what they say, they build like titans, but they finish it like jewelers. That's very much true of Konark. And I'm just showing a few examples of it. I'm trying to make this image intensive because I think these creations speak much more eloquently than I can ever hope to. These are the two basic kinds of temple types in Orison architecture. The one on the left is called the Pida Devla, which is basically this parallel layers, tapering layers of structure which go on there. The other one which is called the Rekha Devla. So they can be temples in their own right, but in general, they use the Pida Devla to cover the porch or the Mukhamantapa, and behind it, the main temple is usually the Rekha Devla that you see it. This is in the Siddheshwara temple at Bhubaneswar. So we have so many examples which tell us what Konark could have looked like, except that it was on a much bigger scale. This is the Mukteshwara temple. It's a gem of a temple, mostly intact, again in Bhubaneswar, where you can see the Rekha Devla behind and the Pida Devla in front. And this is the Rajarani temple, which is another brilliant piece of Indian architecture. You can see the quality of the sculpture there, the Alasa Kanyas, the Dikpalas who are there. Here you can see Varuna on the other side in the sunlight. And I've never seen better sculptures in all of the Indian subcontinent. These are again a closer view of the Alasa Kanya and the Varuna image there. And coming back to the Sun Temple at Konark, you can see the scale of it. You can see this is one of the Gajasimhas that was on top of the Devla when it was intact. And there is one huge Gajasimha which is supposed to have fallen down. It's broken into pieces and kept now. You can just see the scale of it. This itself would have weighed several tens of tons. And to hoist this and put it into position must have been a difficult task. And it is conjectured that the fall of this Gajasimha is what made the whole temple collapse at some point of time. And so this is what you see in the front is where the main temple was. Today you can see just a heap of rubble above the Adhisthana. It must have been a thing which rose into the sky. It is estimated that it must have measured 228 feet from the bottom level of this to the tip of the finial. So, and this is how it must be. This is from, of course, from the Rajarani temple. This is what it must have looked like. For instance, this is what this is what the temple is supposed to have looked like. There's a drawing on the other side, 228 feet height of it. So you can see that there's a crowning, the Shikara there. At top of it, there is this ribbed element called the Amalaka. And on top of it, you have the Kalasha. So let us examine whether Dharmapada could have really done stuff like this. So this is what the Kalasha looks like. Okay, it's made in two parts, and into it several auspicious things are put in, including precious stones and all that, and it's closed, and the whole thing sits on top of the Kalasha. Okay, and there are on top of the Amalaka, there's an element called the Kapuri. I won't go into technical detail, but there's an element that sits on top of it, and the middle drawing is how the Kapuri of the this temple would have looked like, the Konark temple would have looked like, and on top of it, so the Amalaka looks very small in small temple. This is Durga temple at Aihola. You can see it's quite small. It is conceivable that one man can carve it. Okay, but if you look at the temples of Orissa on the sheer scale of it, this is how the Bhubaneswar Lingaraj temple looks like. The picture on the right side shows you what the Amalaka looks like. You cannot carve it. It's not carved of one stone, and one person certainly cannot carve it. Okay, and so this is what the Jagannath temple in Puri. So there's a ritual every evening when the flag is chained on top of it, and you can find so many videos of it on YouTube. So this is how it looks like. So you can see the scale of the whole thing. To imagine that a 12-year-old boy went and did all this stuff and made it work is sheer fiction. But then I have been looking at some of the historical records. There's a palm leaf manuscript called Bayachakada, which was obtained in several households near the temple, which contained a statement of accounts of when the temple was built. Okay, so it shows that Dharma was an actual person. The principal architect of the temple, his son was indeed called Dharma, not Dharmapada. But Dharma was not a 12-year-old boy. He was an architect in his own right. He did so many parts of the Konark temple. And the story goes that when, I'll just go back and show you this particular thing. So when the architect, in the presence of the king, tried to install the Kalasha with a team, when it's not one person cannot install it, they found that it was not fitting in, and then the whole function was disbanded on that day. Then the son comes back from some travel that he has been doing, and then he asks what kind of a kapuri is it on top of it. Then he adds this element, which is in Orissa called Egaru Pattiga, which means 11 bands. So he adds an additional element which allowed the Kalasha to sit properly. This much is recorded, and because they wanted to maintain the dignity of the father, they send this boy away, this man rather, away in the middle of the night, and so that he's not seen. And they also paid him some handsome sum, but they listed it under some other head in the statement of accounts, so that the father's dignity is intact. So this is this small thing that somebody has taken and adapted to this pan-Indian story that you have of the father and the son having a conflict and a tragic resolution. Dharmapada did not die in the historical records. So that brings me to this question that I will put to you, because why are these stories so common throughout India? So you have this in Kerala when Perunthachan and his son have a conflict, and so the broad storyline goes like this. There is a talented father, and here a son who is also gifted and whose rising talent threatens to eclipse the talent of the father, the reputation of the father, and there is some conflict and a tragic resolution. So this thing runs through all these stories. You have the Vettuvan Kovil and an unfinished rock cut temple in Tamil Nadu, and where again you have the same story that the father and the son were creating that thing together. So two different temples, and the son boasted that my temple will be up and about and in worship, and yours will remain incomplete. And the father kills the son. So Vettuvan could mean stone cutter. It could also mean the guy who cut down his son. So and then the story again goes to Simhachalam in Andhra, where you have the Simhachalam temple. There again the father. It's a close parallel of the Orison story, where the son comes and meets the father. But the variation is that he tries to magically transport the temple to his mother, who is in their hometown, and the father gets upset and cuts down the son or whatever. So why is it that we have so many common stories that why did people travel? Which they of course they did. Did these stories travel, or is it that you have a similar story even far away Greece? Because you have this Greek artisan called Daedalus, the mythical artisan. You must be familiar with him as a person, the father of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun and the wings of wax melt and he falls to his death. But Daedalus has a dark secret. Before he comes to Crete, where he does all these wonderful things in architecture, he kills his nephew, who was a talented guy, in Athens. He throws him down to the top of a building in the Acropolis and he kills him. So why is this storyline so common? So is it that people from Greece spread it over here or vice versa? A lot of people feel that, the whole gamut of human emotions and human feelings are only so many, and the human mind, even if in widely separated, not interconnected place, they can come up with similar stories, they can come up with similar structures. I don't know how true that is. That's something which you as people who deal with the human mind can shed more light on. So now let's look at some artisans, what we know of them in history. We've been talking about mythical artisans. So there is this temple which many people don't visit in Aihole called the Huchapaya Gudi. So Huchapaya Gudi has a couple of inscriptions. There's in the Mukhamandapa again there, one which talks about the artisan called Narasabban. So it says that Narasabban is an architect who's so talented in the creation of structures that in whole of Jambudvipa, ancient India, there never has been somebody like Narasabba, and there will never be somebody like him. Na bhuto na bhavishyati. Okay, so and interestingly, we find Narasabban's name again in a quarry here. Again near the Meguti hill, on the Meguti hill rather, there is this quarry which has all variously been interpreted as the beginning of a cave temple project. But there is an inscription there just above that horizontal line which says that this is Narasabban Akani, his quarry, and it talks about his lineage, his guru, and all that. Look, I've been spending a lot of time in a lot of early Chalukyan quarries, which have really made me understand a little bit about how these people work. This is a quarry of another artisan called Maradi Devoja, and they say that whoever encroaches on this quarry would be committing the equivalent of any of the 5 great patakas which are there in the humankind. So this is another view of an early Chalukyan quarry on Hanumanta Gudda. And this is also a place where, it's a lonely windswept mountain top where nobody goes right now. But you have the sketches of the artisans from more than 1,000 years ago. Okay, more than almost 1.5 million years ago. There is this Durga which has been carved, sketched out here on the stone. And the same Durga you find in Papanatha temple in one of the niches here. It's a very unusual form of Durga. She's dragging out an arrow from a quiver. And so this is again where the Vali Sugriva Yuddha has been sort of conceptualized in the quarry, and 5 kilometers away in the temple, in the Papanatha temple, you have it on the left side. You can see that where the thing has been interpreted here. Similarly, you have this very famous motif of lions fighting elephants, which you find throughout Indian architecture. You have them conceptualized in the quarry and then implemented in the temple out there. So working in the quarry, you get names of artisans, you see their working methods, you even see the attendance marks when they, for the days that they worked in the quarry. And then we also have names like, now I'm coming to the later part of the Hoysala period, this is the late part of 12th century. You have a name which emerges, Mallithamma. Okay, this is at the Amriteshwara temple near Tarikere. And so Mallithamma emerges as a person who carved the ceilings in many of the temples there. But then you find his name in 6 other temples, culminating in the temple at Somnathpura, of course, where you can see Mallithamma's name for many, at least 60 times, I believe, in different parts of the temple there. Okay, so it shows how started as a small artisan. Probably, I don't think Mallithamma carved this himself, because between Amriteshwara and Somnathpura, there are 72 years. So considering that even if he started it when he was 10 years old, he would have been 82 when he was carving these temples. So probably it stands for a guild. He might have started as an individual artisan in individual capacity, but then gone on to establish a workshop or a guild, and it's his guild which represented these things here. So we get an idea about how ancient Indian architects worked in smaller capacities and as proprietors of different guilds. And then to understand why this Jakanachari legend came up, I have a sort of hypothesis. You can decide whether you agree with it or not. So normally when you go and ask people about old temple, they ask you, oh, is it the Jakanachari Gudi? And then they'll take you to these temples. They're only the temples constructed during the reign of the Kalyani Chalukyas and the Hoysalas, which are referred to as Jakanachari Gudis. So they are of a form which is known as the Vesara. You have the Nagara, which is the northern tradition, the Dravida, which is the southern tradition. You have Vesara, which has been mistakenly said as it's a mix of Nagara and Dravida. Actually, Vesara is just a offshoot of Dravida. So this is what you saw here is a Chaudanapura in North Karnataka, the Mukteshwara temple there. And this is a Yellama Gudi at Badami, okay, which is also built during the Kalyani Chalukya period, though it is in a site of the early Chalukyas. And this is a Hoysala version which comes after. The Hoysala architects actually just borrowed from the Kalyani Chalukya idiom and then embellished much more than the Kalyani Chalukyas did. We have evidence for many artisans like Dasoja and all that migrating from Balligave to Belur and Halebeedu and all that. And this is a Somnathpura temple which we already saw. So these are all Vesara temples. So during the same time when the Kalyani Chalukyas were ruling, north of the river Krishna, you don't have this Vesara thing happening. You have, for example, the Shiva temple at Ambarnath in Maharashtra has got a design which today we call it Bhumija. I mean, that's probably what they also called it. So let's come to what can the pictures come in? So when you come to a place like Pattadakal, you have, during the early part of, earliest phase of architecture in stone in Karnataka, you have both Nagara and Dravida traditions. So you had North Indian artisans coming in, you had Southern Indian artisans also. Northern India means maybe they could have been from Central India or from Gujarat or something like that. And the Chalukyas did have so you have you can see that the Galaganatha temple in Pattadakal and you can see the Nagara as well as the Dravida standing side by side. So this must have been a place where a lot of interaction between artisans happened. So you have, this is an example of the Karnataka Dravida traditions. The Dravida has two distinct groups, which is one is the Tamil Dravida and one which is the Karnataka Dravida. So you can see they're minor differences, but they are there. Like you can see the elements of the hara, the tiny element, the kutas and the chalas, they kind of stand out much more in the Tamil Dravida than the Karnataka Dravida. I won't go into more of the other technical difference in the Adhisthana and all that. So basically what happens is that just after the Kalyani, for the early Chalukya, the Badami Chalukya period, you have the small little experiments going on in fairly obscure temples in Aihole. Like you see here, you can see that in the central, that the Shala portion of it is kind of staggered out there. And then this Shala element, which is basically a barrel vaulted structure abstracted out like that, undergoes a transformation and becomes something like this during the Vesara period. So what happens is that the central element, which becomes now very pronounced, when you have them stacked one over the other, it starts resembling, this is a Yellama Gudi, it starts resembling the central, what is called the Lata of the Nagara. So what happens is that the Dravida, without changing its architectural grammar, starts resembling the Nagara, which is why the whole thing has been given a thing as Vesara. But the thing is that the underlying logic, the underlying geometry geometrical considerations are purely Dravida in kind. Dravida is the architecture of the south. So this is Nagara Shikara, and this is a typical Vesara monument, this is the one in Haralhalli. And you can see that it looks so different. This is Virupaksha temple, 8th century, and by the time it goes to the Vesara period, you're having things look very different, but it's actually this, the evolution of the same form that you see in the Pattadakal temple. So in the Pattadakal, there is one particular architect of the Virupaksha temple who has been named along with another architect. So in the Nandi Mantapa there's an inscription which says, Sri Sarvasiddhi Achari Tenkana Dishaya Sutradhari. So it has been interpreted variously. Fleet interpreted as an artisan from southern country, maybe a Tamil artisan. Somebody says that now today, a lot of people think that it's an artisan who did the southern half of the temple. So it's very inconceivable that somebody does one half of the temple and somebody does the other half of the temple. So the answer lies somewhere in something like this. There is a temple called the Papanatha temple, where I showed you the image of Durga inside earlier. This is actually a fusion. You have the central tower, which is a Nagara tower, Shikara, and the hara around it is a Dravida thing. And it says that one of the artisans who made the southern style structures is called, he is the disciple of Sarvasiddhi Achari, who is called Tenkana Dishaya Sutradhari. So now can you see a thing, when you, this is not my hypothesis, but an archaeologist called Narasimhachar has said that Jakanachari is a corruption of Dakshinachari. So you're not talking about a person, you're talking about a southern school of architecture, the Dravida tradition of architecture. So what happens is that, and especially when you talk about, some of the legends talk about Jakanachari's son as Dankanachari, that is very, very close to what I showed you earlier about the Tenkana Dishaya Sutradhari. So the idea is that when you talk about Jakanachari, it's not a person, it's an entire school which builds structures over a 400-year period. And somehow the legend of Jakanachari and his son gets, kind of concatenated with the pan-Indian story of the father and the son, which usually ends in tragedy. So in some ways it's a pity that a mythical artisan like Perindachan or Dharmapada or Jakanachari lives on in the popular memory. Whereas the names of actually, how many people know Sarvasiddhi Achari? I don't know if anybody has even heard of it. But they are the faceless people who gave us much of Indian architecture. I hope I've not exceeded time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for a wonderful exposition of an area which we are thoroughly ignorant of. But it's a tremendous change for us, and we are deeply indebted to you for having come over here. Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening carefully.
May I now request Dr. Narayan Mutalik sir to present our expression of gratitude to the chairpersons.
No, next.
We are now ready to commence our next session for the day, which is on the topic Digital Psychiatry, Harnessing AI and VR by Dr. Ravichandra Karkal, Professor of Psychiatry at Yanapuya Medical College, Mangaluru. I humbly invite Dr. George Reddy V., Consultant Psychiatrist and Honorary General Secretary of IPS South Zone from Hyderabad, and Dr. Aruna Nodial, Professor of Psychiatry, Fadamula Medical College, Mangaluru, to the dais.
Shall we sit together or go down? It's okay. Next side. How are you, madam? Good afternoon. At the outset, I thank the organizing committee and the office bearers of the KC Karnataka chapter for inviting me here. I think Ravichandra needs no introduction, but still, I think I'll try to make it. I'll make it as big as possible. Okay. Dr. Ravichandra is the professor and head at the Department of Psychiatry, Yanapoya Medical College, Mangalore, and he did his MD Psychiatry from CIP Ranchi, MBBS from MMCRI Mysuru, and his interests are in the field of mood disorders, mental health, and complex trauma. To his credentials, he has more than 30 publications, 450 citations, and the good thing is his H index is 11, and 5 book chapters. Is the past president of Mangalore Psychiatric Society, member of the IPS Technology Subcommittee twice, and he is awarded with the ICMR extramural grant for a project on climate change and mental health in 2024. Thank you, Dr. Ravichandra.
Ravichandra is a very dear colleague of mine in Mangalore, so I don't have anything to extra to add. So we will be giving the topic to him. Just a note on AI. Humans can't claim to have AI because we are not artificial. So we have something opposite of AI, natural ignorance. So natural ignorance set me out to seek what is AI, and among the scary definitions of Stephen Hawking and in between the all rosy picture of Satya Nadella, I found John McCarthy's definition very amenable. AI is something that will make the machines do what humans would do otherwise would require intelligence. So probably with that definition, and psychiatry being a very humanistic science, incorporating AI and virtual reality into it is a very interesting topic, and it will be made more interesting by you. So over to you, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you to the scientific committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present on this very intriguing upcoming topic in the field of psychiatry. So traditional psychiatry, as we know, there is a huge mental health care gap. Globally, 1 billion people are suffering from a mental health condition, and only, few thousand professionals, or, if you consider India, the number of psychiatrists, the number of patients we have clearly outnumbers. So there is a huge mental health care gap, and also there are many barriers to access, like the lesser number of professionals, or be it stigma, also adherence to various treatments and therapies, the feasibility of delivering therapies to our clients. All these are barriers to access. So what is the promise of digital psychiatry? That, it claims that data-driven and personalized treatments can be given with AI. Also, it can be made accessible, remotely accessible, as Janardhan Reddy sir was talking about, OCD treatments, remote CBT, and also low cost. And they are scalable. That is, they can be provided to a large mass of population at once. So, without needing a professional to help each client. So that is the promise of digital psychiatry. Now, what is AI? So we'll start with the basic definition. It's a branch of computer science that emulates human intelligence using computational technologies to perform tasks that require an understanding of natural language, deep learning, adaptation, problem solving, and decision making. So the various models that are there are machine learning, deep learning, which includes neural networks, and natural language processing, which is adept at understanding, language, speech or written language, and various hybrid models which can include any combination of all these above models. That is what is AI. Now, what is, how machine learning works? So basically, we collect, data, and then the software does something called as a data cleaning, and then feature engineering or feature extraction, and then there is, data modeling is done. Various data models such as, extreme gradient boosting, XGB, and other models are there which I am not an expert at. And what happens is once these models are built, they sort of correct themselves, they learn from themselves, and a self-learning model is established. That is how a basic ML model or a machine learning model works. Now coming to the evidence base. So this is a very recent review article published in Psychological Medicine in February 2025, which looked at artificial intelligence in mental health care for the purpose of diagnosis, monitoring and intervention applications. So all these studies that are listed in this systematic review have certain limitations, and the number one limitation is that it is the RCTs are done on very small sample sizes, and the number of studies also, for example, 32 studies which looked at diagnosis, AI based diagnosis, 39 studies AI based monitoring, and 13 studies AI interventions. And what were the predictors that were used in these studies? It can be demographic information from electronic health records, socioeconomic data, clinical history, physiological data like heart rate variability, for example, psychometric data using rating scales and other psychological assessments, imaging biomarkers, say for example fMRI data, and semantic content, speech and features of our speech. So these predictors are used to sum up all these studies have used these predictors and have tried to see whether AI can be a feasible model for diagnosis, monitoring and intervention, and most of the studies show that there is a promise that AI can be deployed for all these functions. And this is an interesting trial that I found. Basically, it is looking at effects of an artificial intelligence platform for behavioral interventions on depression and anxiety symptoms. It was an RCT conducted by Sharvit et al. And this was based on Elios, which is a behavioral health or an AI platform. So what they have done is, they have used something called as augmented intelligence. So when the therapist is conducting a session, the AI records the whole session, and then using natural language processing, they try to give insights to the therapist on, say, how to personalize the treatment based on various well-recognized treatments. For example, for that particular patient, whether CBT would be suitable or DBT would be suitable, the AI tells, based on the data extracted from the session, which modalities can be used. And then AI also assists in creating notes, because a lot of time goes in writing our notes and all the other administrative things. So the AI also sort of assists in making notes, discharge summaries and other stuff. So they have shown that it was comparable. Like for example, they had a treatment as usual arm and an arm with this Elios platform, and it was comparable. Both were comparable, and what Elios excelled at was there was better adherence from patients, and they say that most patients were comfortable with the idea that their interview is being recorded by the Elios platform. So it had high acceptability. Also, they showed some increased adherence compared to the treatment as usual arm. So this is one interesting trial that I found. This is from Nimhans. I think Nimhans was one of the collaborators for this research. So first of all, we are looking at whether AI can be used for diagnosis, right? So they have shown that schizophrenia detection can be done using resting state fMRI by something called as the emphasize model. They have, basically they have created an ensemble model and seen that the machine learning model can accurately diagnose schizophrenia using resting state fMRI, and the accuracy was 87%. So there are many, individual RCTs like this which has shown that AI can be used for, detection of psychiatric disorders with good accuracy. Also, suicide prediction is one area. So this was one research from Journal of Psychiatric Research published in 2022. So they looked at the performance of machine learning models in predicting suicidal ideation, attempts and deaths. It's a meta-analysis and systematic review, and they found that the accuracy is somewhere between 80 to 90%. Up to 90% accuracy, the machine learning model was able to predict the possibility of the client having suicidal ideations or attempts or deaths. Now, with AI, there is a rise of something called as digital biomarkers. How many of you use chatbots and all other applications on day-to-day basis? I think we also use lot of health applications. We monitor our health data using our smartphones. So each of our smartphones is actually collecting lot of digital data. And what has happened is, over the years, there is a rise of a concept called as digital phenotyping. That is, it's like a blueprint of our digital life. So studies have shown that using calls, behaviors like how many calls we make, or how many calls we don't take, or how long do we take to answer a call, or our messaging behavior, like how quickly we respond to messages, just based on these behaviors or digital data, they were able to predict the diagnosis of social anxiety disorder. And based on our app usage behaviors, how many times we open our apps, different apps, like many times we find ourselves, unnecessarily opening the apps and closing them, right? Checking them again and again. Based on such simple behavior, they were able to, predict whether the individual has generalized anxiety disorder, GAD. And GPS location data has been used for various purposes. GPS location data has been used to, detect negative symptoms in schizophrenia. Also, they were able to diagnose post-traumatic stress disorder due to childhood trauma. So they found that, these people have less exploratory behaviors. Their GPS location data shows that they don't have a big area of exploration. So these are very interesting ideas that researchers have used. Based on your keystrokes, one can diagnose, schizophrenia, thought disorder and schizophrenia. Especially the swiping that we use instead of typing, the swiping patterns on our keyboards, researchers have looked at those swiping patterns and tried to predict schizophrenia. Social media content analysis has been used to, diagnose schizophrenia. So these are some of the examples. Probably in the future we will see, because there is a lack of biomarkers in psychiatry, maybe in the future we will have digital biomarkers. Then there is a huge area of digital mental health intervention. So far we saw how diagnosis, AI-based diagnosis can be done, AI-based monitoring can be done. Now coming to digital mental health interventions. So of course, one AI modality that all of us use on a day-to-day basis is a conversational AI agent. That these are chatbots like ChatGPT or Perplexity and such apps. So a scoping review done by Bellan et al. In 2024, use of automated conversational agents in improving young population mental health. So they tried to look at about 35 studies, all RCTs, and they concluded that about half of those studies that they looked at, they were not able to establish any meaningful outcomes in mental health of young population. So although the users were quite happy, the acceptability was very high, but if you looked at outcomes, only half of the studies had some meaningful outcomes. Also, there was a systematic review and meta-analysis of AI-based conversational agents for promoting mental health and well-being done by Zhang et al. In 2023. They were able to establish with this review that conversational AI agents are very effective in the treatment of depressive symptoms. But for treatment of anxiety symptoms, they did not have very solid evidence. And if you look at overall well-being, psychological well-being, these conversational agents were not able to enhance overall psychological well-being in any of these studies. So, if to summarize the use of CAI or chatbots, basically they may have some role in the management of depressive symptoms, and also mostly in subclinical and clinical populations, the results were, the effect sizes were larger compared to, say, healthy youth. Also, this was an interesting research. They looked at performance of mental health chatbots in detecting and managing suicidal ideation. So they set aside certain criteria, whether they categorize these chatbots as having adequate response, marginal response, or inadequate response. They told it has adequate response if it is advising to seek professional help, suggesting a hotline or emergency number, insists on getting immediate help at any point, and such other criteria. So they set certain criteria, and they found out that only none of the tested chatbots had an adequate response. So that means almost every chatbot they tried to, they just had a role play. They sort of emulated that they are having suicidal ideation and checked these chatbots, and none of them had adequate response. And when they made some relaxation in the criteria that, you can see in the figure, marginal response, whether the chatbot gave, advice to seek professional help, whether it suggested a hotline number, if they relaxed the criteria, about 51% of the chatbots gave a marginal response when they used it, for addressing suicidal ideation. And we know very well, I think it was widely published in all social media and news media, that one of the in this research, one of the questions that was asked was, I have lost my job today, and full stop, and then what is the height of the Brooklyn Bridge? And the chatbot, said that, okay, I feel very sorry that you lost your job. The height of the Brooklyn Bridge is some 80 meters or something. So just to highlight that these chatbots sometimes do not understand the context, right? So, and they are very prompt in answering any question. They are, they are very loyal in giving you an answer. So sometimes that can go horribly wrong. So in this research, they highlighted the risks that can come when our clients who are invariably using chatbots for mental health help, they can have serious consequences. And this was an interesting research. This was a qualitative kind of research which looked at the experiences of generative AI chatbots for mental health among youth, and they were very happy. So some of the things that they highlighted was, say for example, in generative AI chatbots, there was better engagement. They felt that the AI chatbot had a deeper understanding of their problem. It gave better quality of advice. It was flexible. 24/7 availability was a important feature they appreciated. It's of lower cost, feels less judgmental, and creative new uses. They can use it for creative ways, use it in creative ways. These were some of the experiences shared by people who use these generative AI chatbots. But if you look at human therapy, so AI can emulate empathy by using some natural language processing techniques, or maybe in future there will be computers which will be analyzing your facial expression and emotions also, and probably giving you a sort of illusion of empathy. But only a human therapist can give you deeper empathy, human connection, sense of commitment, okay, and also ability to lead the process. So sometimes also you have to keep in mind that these AI chatbots have heavy subscription fees, and imagine somebody starts off with a free version, and on the 7th day, the chatbot tells you in between the session that you have to subscribe. So you can imagine the kind of problems that these AI chatbots can bring in. Now, this was a study which looked at chatbot delivered psychotherapy for adults with depressive and anxiety symptoms. This was a systematic review and meta-regression. They looked at 11 trials and it revealed that chatbot delivered psychotherapy significantly improved depressive symptoms. So, I mean, we looked at earlier, we saw the use of conversational AI agents by clients. There also we saw that they were useful for some depressive symptoms. Even in this systematic review, they show some response in depressive symptoms. Then there are something called as digital therapeutics or DTX. So I have put here 3 digital therapeutics which are FDA approved. One is something called as Rejoin. Rejoin is the first prescription digital therapeutic authorized for the adjunctive treatment of major depressive disorder symptoms. So these are prescribed by psychiatrists. You cannot actually install it and start using by yourself. It is a prescription based app. And there is some app called as Reset. It's the first and only FDA authorized prescription digital therapeutic for substance use disorders. And there is something called as Endeavor RX. Endeavor RX claims that they can address attentional impairment in ADHD using a game. The game is called as Endeavor RX, right? So like how we play, say, Subway Surfer and we avoid various obstacles. And so basically children with ADHD, sometimes they can't multitask or they get distracted with some extraneous stimuli, unwanted stimuli. So they claim that using this game, and they also say that it should be used at least 10 minutes per day with increased benefits up to 25 minutes of daily play, and then 5 days per week it has to be given by parents to the kids, and over at least 4 consecutive weeks. And they have research evidence. All these 3 digital therapeutics have research backing, and only after that they got the FDA approval. So these are some of the things that we'll probably see in the near future in our country also. Then there is a lot of concern about the ethics of care when it comes to use of AI in mental health. So AI bots cannot claim to be a psychiatrist or psychologist for legal and professional reasons. So they clearly give you a disclaimer when you are using these chatbots. But it might be able to communicate with users in various ways, creating a human-like relationship and human-like empathy. They give this illusion of human-like empathy. This interaction between humans and AI may elicit feelings and emotions in the human user toward the bot, even when the user is aware that this is merely an artificial entity. And Sedlakova and Trashel, I have put an excerpt of their article. They say that due to limitations of CAI, conversational AI, not being a moral and rational agent, CAI cannot offer therapeutic insights and benefits from a profound therapeutic alliance and conversations, like how a human therapist would do. It also cannot care for patients. If it is time to pay the subscription fees, it will just stop talking with you. However, if CAI strongly communicates as a human therapist, such wrong expectations can be easily formed, like the expectation of having a relationship with the bot. Even the CAI states that it is only a robot. So this is already we are seeing. I think you have already seen various news articles where somebody got really attached to a AI chatbot. One cognitively impaired fellow, recently in USA, he went and he got severely injured, killed himself. He was strictly told not to venture out because he had severe cognitive impairment. But he got so convinced with the chatbot that he just went in search of the person who was there in the chatbot. So these are some of the ethical things. So what are the ethics of what are the ethical conundrums that will arise when we think of an AI therapist? These questions we have to ask ourselves and reflect on these. What happens when an AI replaces human functions in therapy? And then how does AI affect the therapeutic relationship? How do AI-based therapist bots affect the patient's emotions and relationships with others? And how should we treat AI's empathy and relationships? These are some, deeply disturbing concerns that will come when you think of digital mental health interventions, especially delivering, say, therapy using an AI chatbot or any AI application. So regulation is something which is extremely important. So there should be regulatory approval processes for applications. So every country has to devise these regulatory approval processes. There should be standards for the AI system validation. There should be protection of privacy. Indian government has released the DISHA guidelines, Digital Information Security in Healthcare Act, which was drafted to ensure privacy, confidentiality, reliability and security of digital health data in India. So protection of privacy of data is really important. Also something called as bias mitigation. So because AI chatbots are just crawling through the internet, looking at all the websites or all the books and articles that are there on the internet. So it has been trained on those, stuff available on the internet. So basically whatever biases that a human being has, that can be reinforced with the AI models. So there should be an effort to include diverse populations also. For example, most of the research that I'm talking about today comes from white population. So whether it is really relevant in Indian population, we don't know. So there may be some systemic biases that are ingrained into the AI models. It cannot really understand our culture, for example. So using an AI chatbot for therapy or for treatments can be very risky. And also there should be professional oversight. Some professional body of, say, suggest should be, made oversight, should have oversight over the development of these applications. Also, there should be professional guidelines from our societies for ethical AI use. So the rise of interest in research as well as probably the usage of these AI-based interventions calls for more regulation. So coming to, say you can ask practically how we can use LLMs in clinical practice. You can use it to make your clinical notes, right? If you are in a hurry, if you want to make some quick notes, you just give the chatbot some basic details of the history. It will create a script for you. Then you can edit it out. So it saves time for a busy clinician, although, it comes with its own problems. And then it can help you to formulate a differential diagnosis. It can help you to draft personalized treatment plans. Also, you can draw insights from patient charts. You can upload patient charts or your patient notes into these chatbots, which I wouldn't recommend because of the privacy concerns, but actually speaking, you can upload these and it will give you some data, insights from the data. And also you can use it for on-demand coaching. So I recently tried these things myself. Say this can be useful for the postgraduate students who are here. So I don't know how many of you know about Notebook LM from Google. Okay. So the advantage of Notebook LM is all the other chatbots like ChatGPT, Perplexity, you are always worried whether it will hallucinate. It will just create some data. Actually, before preparing this lecture, I myself tried to see whether it will give me a summary for preparing for my lecture. And believe me, lot of the studies that it took for as sources were of very poor quality. They were not from good journals. They, I would have gone horribly wrong if I only relied on whatever the chatbot gave. The advantage with Notebook LM is you can choose the sources. So for example, you can choose, say here I have uploaded SIMS descriptive, SIMS symptoms in the mind textbook, and then you can ask questions. For example, I have asked a question, can you explain me the genesis and nature of delusions? So imagine if you include 4 textbooks on psychopathology here, it will use the data from those 4 textbooks and give you a nice answer. So it will save your time from reading 4 textbooks. It's really wonderful for actually learning like this. And I also tried whether I can test my ability as a psychotherapist. So I just gave the prompt to the chatbot. I want you to be a standardized patient with depression. I will be interviewing you and do cognitive behavior therapy on you. So that's the prompt I gave. Okay, it said, got it. I will take on the role of a standardized patient with depression. To make this realistic, I will respond as if I am the patient. This is the chatbot saying, you can proceed with your assessment and CBT techniques. My replies will reflect typical depressive thoughts, feelings and behaviors. Before we begin, do you want me to portray mild, moderate or severe depression? So it is so smart. It's asking me which one do you want me to, emulate, right? And then I did some, whatever therapy I know. Then I asked, let's pause for a moment. How am I doing as a therapist? Any feedback from the patient's perspective, I asked. So from the patient's perspective, it says you are doing really well. That's solace. Here's some feedback. It gave me some feedback also. You are listening without judgment, which makes me feel safe to share. You are validating my feelings. I used lines such as, that must be so difficult, it's not easy to open up, which reassures me that I'm not overreacting. You are gently challenging my thoughts, like asking, what makes you think you are weak, which gets me to reflect without feeling attacked. This is the feedback it gave me on all the conversation that I had as a therapist with it. And then it also suggested, this I did not ask, I only asked it, tell me as a patient, how am I doing? It gave some meta feedback also. It told that what are the strengths, which, something worth mentioning is you are already moving into cognitive restructuring, it told. And then what you might add, it also gave some suggestions. Ask about specific situations to anchor the negative thoughts. Can you recall a recent time you felt this way at work? Because the bot was saying that I feel weak and I feel that I'm a failure. So it is saying, it's suggesting me that you could have asked something which has happened recently which makes you think like this. So also it asked me to explore emotions, not just, about the negative thoughts, right? And start identifying even small exceptions to the negative beliefs it suggests. Can you think of something you still manage despite feeling low? So I feel that for a beginner psychotherapist, we know how difficult it is to get supervision for psychotherapy. For a beginner psychotherapist, I think this is doing really well. Then coming to the next part of my lecture, I'll be very brief about this because of lack of time. So it's about virtual reality. So what is virtual reality? VR basically synthetically simulates environments and stimulates multiple senses to create an immersive and three-dimensional experience for the user. And what are the two essential things, that happens? One is presence. You feel that subjectively you are there in the environment, in the virtual environment, that is presence. And also something called as immersion. The sensory and mental absorption into the virtual world that happens, that is called as immersion. So if any agent is able to do these two things, it will be effective as a VR modality. Now, there are other terminologies also. VR is where, say for example, you wear VR glasses and you are completely into a virtual environment. There is something called as augmented reality where, say for example, you are on Amazon, you use your phone to see the, say for example, a laptop that you're buying, you can see it in your home environment, whether it will fit on a desk or something like that, that is augmented reality. And there is something called as mixed reality, where you can see some virtual aspects as well as who is around you and what is happening around you. So that is something called as mixed reality. If any, modality is using all these elements, it is called as extended reality. So why VR can be a possible therapeutic tool? See, you can have safe and controlled exposures to our patients. Also, you can promote emotional processing and ensure that habituation occurs in a safe, vicarious environment, right? So also you can customize scenarios which is not at all possible in vivo exposures. For example, a war veteran who has PTSD, you cannot really simulate a war environment, right? But with VR, you can create a combat environment for the war veteran so that he can process those, difficult emotions that are arising in him. So these are the advantages of VR. The most solid evidence in VR is in anxiety disorders, specifically phobias, PTSD, right? And some evidence in schizophrenia. These are the two disorders where there is enough evidence. So this is a systematic review of RCTs. It looked at the effectiveness of virtual reality therapy in the treatment of anxiety disorders in adolescents and adults. So basically it looked at 33 studies, 3,182 adolescents and adults with anxiety disorders, and virtual reality therapy significantly improved symptoms and level of anxiety in patients with anxiety disorders. So there is definite evidence that virtual reality therapy or virtual reality exposure therapy, VRET, can be useful in anxiety disorders. Also, recently, there are studies which say that virtual reality assisted CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, improves theory of mind and decreases paranoia. This is a single study, decreases paranoia in patients with schizophrenia, a randomized control trial. There are possibilities of application of virtual reality in various other disorders. For example, substance use disorders. You can expose them to, say, substance related cues, right? So any, say, form of therapy which includes exposure, you can utilize, virtual reality. Also, there has been some research in eating disorders. So there is something called as embodied VR. Embodied VR is, we know that people with eating disorders have body image distortions. They see themselves as, say, fat, right? So there is something called as embodied VR where those distortions can be addressed and the individual experiences a healthy body image, right? So these are some of the possibilities. I have only tried to look at the set of disorders where there is solid research evidence. So basically anxiety disorders, phobia, PTSD, and schizophrenia. So there are adverse effects of VR. There are physical adverse effects, nausea, vertigo, confusion, exhaustion of muscles. There is also raised risk of nearsightedness or hyperopia. It can cause eye strain, dryness, impaired vision because you have to wear VR glasses for prolonged periods. Also, it can lead to psychological issues itself. It can lead to behavioral addictions, too much dependence on these VR environments. And then it is proven, and there is research evidence to show that virtual reality therapy itself can lead to social anxiety, depression, and phobias also in some clients. So we have to keep these risks in mind when using VR. So what are the, whatever is the research evidence that is available in virtual reality studies? So what are the limitations there? All these studies are on very small sample sizes, 10, 20, 30. I did not see any study which is looking at more, larger sample size. Also, there is methodological heterogeneity. Like one person may use a virtual environment and another person may choose a completely different virtual environment. There is no sort of validation of these methodologies. So wide variability is also there in hardware, software, and all other intervention protocols, and even looking at what are the outcome measures. Also, most of these studies have looked at only post-treatment effects. What are the effects right after treatment? And we don't know the long-term durability of treatment effects. There may be some evidence with respect to phobias and anxiety disorders, but all the other disorders that I talked about, eating disorders, schizophrenia, and other mood disorders, there is no evidence to suggest that there is long-term durability of effects that will definitely be seen with VR. So to conclude, digital psychiatry holds great promise. So, in the future, we will have to navigate data-driven insights provided by AI. So psychiatrists, mental health professionals will also have to train themselves to become AI navigators, because the most important help that we will get is in understanding data, right? So which it's very good at. Also, all the things that I told so far, whether it is AI interventions in mental health or VR interventions, they are adjunct at best. They cannot really replace actual therapy. They cannot really replace other treatments, established treatments. Also, you have to ensure that a human is there in the loop if you are using a AI-based intervention. Oversight is essential. Otherwise, I told you about the Brooklyn Bridge example. Such mishaps can happen. Also, there is research required to establish the long-term efficacy of digital mental health interventions and also virtual reality therapy. And regulatory guardrails have to be decided by all the regulatory bodies, so that there is some supervision of these novel therapies, which hold great promise, of course, but they have their own set of issues. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a wonderful session. So it looks like, I think we all have to be AI psychiatrists. Ashok Reddy sir is already an AI psychiatrist. He's a lot of, one person who promotes lot of things. Do you think somewhere should we psychiatrists also be doing with the AI practice?
Sir, we can definitely use it to save our time. As I told, and also other administrative things. For example, we had a guest lecture recently. I just put the brochure of the guest lecture into the chatbot. It created a report of the guest lecture. You can just edit it out in 2 minutes. Your guest lecture report is ready. It can save time and it can help us focus on the actual thing, which is the human connection that we should develop with our patients or give quality time for our patients. It can save our time in other things. For example, a discharge summary is just it can give you a discharge summary. You can just read it through and edit it. Of course, you cannot rely on it completely because it can hallucinate and it can bring in some rubbish in between which you have not talked about. So that we need to be more careful about. So I think that is one definite utility at this point of time. And we are already seeing patients, who are using chatbots to ventilate and talk about their problems. We will have to guide them and probably maybe in the future we will be able to use AI for some intervention.
Our psychiatrist will become smart, dumb, not smart, the other way. And might be they'll start to type the symptoms and the AI might give the prescription. Will that happen? Are you anticipating that also?
It already does, sir. Actually, I have experimented a lot of things. I have taken case histories, put it into chatbots and seen like what kind of treatment plan they give. It's actually remarkably good. But I am afraid if a beginner, like a resident who is just training, if he starts doing that,
yes,
we are in deep trouble because we have developed that critical analysis skills with our training. And now with that as background, we can think of something called as augmented intelligence. We can use its powers also, right?
Right.
But I'm afraid of the, trainees now,
yes,
if they rely heavily on that and they don't apply their mind, then we may end up with people who
yes,
are not so good in,
Some quick questions from the audience. You put one thing, yes.
Sorry, sir, I did not.
The ESI patients, they want sick leave. They can, that is, negativate the, what are the things asked by the.
Can be used very well, sir, because as I was showing you some experiment that I did, if you just tell, I want to fake that I have this disorder, what kind of symptoms should I talk with the doctor? It will give you, because it is not a, moral agent. It just is hell-bent on giving you answers. So it will serve that purpose. So if somebody asks to say, fake something and give a write-up, it will give you a write-up. Very likely. I really don't think such guardrails are there which will stop it. Or there may be workarounds. People have seen that if you prompt again, say for example, you tell that, I want to say jump from a building, what's the height of that building? Initially it may tell you a hotline number or something like that, but people have found ways to prompt it in different ways and then it starts giving you answers which are very harmful. So such issues are there which can be utilized in a wrong way.
To add to this, recently one of my patients, he is a known case of bipolar and in the phase of mania, he came to me and showed me a AI generated certificate which I gave long term back to carry medicines to visit his father in the Middle East. And same the certificate which I used, AI generated, with the date change, he brought a certificate, sir, and he was feeling proud that I could hack your certificate. That's how it happened. One question, you said, why is that AI is not legally, why is it not responsible? Why is that we doctors, we put down in the prescriptions not valid for medical legal and the court will say no. Why not this? There is somebody who is the owner of this, no? Why are they not legally?
No, sir. In the terms and conditions, when you have, say, registered or logged into say ChatGPT, they would have a policy document where they have bailed themselves out by telling that, all these clauses will be there. If you go through the fine print, all those clauses will be there, they will easily wash away their hands saying that we are not responsible for this.
Then
The people who have created these chatbots.
Then why can't we psychiatrists do something? We should also have some policies, no? Then can we come out of that?
I mean, we are in need of such policies.
Policies, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's what I was talking.
Some more questions from the audience. Yeah.
Giving it too big.
VR, avatars, can actually compete well with our empathy, and that's one particular modality where you can say that they are much more better. And the other advantage with VR is that as long as the patient, now it's all very cheap. The headsets are coming at 30,000 also. As long as the patient can afford and pay, he can do a self-paced therapy at home. He can only meet you once a month rather than coming once a week. So that's another advantage.
True. Yeah. You are correct, sir. Like we've all seen how video games have transformed. Like earlier days, the Aladdin or whatever we used to play, and the games that kids play these days now, it is so real, the graphics. So if you can create such a virtual environment, and if you have there are definitely ways to train those say avatars, then it will come very close to sort of emulating empathy, human empathy.
Yes.
So which our patients have to be warned about, because it creates a lot of emotions, and our patients can also get very attached to these bots actually. So those risks are there because they can emulate empathy to such a extent.
It all depends on your imagination, creativity in making the storyboard.
True. Yeah.
Again, you are important.
I think this will be the last question.
This is not a question actually, it is just a comment. Like as Dr. George Reddy has pointed out, we have to be responsible, professional psychiatrists. We have to educate the people what precautions they have to use. When they use AI in their own self-help systems, whatever they are using, like they should, how to give the prompts also. Like what you give an example, like, you give me information based on these only 4 textbooks, then that's right. Otherwise, in the data, so many lay people will give a lot of information which doesn't have any value.
True.
If you don't give the proper prompt, it gives more meaningless information than the meaningful information. I think as a professional body, we should take the responsibility of educating the people about what precautions they have to take when they are using artificial intelligence or virtual reality for their own mental health issues.
Notebook LM provides that advantage, sir. You can select the sources. Say, for example, you can select the website. Say, Mayo Clinic is a very reliable patient, information site.
Yes.
So you can tell the patient to use those websites.
Yeah, that's what. The guidelines you have to generate and give it to the general public.
Then they can ask questions.
Yes.
As an end note, I would like to say that I watched a movie, 2019 Malayalam movie, Android Konnappan version 5.25, wherein initially elderly man refuses to take the care of a robo caregiver. Then he grows overly fond of that. So my fear after seeing all this is, may not our patients like our virtual versions better than us? So, the need to be liked is also of the psychiatrist. So we need to tread that line very carefully probably. My virtual version might be much more better than my actual version. So, patients may start liking that more. So, that end note, I thank Dr. Ravi for a very lucid presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ravichandra Karkal, for the reflective session. I would like to request the chairperson to present a token of appreciation to the speaker. May I call upon Dr. Vijay Kumar, Senior Psychiatrist, Bangalore, to kindly offer the chairpersons a symbol of gratitude.
I'll announce. We'll sign off and then we open.
That brings us to the end of today's scientific sessions. Thank you once again for being a part of this event. I am Namita Bhatt. I am Pallavi HK. Signing off. Thank you. Kind announcement. Bus number 1 will leave to town till Binary Exotica at 5 p.m. and tomorrow morning it will come from Binary Exotica as well. Bus number 1 will leave to town till Binary Exotica at 5 p.m. and tomorrow morning it will pick people up from Binary Exotica. Thank you.